The Northeast Texas Sports Network is dedicated on delivering the most entertaining sports broadcasts in East Texas. And if you're interested in having your next sporting event streamed live, visit us online at netsn.live.
All right, welcome in, everybody. We are here in Troup, Texas, and it is scrimmage number 2 for the Brook Hill Guard, and it'll be a fun one tonight as we got a little 3-team action here tonight. Brook Hill will be taking on Troup, and also Alto making the drive up, and these 3 teams scrimmaged last year, and they had a pretty eventful scrimmage. It was a long scrimmage last year, and joined alongside this week once again by Chad Grubbs. And Chad, I don't know if you were over here for this one last year, but it was a lengthy one, and we got the format, but they've already kind of shrunk that thing down a little bit, and either way, we're excited. And really, you know this, Chad, scrimmage 2 is basically fine-tuning and don't get anybody hurt.
Get ready for next week. You want to make sure your starters get the plays they need and get them off the field. You don't want anybody hurt going into week 1.
So it's scrimmage number 2, which means our production is already much better than last week. You can hear Chad this week. Finally, that's a great thing. Also, our camera's working from the very beginning, and a lot of that's because we have the man, the myth, the legend, Brett Swinney in the box with us. Brett, glad you're here.
Man, I'm glad to be back here. I was telling you just a minute ago, it's felt weird that I didn't get to go last week, and I've doing all the Brook Hill games last year, and I kind of handed the reins off to you, but I still missed my guard, so I'm gonna be tuning in every week on a screen and wherever I am, checking in to see how Brook Hill's doing. But I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and Jeremy Diamond's here with us. We'll hear from him shortly, and just like last week, we're training people on the cameras, we're making sure we're getting all the bugs worked out, and I think we've done that so far, at least here tonight.
Hey, we've even got Elon Musk helping us tonight.
A little Starlink action, yeah. Well, we were looking at the schedule and where we're going to be going. Next week, Brook Hill opens the season at Redwater. We're probably going to need Starlink times 2 next week because if you've never been to Redwater, Chad's up from that area, but I think he would even agree here, like, good luck.
Yeah, you cross the Sabine River up there and watch out. You never know what you're going to get.
So we are a little behind here tonight. We're not behind, but the scrimmage is behind.
We're so far ahead tonight.
We are actually ahead, even though I got here a little late, but that's okay. But we are a little behind because there was a little bit of a lightning delay. The JV teams will start this thing off here in just a moment. They're actually stretching. Troup and Alto will actually kick off the JV portion of the scrimmage, and then Brook Hill will join in after that. And so a lot of things going on. While we got a chance, Brett, let's talk about what's going on even on the network tonight, because there's a lot going on tonight. And then as we get a chance to, we'll talk about next week and the shows. But talk about what all we got tonight.
Man, if you love high school football and you're ready to kind of get in that groove, get ready to go, then you can just get a screen tonight and just split it 4 ways. We've got 4 scrimmages on tonight. We got Shelbyville and West Sabine down in West Sabine. Larry's down there getting himself tuned up for the season, as he's going to be all over the place down there. Then, of course, this scrimmage that we're at, Brook Hill, Alto, and Troup here, will be kicking off here shortly. We've got over in Big Sandy, Keith, Jason, and Conrad are over there, as they've got a 3-way scrimmage as well. Alba Golden, Tenaha, and Big Sandy. And then also tonight, hadn't gone live yet. I think they're having some lightning delays over in White House as well. And it's Gilmer comes into town and scrimmages White House. And so big night for scrimmages here on NETSN. I mean, I don't know if anybody's doing 4 scrimmages on one channel anywhere tonight. If it is, I don't know about it.
I don't know if anybody will do 4 games in one night anywhere all year long, Brett, to be honest with you. But, yeah, a lot of action tonight. And as you talk about scrimmage number 2 and what it means to the teams, Chad, we talked about a minute ago, you want to make sure you fine-tune things. Anybody who is even a little bit banged up is probably not playing. Last week you talked to Coach Copeland and Coach Rowell, Chad, about offensively they were going to do some things differently last week. You probably start to put a little bit more game plan stuff in, maybe not for a week 1 opponent, but things you want to work on down the road.
Right, you want to start seeing, Copeland's not going to be shy from – he may shy away from the quarterback getting hit on the option stuff tonight, but he wants to see him pitch it, see what the backs can do with the ball. But I still think they want to see what the receivers can do. So I think we may see the ball in the air quite a bit tonight.
Well, and it's also the time of the practice schedule where you're kind of beat up a little bit, like you've been going at it now for 3 full weeks. I know talking to Coach Collins today, there's a bunch of guys a handful of guys who dealing with some fatigue type issues, right? And so you probably hold those guys out tonight. They don't get a full workload. But you can't just completely mail it in. It's not NFL preseason game number 3.
Right.
But you do kind of see a little bit of that. And you also, you and you know this from the coaching standpoint, you almost want to put some things out on film that you're not going to plan on doing. Like, just you want to put in Redwater's head, if you're Coach Rowland, Coach Copeland, Coach Collins, you want to put some things in their head tonight that they had to spend time working on next week that you're not going to do to them.
And that's the biggest thing. Both of us being on the defensive staff in the past, and I've been on the offensive staff also, and you have too. But you know, that's the mind tricks that offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators want to play against each other. Make you work longer on the weekend to get your kids prepared during the week, and take up time on stuff that you're not even going to do.
You know, I remember, I don't know, it was a couple years ago, Chad, you may have been gone from Brook Hill by then, but there was a time that we spent an entire weekend working on some things, and we were like, surely they're not going to do all this stuff, and we had to work on it. You have to respect the fact they're going to do that. You're also still trying to find to maybe find some pieces that are going to work together, right? Your depth is really the thing you're working on here. Do we find some guys that maybe we think can play on Friday that haven't really proven it yet? Who's going to be the next guy on Friday night? You kind of want to work through all those things in scrimmage number 2. So I think you'll see some of those depth pieces tonight getting some reps that maybe they didn't get last week. And this is if you're a tweener guy, if you're a guy who's on the fence of getting playing time or not, this is the week that you got to figure it out, Brett.
And
I think it's important. I think the rule with you guys too, with the getting able to get a half in.
Yep.
Six quarters. I love that rule, honestly, because it gives some guys a chance, especially on the lower levels. You don't have as much depth. It gives you. I mean, it rescued you guys last year. We had two quarterbacks injured in the same game.
Week one.
Yeah. And so then you were able to bring up Zach Ryle here to play the second half. But in normal, UL football,
he'd have been burned.
You can't play him. Yeah.
Well, we say it saved us. In case you forgot, Braxton Durrett had to play a little Wildcat quarterback for the rest of the first half. But you're right.
Not a bad option. I mean,
if there was going to be a Wildcat quarterback, I guess that's not the worst one to have. Okay, so I know we're having a little camera issue. We'll get those straight. Don't worry about that. I know it's we are a little different setup here maybe than normal, where the camera's on the opposite side of the field than we're at, and so we're going to make it work. They're still warming up. We got plenty of time here because, like I said, they were behind. If you're just tuning in, they were behind warming up, and they will get started here. It was supposed to start at 6. It'll be a little bit later. We're already about 6:25 right now. I do want to make sure we mention the fact that we will be in Redwater next Friday night, 7 o'clock kickoff in week 1. Officially, they used to call that week 0, and now it's week 1. I don't know what it is anymore. It's the first game, Chad. That's all that matters. We'll be in Redwater for that one. That's going to be fun. But a lot of games next week, Brett. Well, we have a chance. Talk about the full schedule for next week, because I think there's, like 2,700 games on NETSN next Friday?
If you've watched our show on Tuesday night, we went through every single game. So if you didn't get a chance to check out the Beast from the East this week, we went down through every single game, all, I think, 92.
How long did that take?
It wasn't more than a normal show.
It just ended this morning.
And we had some good guests on there. Of course, Brandon Ogden. I call him a guest, but he's kind of one of us.
He's a regular now.
Tyler Paper, and then we had the professor Matt Diggs. One of your favorite guests on the show.
I don't mind Matt Diggs. He just doesn't know as much as I do. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Matt.
But yeah, it's got it. Look, the camera's back.
The camera is back, and we see somebody's great hand. They're doing a good job. Hey, look, it's like I said last week. It's preseason for everybody, and we'll get there.
All right, so I've got that list here. Okay, so first week we have 4 games on Thursday night. So a week from tonight, we got 4 games. We've got Nacogdoches and Palestine. In Palestine, Jeremy and I will be over there. We got Tatum and Winsboro, Jaron and Jeremy Titsworth. We got more Jeremys than any.
We do have a lot of Jeremys. I feel honored to be in the class with those 3, or those 2.
So, Jaron and Jeremy Titsworth will be in Winsboro. Lindale and Hallsville. Conrad and Keith will be over in Hallsville on Thursday. And then St. Augustine versus Beckville. Our man Larry will be over there. I think Joe is going to be with him. So that's just Thursday. We haven't even got to Friday yet. Friday we got Troup, the Troup Tigers here that we have tonight. They're going to be in Shelbyville, and Larry will be calling that game on NETSN. Then we'll have Brook Hill and Redwater. You just mentioned that one. We have Center in Jacksonville, your hometown there. Where you
First
live?
off, let's okay, where I live.
Where
That's
you
better.
live?
Yeah, not
Where you
on town.
live? Okay, sorry. Well, would you rather Rusk?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I don't know. Okay, I'll think about that one.
With the historic Tomato Bowl, they get to travel over there. #1 stadium voted by Dave Campbell's in the state of Texas.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure who the voting committee was there. They're obviously the people that didn't think that. Who was the recent baseball player that wasn't unanimous Hall of Fame? Was it Griffey that wasn't unanimous Hall of Fame? Those are the same people. Ichiro. Yeah, those are the same people that voted Tomato Bowl #1. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Brett. I digress. By the way, the JV action here has started. Troup and Alto. You can see that on your screen. We'll get when Brook Hill gets on the field here in a minute. We'll talk a little more about that. But go ahead and finish your list.
And so we got White House will be traveling to Dallas Woodrow Wilson in the DFW area. I'll be traveling with the White House guys, with Josh and Chris and those guys next week to kind of oversee that broadcast. And then Mount Enterprise in Carlisle. I think Jason and Keith will be calling that game. Oh, actually, you're going over there. Are you with Keith? Oh yeah,
Jeremy Diamond will be with Keith.
Jeremy's with Keith. Oh, that's right. Jason's going to be out that week. Yeah.
You know, that's a sneaky good game.
Yeah.
I love Mount Enterprise and their run game for sure, and I think Carlisle in year 2 takes a huge step forward.
Yeah, and then in Gladewater on Saturday, Jaron will be calling the game on. I think is he with maybe Jeremy Titsworth again for the Big Sandy Winona game on Saturday at 6 o'clock there in Gladewater at Jack Murphy Stadium.
Wow. Ooh.
So
I'm tired just thinking about all that.
And that was what the show was like. We went through week 1 and we're like, man, that's just week 1. I mean,
well, there's some networks that's what they get for the year, and so that's great. If you're tuning in, Brook Hill guys, obviously want to make sure that you do a couple things to mention. Download that free NETSN app. That's where you want to go get everything. Chad's been with us now for a couple of weeks, but that's kind of where Chad got his start, was just getting on the app and checking all those things out, all the shows. Pick'ems will start this week, I'm sure.
Yeah. This week's show, we'll go through the Pick'ems this Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Our Beast from the East will go through the Pick'ems and kind of preview week 1.
Everybody's trying to beat Kyle Owens, right? That's the one. And then, of course, I'll beat Matt Diggs as always.
Kyle Owens, wait a second now.
I'm sorry. I think you have a belt. I'm sorry.
I do. I'm the self-proclaimed Pick'em champ.
The self-proclaimed. I'll live with that.
But I did beat everybody out of the NETSN guys the last couple of years that we've done it. So.
You did. I missed a couple of weeks last year, so I'm a little bit behind. But now that I'm not coaching, that's the hard. I think Chad will appreciate this too. When you're not coaching, first of all, your outlook changes. You can just try to win games because that's what you want to win the pick 'em. But secondly, my stress level is a lot lower now, Chad. I mean, we can just get to watch the games now.
Absolutely. My blood pressure went down tremendously when I stepped off the sideline, for sure.
I was actually talking with defense coordinator David Collins this morning. We were watching just some film. He was looking at it, and I was watching it with him, and I thought, you know what? He's got to worry about this a lot more than I do. I just get that, I guess
when you watch it and leave.
When you're a broadcaster, you kind of want offense, honestly. Like, that makes the broadcast go a little better, but I want the defense to play well, obviously. It's funny, though, too, the number of times that either David Collins or Kyle Copeland, we see now which two listen to us and watch us. They're like, hey, please don't say anything bad about me on the air. And I'm like, okay, well, I won't unless you do something that earns it. But, no, it's a great time, and we're excited about that and excited to be with Brook Hill football all year long. But if you're a Brook Hill fan, a couple of things I want to make sure you mention. Make sure and get the app, like I said. Make sure and check out the broadcast. You can go back and watch them. We had a ton of views last week. We're up over 100 already tonight, and we've been going for, 10 minutes
we haven't even gotten the main entree yet. This is just kind of the appetizer.
We got 100 views of a JV scrimmage, which is congrats for you 108 people, football diehards, I guess, at this point. But also, I was telling some people about this week. NETSN is something that we provide free. The broadcast is free for people to check out, and that's an important deal because if you go to a lot of networks or you go to a lot of websites and you try to watch games, you're going to get hit with that $10.99 a month, that $15.99 a month, whatever that is. And you go to NETSN on the YouTube, it's free $99. And
free is me.
Free, yeah, I love free, but here's the thing: free is for you, and free is not the cost of getting all this done, right? And so make sure that if you want to help out and support NETSN, please do that. You can reach out. There's a number of ways. Hit them on any social media. netsnlive@gmail.com, I believe, is the email address. So Brook Hill people, support that the best you can. I know that is something that you guys enjoy, and there are a number of ways you could do that. If you have a business, they would love to have your business sponsor broadcast on NETSN and support Brook Hill athletics throughout the year. Obviously football, but then hopefully we'll get into basketball, and there'll be a bunch of those games as well. The two basketball coaches are kind of jerks, but it's a great season.
Yeah,
hopefully.
they're not too bad.
Well, it just depends on who the referee is, honestly, Brett.
That's true.
That's kind of the way that works. But
And one seems to get a little madder than the other one.
yeah, I'll let y'all decide which one's which. It doesn't really matter. But
I don't know. Your assistant coach may get madder than.
I'm not ever.
Oh,
okay,
yes.
well, I'm not saying anything because I'm scared of her.
Love you, Coach Brawley.
Yeah, she might be watching. You never know with her. She's a football fan. All right. Before Brook Hill gets out here on this JV portion, let's talk a little bit about last week, Chad. You were there and you saw some things that I think as you've gone back and had a week to think about it and maybe watched it back again, what were some of the things that really stood out that you want to see either better tonight or if you want to see if it's more of the same or maybe it was a one-night wonder?
Yeah, I want to make sure that the offensive line play wasn't a fluke. Man, they look great. Just for week one, the way they gelled coming out of, 2-a-days and getting to hit somebody else, they looked really, really good. And then I want to see the secondary tonight. Hopefully, the ball will get in the air a little bit. I want to make sure that they're doing what they need to do, be ready to go into week one.
You mentioned that offensive line, of course, 4 stars, Sidney Rouleau on the left side, the left tackle. I'm telling you, Laurent DeSalyers, who is here as well from Canada, he's one of those guys that kind of flew under the radar because Sid was coming here. But I tell you what, my man Larry, they call him, is a dog, and a dog in the best kind of way. Those two together. I watched it back on Huddle and was talking to Copeland about this. They ran a fast screen to the left side about the third play of the game last week, and the poor cornerback caught every bit of Sidney Rouleau coming off that block. And Larry missed the safeties, the only reason why that kid didn't feel the pain there too. So I'm excited about the offensive line again tonight too.
And I think, Jeremy, from watching them last year, they had the injury issues, couldn't stay healthy on the offensive line. That was something that I think when you started the season, you thought it was a strength last year.
Yeah.
But as you go, you were like taking volunteers for offensive line. I think you had guys that maybe never played or wasn't going to play offensive line, and you had to just kind of, hey, you're in.
Yep. So Brook Hill now on defense to start. I think they'll go 8 plays here, and Troup runs on the first one. We're going to talk about some of these kids tonight because I sat down. Last week, Chad and I had a roster that was, let's just say, less than ideal. We sat down and figured out some of this today as well. So we'll talk about some of these guys who I thought had really good weeks last week. Some of these guys are guys that are probably Friday night depth guys at least.
They're the twinner guys, right?
Yeah, these are the guys. This is their chance to make a little move here tonight on the JV section. They probably get a little bit of varsity work tonight. And so we'll see here what they do. 2nd and 8 officially. Of course, there's no scoreboard, no timing, any of that. But down and distance does matter. And on 2nd and 8, a lot of pressure and a screen pass tipped and caught.
Man.
Good concentration there. But that's one of the guys I want to talk about. Andres Mendizabal from Guatemala. We talked a little bit about Andres last week. Andres is, I think, a master of a lot of sports. I don't think football was like the one thing he came here to do. Played really well last week. Coach Collins was excited about seeing him middle backer this week too, Chad.
Yeah, he made a great effort right there. Almost had the quarterback, almost caused an interception. But you're talking about, these JV guys getting the rep. And if they're the tweener guy, we call them. But what's good on taps, we were talking about this just a minute ago, is they get 6 quarters. So some of these guys can get as much rep as they can on Thursday night, which helps them grow. Ball on the ground right there. They look like Troup got
Let's see who came with it.
Troup got back on it looked like.
Yeah,
But, it gives them 4 quarters to get better, and then you never know what happens on Friday night. You may have to go in.
Man, we've been down that road so many times at Brook Hill with trying to figure out who's going to take a spot, and guy just has to go with it. I think Chad, you were there the year that Carson Richards, who graduated a few years ago as a freshman, was a secondary guy, and we get ready to play Dallas Christian in the last game of the season, and he's our only outside linebacker that we ever had. I mean, everybody else was hurt, and so you got a 125-pound safety playing outside linebacker. It's the #1 team in the state.
Well, I wasn't there that year, but a couple years later, same thing happened. Richards was our wide receiver, and we had to move into quarterback
in the
last
playoffs.
game of the season.
Yep, in the playoffs over at Grapevine Faith. Hey, Andy Witten there, 2 great plays in a row, number 10 there for Brook Hill. He was in on that fumble. I think he made it cause the fumble, and then also right there on a nice stop there. And now we got, I think it's 1st and 10. They'll reset it after the.
Hey, we got a chat here, Jeremy. Jennifer Goolsby.
Goolsby.
Okay. Hey, look, says her she's #1 right now.
She is #1. hey, we'd love to have you chat with us.
I think it's the more times you chat that your number gets higher.
I did see that move a little bit last week with different people.
Maybe we can get some more on it. Do we have anybody from Canada watching yet? Almost. Last year Finland was probably our number one audience. I'll just say.
Yeah, I think
Canada might give them a run for their money this year.
And Canada, and plus Big Ten and SEC country, with all of them trying to watch Big Sid too, is Brig Hargett there with a nice coverage there, number 9.
You know, talking about Sid and all the looks he's looking at. You know, the biggest beneficiary is going to be Larry.
Yeah.
I mean, people are going to come watch Sid, and they're going to see Larry, and they're going to like, we want this guy.
Well, and that's just, I think that kind of goes to everybody on the team.
Absolutely.
And you get those kind of guys looking, and then maybe you go out and show what you got. You got a chance at a scout that may never have shown up before.
You got Cole Schluter. You got Zach Ryle. I mean, list goes on. Roselle. I mean, you never know. Mm-hmm. You catch a big time college eye, and they're going to watch you your whole career.
And they all talk to each other, right?
Absolutely.
And you may not get the job. You may not get a spot at Alabama, but you can get a spot somewhere because they all know somebody and they want to help each other out. Another screen pass and a good job defensively. Yeah, that is. And let's see who that is. That is number 84. That's Braxton Pike, who we'll see play a little quarterback here in a minute. But Braxton, a kid that learned how to play outside linebacker last year as a freshman, now as a sophomore, going to get a lot of reps, especially on the JV early on, and did a great job there, I thought, of making a good play there and making it I think they'll reset it now, 1st and 10.
Well, depending on what call Collins had right there, he might have been triggering, and catching, caught him from the backside.
So it'll be 2nd and they're just going to not count the loss. They're going to bring it back. The original line of scrimmage will be 2nd and 10. You mentioned that defense, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through the year, I'm sure, and that just the scheme-wise, more of a gap scheme defense as opposed to a get up the field and go get the quarterback, and it's been very effective for the last few years. Another little screen pass. Troup loving the screen passes tonight, and Brook Hill doing a good job of rallying up and making a stop.
Well, you look out there and you think, oh, they're playing a 5-2. Now, really it's more of a 3-4 technique.
Hey, Canada in the house, Chad. Here we go. Connor Matheson in the house.
Spoke it into existence.
From Vancouver.
All right. Look,
the Canucks.
We have another number one top.
Well, they're
top
tied,
chatter.
so we need one of you to chat again, and you'll be number 2.
I tell you a little story about family-wise. I've got a nephew who was born in Vancouver, so he's a dual citizen.
Nope. Well,
that's kind of neat.
That's interesting. I would have never guessed that, Chad.
No, I know.
All right, here we go. 2nd and about 6 here for the Tigers. See if they run another screen pass. What do you think?
I mean, they've been doing it so far.
Well, we're getting a little jet motion and
trigger on the backside. Got him. It's
Andy Whitten
again.
Man, good for Andy.
They're not going to run a whole lot out of that if the Brook Hill's in the backfield that quickly.
Well, I'll tell you what, this defense. So, man, I hate to even say this, it's JV, so maybe varsity coaches aren't watching. But here's the thing about the defense that Brook Hill runs, that we've run for the last, I don't know, Chad, 6 or 7 years probably. It's a hard slant defense, and you never know where it's coming from. It's the same look no matter what. And ultimately, you're going to be wrong because even if you manage to catch the slant, if you manage to slide your protection on the right side of the slant, you're still outnumbered.
Somebody's always free.
And, it's been so effective, and it's something that we spent a lot of time on when we first put it in. You were here for that. And once we put it in, it really just, it changed the way that we were looked at defensively overall.
Well, now it's offensive time.
Yeah, here we go. A little offense. Running back Harrison Goolsby, this kid, we mentioned this last week, Brett, he's going to be a JV only kid this year. He's not going to be eligible for varsity because he's transferring in. But, man, he can absolutely fly. Let's see, first chance. Yeah, here he goes.
Oh, my.
That's Goolsby.
My.
And if they catch him, it's going to be in the end zone.
They ain't catching that guy.
Nope. He is gone.
He's on the JV now because he can't play.
He can't play varsity. So we talked this last week. So he's two of our assistant coaches came in from Memphis. Chris Jordan, secondary coach, Troy Brewer, our D-line coach, and he was at the same school that Coach Jordan was at. And so TAPS has the follow the coach rule. So basically, for 12 months, if he played for one of our coaches in the last 12 months, he's not eligible to play on the varsity.
In that sport.
He'll be able to run track.
So
and he's going to win a medal of some sort in track.
can we move the coaches to another sport?
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
listen, how about swimming?
If-
How about swimming or tennis? Or
Listen, I love Coach Jordan. He's assistant head of school, but if Harrison's going to run like that, he may have found himself fired here pretty soon. They may have to. Yeah, you know what? You're out, and we're going to we'd rather have Harrison at running back. I don't know. I love Chris. Chris is a good dude, but
and that's just that. That's a rule that I'm not familiar with, but I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you could just bring your whole team with you. And
yeah, we've had it affect us in other sports before, but man, Harrison just he did the same thing on the first play last week. Oh, that one's on the ground, and that's on the bad handoff. They were trying to get at that time to number 30. Let me see. Go through my list here. I think that's Liam. It is Liam Zandomini from Austria.
That old Jet just couldn't get it to him.
I tell you what, a lot of times when you get, I think this is what Jeremy just mentioned. I didn't hear him clearly, but I think a lot of times guys trying to figure out how to catch the handoff, right? How to do that. Listen, I'm coaching middle school football this year, so we've been dealing with that the last few days. Those guys come up there with arms all over the place, and it's just like it takes time. That's what you do it for at this point. Mentioned Braxton Pike earlier in at quarterback. Andy Whitten, the tight end, shifts over. Split backs. I love the split back look, by the way. I think that's the hardest thing for the defense to try to figure out. A little option. And Pike's going to keep it. Now the pitch to Liam.
Pitch.
That was a good pitch. That's a good read by Braxton there to keep it first off. I mean, because, listen, if I have Goolsby in the backfield, I'm tempted just to say, here you go, buddy, it's you. But a good job there.
But here's the thing about that. Their defense, they'll start keying on that, and they'll go to him, and that's what happened right there. They keyed him on the give. He pulled it, got the pitch.
Hey, so question there, what grade level are we talking about?
Sophomore.
Harrison is a sophomore, yeah. I just put this all together, Brett. Jennifer Goolsby in the chat.
Yeah.
Harrison's mom, maybe. Harrison, we're going to assume that. So glad you're watching. And,
hey,
man,
she said, way to go, Harrison.
Yeah,
So
just a great athlete, man. So fun to watch.
So we've got Canada and Memphis, Tennessee watching right now.
Yeah, I don't think you can get much more opposite than Brook Hill, Memphis, and Vancouver, Canada, eh? I had to do it. Honestly, I had to do it. Sorry. Had to do it.
all right.
Had to do it. All right. So it's 1st and 10 here at the 41. Goolsby back in there in the backfield. Pike still in at quarterback. Got Jet Body over here at receiver. Let's see what we can come up with here. Yeah, that's probably should be a penalty, but it's scrimmages for the officials too. And here goes Goolsby again.
Ooh.
Makes one move, and the second one, well, that one.
I don't think he got the first down.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right. All right. We're going to talk to Harrison about that. Make sure you get all 10. But hey,
8-yard,
7-yard pickup on first down. We'll take that. And he was really kind of bottled up back there.
Yeah, he had to run some extra because they kind of went backwards a little bit.
Well, and we had one guy in motion, and Harrison took a step back, and the officials weren't really paying attention. But it is what it is. By the way, I want to thank all you watching. Almost 200 views already here, and we're barely getting going. But make sure and check in the chat and let us know where you're watching from. Handoff once again. That time it's going to be to Andreas, and there he goes.
Oh, he gone.
They're not catching him either.
Touchdown, God. I had to get one in there for you.
And so there's no scoring scrimmage. We know this, but it's 2-0.
Yeah,
it's 2-0, right?
It is.
The players are keeping
now, how does
score.
it work? 2-0-0?
Yeah, I guess.
Because you got 3 teams?
2-0-0. Here's what we know. Brook Hill scored twice. Nobody else has
I'm
scored.
impressed so far. The JV looks good. It's a promising future.
We talked about this last week. I forgot. Jennifer Goolsby's watching from Houston.
Oh.
She's in Houston now. That's all right. Anyway, sidetrack. We were talking about this. The way that Coach Rowell does practice now really benefits our JV more than probably any other school, and the fact that they get their own practice every single day. He splits the JV and the varsity up. Defensive coach will take the varsity while the offensive coach has the JV, and then they flip it. Every single day they're getting 40 minutes of their own on both sides of the ball, and that makes a huge difference when you get into games like this against schools who, Alto, for example, is going to be smaller, and they can't always afford to split their guys up all the time. And screen pass there.
Now he's gone.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, as fast as Harrison is, my man Brigg is also very fast.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Brook Hill came to play.
Looking good. And slinging it around a little bit, too, and scoring. I mean, you're seeing a little diversity there on the offensive side.
Hey, They did a little bit more than what we used to do on JV
Man.
Hub.
You know what, Chad? We're not going to – first off, don't degrade our JV coaching. But all right, Brett, we tell stories a lot, right? So let me just tell you, the best game we ever called, me and Chad had the JV together for a year, and I called the defense and he called the offense. We get ready to go play the last game of the year at Fort Worth.
It switched. You called offense.
Oh, that's right. I called the offense, which I still understand. I don't understand. So the last game of the year, we're up at Fort Worth Christian, and I look at Chad, and he looked at me, and he was like, hey, let's just switch it tonight for fun. Kids loved it. We had a blast. Best game we played all year long. Yep. We didn't tell Ryle. So 1st and 10 now. Jet Body's in at quarterback now for Brook Hill, the freshman, who did a great job at middle school. And we'll get a chance here and pitches it off to Andreas.
Man, that'll be good-looking number 70 right there.
Yeah, that's a good job defensively.
Yeah.
I tell you what, this is obviously an offense that you have to spend some time. I think it takes you a few drives, right, to kind of figure out what's going on. And then once they're able to, then you got to start making a miss.
Yeah. Yeah, adjustments don't come quickly defensively facing an offense like that.
So 3 touchdowns in 8 plays. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that.
Percentage.
They'll win a lot of games at the JV level if they can do that. All right, well, we got a chance. They're switching up here. Troup and Alto on the field. We're going to take just a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back here in Troup, and a little 3-team scrimmage tonight, Brook Hill, Troup, and Alto. And Troup and Alto now are on their second set of plays and the rotation. We've rotated through. Brook Hill held Troup scoreless on 8 plays on offense. They scored 3 times against the Alto defense, and they'll get a chance here in a minute to have those roles reversed and take on the Alto offense and the Troup defense, and we'll see what it looks like. But we're excited about what we saw in the JV portion. We're excited that the varsity portion should start. It was supposed to start about 7:15. We're probably about 30 minutes behind, so probably looking at closer to 7:45. And, we've talked a lot about Brook Hill tonight, but, Chad, I don't know much I know you've done some research on, like, Troup especially. Troup is Dave Campbell has Troup state ranked, and I think a lot of people are expecting a lot out of the Tigers this year.
Yeah, Coach Wells, he's been around. He's a good one. They've got his son, Brett Wells, probably in this area one of the top backs, for a small school. And, last year he rushed for, 1,500 yards, and then on the defensive side had 117 tackles. So I look forward to seeing him tonight, see how he looks starting out the year.
Real quick, want to talk about Marcelo's dad is in the chat with us all the way from Mexico. So we now have Houston, Canada, Mexico. Come on. Where are our Finnish guys? Where are our Swedish guys? Let me see what else we got. We're looking for, I don't know.
Mexico?
Hungary. Well, we got Mexico just now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Austria, Hungary, Farami's family from Nigeria. We want to get them all in here. We want to set a record for countries. I don't know what the record is, but we're going to make it up, whatever it is. We're going to say we have it at some point. But, man, we were talking about the weather, Chad, before we came on the air, and actually during the break just now, because we're sweltering in here too. But the weather, especially the last couple of weeks, and really the last week, has just gotten so stinking hot.
Well, yeah, and it's not been really good for some schools. We've had a couple kids that have passed away in East Texas and Dallas area. Man, it's just, kids, these days it's just not used to being acclimated to this heat. And, coaches are going to have to start, taking a little, awareness of how hot it is.
I know just this week at Brook Hill, the practice has changed. Obviously, Ryle has gone to Wednesday mornings over the last couple of years anyway, but so they went Wednesday morning. Tuesday, he and I were talking. He actually, and this is going to shock you because you worked for the man too, but he actually pulled the pads off the guys on Tuesday, said, take them out there, and unless we just absolutely feel like we need to put them on, we're not wearing them.
Wow.
And I thought, okay, we're getting somewhere because, man, and I think a lot of the heat issues have been because of the fact that in the past it was hot all summer. And if you were working out all summer, you could deal with it. But now what's happened is it wasn't even really hot until a week and a half ago. I mean,
right.
What are we doing? And so I think coaches are being smart, and you mentioned the schools that have lost kids, and that's just a terrible thing, obviously. And I think if anything else, it just kind of reminds you of being mindful of, first off, what you have to do to get ready to do this, right, to be an athlete in this heat. And secondly, coaches, a reminder to them of, taking care of those athletes. And I think that, and we have no reason to believe that anything happened to these kids in the last couple weeks were because of coaches at all. I'm not saying that.
Not. It's just
I just think it's kind of a reminder of here's what we have to do to take care of everybody. And, kudos to these kids. Chad, you've heard us say this to our kids all the time, like, being a high school football player is hard. Not everybody can do it.
Right.
And, yes, it's available to everyone, but not everybody is willing to come out and be a part of it and do those things.
So you have the right stuff into it, though, right?
This Alto defense is flying around too, Chad. They're doing a good job of rallying to the football.
Yeah, these guys, they're wanting to make a statement also, right? They want to be on Friday nights also for those schools that they're representing.
So, Chad, you're about to feel a little left out here because joining us now is Jeremy Diamond. So we're outnumbering you now, 2 Jeremys to 1.
Right. That's right.
Jeremy, what's up, man? How's it going?
Man, I'm excited. I got a chance last year to jump in and on the basketball end of things, right, and call quite a few games for the girls and guys. And so I'm excited to be a part of tonight in the football atmosphere. And, as an old coach, this is kind of scratching that itch a little bit,
It does. It's funny because the first – I was telling Coach Collins today, first year in 12 years I haven't been on a varsity sideline, and this is kind of like, okay, I'm good with it because I still get to be a part of this, and that's great. Talk a little bit about, Jeremy, I think you're going to be kind of bouncing around every week, right, with Brett on the game of the week?
Yeah. I think I'm on the slate for, 16 games this year. I think, with some of those Thursday, Friday nights, and I'm excited. We're going to be at a bunch of places. We're going to be in Palestine. We're going to be in Kaufman. We're going to be all over. We're going to highlight, like you said, a game of the week. We cover 4 teams on the regular, and then we're going to pick up a couple, here in the upper east Texas area, and then we're going to get to pick up 1 or 2 games each week from some different guys. So we're going to see Lindale. We're going to see Henderson a couple times. So it's going to be an exciting time for us to kind of, bounce around a little bit and see a little bit more of what East Texas has to offer.
Super excited about that game of the week slate. I know that I haven't seen all the games. I've looked at it, but I don't really obviously off the top of my head remember. But I tell you what, it's going to be super exciting for you guys to get to go around and see. You mentioned just off top Henderson, Lindale, all these teams, Palestine, Nacogdoches, that are good football teams and good programs, and it'll be exciting to be a part of that.
Yeah, and you get to go to great stadiums, right? I mean, you kind of get – I don't know. I feel like I have to pinch myself a little bit, right? Like it's and again, it's awesome to be with one team, right? To get to know the kids, and there's a different thing there, but it's also exciting to be a part of something where you get to bounce around a little bit and see what the area has to offer.
Now, last week you were at a scrimmage too. You were over where last week?
Yeah, we were in Carlisle. I tell you what, Carlisle still has the natural grass field. It it was beautifully maintained. In spite of the heat, it was a great atmosphere, and I think I'm excited too about that Mount Enterprise Carlisle game. I'm excited to be there, and that's going to be a fun one.
Well, and Brook Hill and Carlisle play in week number 4, I believe. It's the last non-district game for Brook Hill, so I'm excited. Carlisle last year, I think a little bit of a transition, and I think this year with Coach Baker back, things kind of settling down for them. I think they got to take a huge step forward back to what they used to be. I would think.
They had so many close games last year, right? A play or two here or there, and then we were watching them. I think, and again, you don't show everything in a scrimmage, right? So it's hard to tell, but it looked like the defense is going to be one of their hallmarks. They were stout. I mean, poor Halton didn't have they couldn't get anything going to save their life, and you could just tell the coaches were frustrated. And, man, that coaching staff at Carlisle was fired up.
Well, I think Harleton just underwent a coaching change too, right? I think Coach Little is now gone, and I don't even know who the head coach over there is now, but I know they're kind of going through some transition, so they'll be fine. They'll get back to their Harleton has won games for a long time, and they'll be fine. So.
And again, it's hard, right? It's a scrimmage, so you don't want to give away too much.
Right.
And we were joking. We saw them run. One of the teams was running bubble. I'm like, one of these times is going to be that receiver's going to slip on that block and take off. And sure enough, there was that little fade on that bubble, and it was money.
Now, I'm not going to tell everybody secrets, but I've had a conversation with somebody this week about that, so it'll be we'll be looking for some of that stuff too. So Brook Hill back on offense now here, their second time through. And it's body in at quarterback, and he hands off to Goolsby once again, and he's stopped after about just shy of a 5-yard gain. And you're seeing now this offense, which is designed in a way, Chad, to not necessarily put you to sleep, but a little bit of that. They're going to make you be disciplined and play it right. But then secondly, they want to just kind of lull you, and then they're going to hit you with a big one.
Yeah, I mean, keep getting 5 yards every time. And we said it last week, offensive coordinators just can't stay patient enough to keep doing it over and over and over again. If we can do that, pick up 5, I mean, it's an old adage of old school football, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Yeah, cloud of turf pellets now. Body now on the keeper on the option. And, I mentioned Body last year as an 8th grader, did a great job in the middle school group. He was a very elusive runner there and showed a little bit of wiggle there as well. And, Jeremy, but what we're seeing here is this JV offense is looking as good as a JV offense can look to me in scrimmage number 2.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, if you didn't know, right, in some ways you'd look at it and go, this might be a varsity crew, right? I mean, as far as just composure, right? Snaps are clean hand, other than the one handoff, right? And again, we talked about that. Receivers they don't run as running backs,
yep.
right? And
there's a reason why they're out there.
That's right. You gotta get that pocket control. They tend to have pocket until the ball gets close, and they want to go to the hands. But I mean, they look smooth, and it's a cool time of year for these guys, right? Some of these guys are gonna get a coach's eye and move their way up into some playing time from some stuff like this.
Well, and we know football's just a game of attrition, right? Like, we know at some point, not even because somebody else wasn't ready or wasn't playing well, somebody goes down, you never know. I mean, you guys followed us in basketball a couple years ago where everybody got sick, so you just never know what's going to happen. And you just want to put enough on film right now if you're a JV guy that tells the coach, hey, Chad, if I have to go in there, I can do it.
Absolutely, and that's, they'll be breaking that. They'll be watching film tomorrow. Instead of Saturday, it'll be tomorrow. And they won't coach to notice them.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Thursday night, man, it's throwing me off. I felt like Friday all day. I was excited to come out here, and then I remembered it was Thursday.
Yeah, work tomorrow. That'll be fun after a football game and I think that's kind of why they shortened it down tonight, honestly,
sure.
Because last year was a Thursday night, and I think we left here like 11:30, and of course we were all trying to find subs at the last minute, so we didn't have to go to work, but that didn't work either. Back to action here on 3rd and short. Nice little pass play over there, and that's going to be number 5. That's let me find it. That's Tate. It says Tate Stansberry. I don't think that's Tate. I think he might have switched jerseys tonight because I think Tate is a lineman. That's not Michael Reeves. That's a senior. So, all right. Well, I was proud of our new roster, and it didn't work. So, either way, first down, nice little pass. It was a great job of number 5. And when he gets his helmet off at some point, I'll try to pick out who that is over there. So now 1st and 10, Goolsby back there with Body, and going to hand it to Goolsby around that corner, and he gets tripped up. If he doesn't get tripped up right there, he had a chance to run for a while.
They started keying him a little bit more than that first play of the game, and they're like, whoa.
Yeah,
hey,
good
this
call.
guy can go.
That's probably what I would do too. At this point in the game, where's number 4? And we're going to find him.
Yeah, this might be the only time you run a cover 4 to keep a running back from getting in the end zone, right? Like,
coach is going to have to game plan for JV
go quarters,
games.
Go quarters just to keep a guy out of the end zone, right?
Golly.
And it's not because they're passing.
So new quarterback in there. That is, I think that's Pike again in there, and he hands off to Goolsby on the read. And Goolsby with another nice run across the 40 down to about the 35 is where they'll mark him out of bounds.
Well, he hits that edge, and he plants that foot and gets upfield quick.
And here's the good news for him. He's got to be out there watching Sid and Larry and those guys and thinking they're all back.
That's
exactly
exactly
get the run
right.
behind those guys.
And he's a little old guy. He'll get behind those big guys and be able to hide. And it's going to, like I said, we don't like I said last week, we don't want to look forward to next year, but man, it's going to be fun.
No, there's a lot still to be done this year, and they're excited about this offense, especially in the things they can do with that offensive line, some skill guys, and looks like
that was the old
freeze play.
We okey-doked him, and then the lineman forgot to move after they jumped, right? Protect your guy. But, that's that JV thing. Like Coach said, do not move no matter what.
Yeah. Well, and the officials finally stopped it at the right time. That's the big argument with officials. They either don't stop it when they're not supposed to, or they stop it when they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And but no, they did a good job there protecting the quarterback. Well, I say protecting. He got hit.
But the good thing about that is we ain't got to worry about it.
I'm not going to yell at an official one time up here. I might criticize him, but I'm not going to yell at him.
That's right.
That would be awkward from up here and might get me in trouble. But Pike now Looking down the middle. And he had a receiver there. That's Jackson Berryhill, and Berryhill was not looking. Didn't have his head turned around yet.
Yeah, he didn't see that safety sitting over the top either.
Yeah, he had that seam, and I think Berryhill probably had a little bit more fight. If he sees it sooner, he might be able to put a break on and maybe get a hand on it, but luckily it was dropped.
Hey, number 5 over there, by the way, I saw that's Bo Kirby. Bo didn't play last week. He was a little banged up, but Bo in action tonight, freshman, and another one of those incoming freshmen that are pretty talented.
Yeah, you talked about them last week. That's a good group to be able to mix in with the JV guys that were there last year.
Froze them again. I mean, yeah, you want to work on it, but the defense has not picked up on the fact, Jeremy, that they're trying to get it away.
Yeah, that's that one as a coach on defense on the sideline. You're just pulling your hair out, especially for the guy on the nose, right? The guy that's in the one tech, you're like, dude, the ball is a foot from your head. Don't move.
And if you're those defensive guys, you're telling the offensive lineman, look, man, I'm not going to do anything. Will you please just tell me if you're doing that? I'm tired of getting yelled at.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than having to yell at a kid because he jumped off sides again. Let's see if they come back to it. Hands off. That's Farami who gets it this time. Farami gets to the corner, and Farami had a couple of big long plays last week on the offensive side, but that was a nice play there by that defense for Troup.
Yeah, they're wanting to see if he can duplicate what he did last week. Troup's defense.
I think that one looked like he was tiptoeing just a little, trying to find the hole, and I think he second-guessed himself, right? He kind of took his foot off the pedal a little bit. I think if he hits that edge hard, he's probably good, but he kind of was trying to look to see where to go and slowed him down a little bit, gave a chance for that safety to come in there and put a hit on him.
So it looks like we got just a couple more plays left. I see the Alto offense getting ready to come out here on the sideline. So Farami is back there with Pike, 2x2, tight end on this side for Brook Hill. Pike looking to throw it again. The lefty lets it fly, and just a miscommunication there. It looked like Goolsby ran a route, and he was open, and Pike thought he was running a different route. And
Pike looked like he thought he was going to stay straight up the seam, and Goolsby cut it off at the post and just –
he split the safeties there, which is probably the better move, right? You throw that seam ball, and you run the risk of that safety getting it again.
So now it'll switch over, and it'll be Alto on offense and Brook Hill on defense. And another good look here. You'll see some of these guys that maybe didn't play in the first set, but kind of the same way. You're trying to find guys that are JV guys trying to find their way on the varsity. You're also trying to find freshmen here, or maybe some JV guys that don't get a lot of reps that are trying to prove they need some more reps here too. I mean, I hate it when I hear people say this, guys. I think both of you agree with this when people say, oh, it's just JV or whatever. But, man, to those kids, that's what they work for all week. And so that's important.
I think that's one of the maddest I've ever seen you.
Yeah, I hate when people say it's just JV.
That's the world to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's their thing. And so a high snap and a little pressure coming from Andreas. And I think that's is that Hargett over here on the corner? No, Hargett's the safety. Who is that cornerback? That is number that's Body, number 2. Yeah, Body almost had that thing picked, and then our coaches would have had to move quickly or they were going to get run over on the way to the end zone.
Well, and you said, like when people say it's just JV, number 1, you never know if somebody's going down, right?
Nope.
And then number 2, that's your pipeline. And so if you ignore your JV, then you can't be mad in a year or two, right, when your varsity's not ready.
And how many times have you seen that? You know, I mean, you're like, their varsity is so good. And you're like, well, they're going to be awesome in the next couple of years, and then they're not. And you're like, why aren't they?
Yeah.
Another pass attempt, and it is tipped and caught. Man, we've had 2 passes against us that have just been tipped and good concentration on the receiver, and then Body takes him down.
That might have been the best thing for that receiver to tip that because it kept him from getting popped because he redirected himself on the tip, almost an intentional.
Working that concentration drill.
I've never coached receivers, so I don't really know if that's something you really work on or not.
It's usually deep defensive side.
I don't know about all that.
If you ask him, he did it on purpose, right? Yeah.
Tip drill, right? Is that what they call it?
That's it.
Yeah, defensive line, we don't really work on the tip drill. We just work on if we get an interception, we go find somebody and we plant them somewhere. But not that that's maybe perfectly legal all the time. But here we go. 3rd and 9 now. And Alto looking to pass again. Nice job. Almost picked. That's my man, number 6. That is that's not Andreas. There's 2 number 6s. That's Dax Reed over there.
Oh, man.
And Dax could have scored.
Dax is looking at his hands saying, why'd y'all let me down? That was clear cut. He had green all the way to the end zone right there.
In his hands.
Yeah, you can see him he's over there going, God, I had that one, guys. I know I had it, you know.
And his dad out there, Coach Austin Reed, is thinking, man, that was it.
Yeah.
So they'll reset the downs. It'll be 1st and 10 now at the 30. I'll tell you, it's Alto. Look at that running back in there. He may be a varsity backup or something to get some reps here, but we talk about Goolsby at running back, but that's a big kid back there to be a JV running back.
He probably is because he's got black pants on.
Yep,
Yeah.
and he's got the yellow numbers. Look at that kid fly. There we go. And finally ridden out of bounds over there. That's Andreas and Brig Hargett knocking him out of bounds.
Yeah, good pursuit there on the pursuit angle there. He got outside to contain, but then a good job there to get over and keep it from being any worse than it was.
A couple of guys rotating in here in this second set. I was trying to look at the format here to see if we're going to – how many sets we're going to get. Let me I don't know if it's just 2 each.
Well, Varsity's still not warming up yet, so it may be a little bit longer.
They're going to get 2 more sets, it looks like, after this one. So a little more JV reps than maybe you would get in other places.
Good job by the corner or the safety right there, breaking up on that. I know that receiver had to almost trap the football, so he wasn't going anywhere, but the safety did his job doing what he's supposed to do and triggering up. And he was right there for the tackle if he needed to make it.
Real quick, if you're watching us tonight, and a lot of you are, almost 400 views so far tonight. And so if you're watching, get in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. We've got Vancouver here. We got Houston. We got Mexico. And we'd be glad to hear from you wherever you're at, wherever you're watching Brook Hill football. I know that's one of the benefits of having NETSN is you're watching across the globe, not just across East Texas. 2nd and 5 now, the handoff, and a good job of getting to him, not necessarily bring him down, but he does get a couple of yards, maybe just a yard. It'll be 3rd and 4.
You talked earlier about the app is free, right? The website. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to watch. And so these grandparents that may not be able to make these games, right, aunts, uncles, whatever, they get a chance to tune in and watch, the family member play, and it feels like you're there. It's not quite the same, but it's about as good as you can get, and it's an exciting thing. This wasn't available that long ago, and times have changed, and we're happy to be on the forefront of that and enjoy doing what we do.
Thinking about last year, especially Marcelo Martinez, I think NETSN might be the most popular YouTube page in the whole country of Mexico, with all the family members that watch Marcelo.
Right.
Yeah.
It's huge for our community, with as many kids that we have. Well, we've got 16, 17 kids from 7 different countries playing tonight, and they'll be all year. So, I mean, it allows those parents who sent their kids to America to go to school to get to watch them do what they love.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible, honestly, that first off that we get the opportunity to have those kids come over, but then for the chance for those kids to get to watch them at home, because that's not what happens all the time for sure. So now we're going to switch over and be on defense again. Alto on offense. That's where we were just there. We just flipped it over, flipped the ends. Didn't think I was losing my mind completely yet.
It's that thing where we were doing the same thing last week. They're like 10 plays, and we're counting off, and we got to 10, and they ran 2 more, and we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But hey, let me tell you, you know this being a coach. Scripts go out.
That's
so
right.
They go out the window when scrimmages
right.
start. They try to stay as close as we can, but hey, let me see this again.
And usually in the JV section, you're saying, hey, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
We don't need 10. We saw 7. That's all we need to see.
Yeah, and a couple of those, you never know with a penalty, a false start, right, a fumble. That sometimes those don't always count, and so it was.
Man, that's a good catch right there.
Yeah.
He's
got some. Deep leader.
The problem.
That's going to be illegal because he went backwards. Yeah.
Well, but also the only kid on the field he couldn't outrun was Goolsby, and Goolsby was the one that chased him down. But you're right, we'll get a penalty down there for that.
Well, I thought defense had played that perfect because outside receiver motioned in, and our DBs, our safety and our corner switched off perfectly, and the guy just had a little bit more momentum coming across than that safety did, and he caught that pass and got away from him. But we played it exactly how we're supposed to.
Yeah, he had a couple guys right there in his pocket, just couldn't get a hold of him when he came down with that catch. And
only thing you might want to do is stay on that upfield shoulder a little bit longer.
So we had a penalty flag, but I guess Doesn't matter.
It just kills it right there. I think if it was like last week, the flag just is where the ball's dead. I think, but
I know they can't tell on the live stream, but that sun is right in our eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right behind the camera and right in our face.
Yeah, that camera, they got a great view.
Y'all got a great view, yeah.
So let's see. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a stoppage here. We'll go and take a quick timeout. Be right back here on NETSN.
This is where legends rise and moments are made.
They're still on his feet. Come on, still on his feet.
From the buzzer beaters to the game winners, we bring you the action. Raw, real, relentless. We cover every angle, every story. From the streets to the stadiums,
He's going all the way.
your favorite athletes, your teams,
Ford breaks some tackle. Oh, my gosh.
your passion, all in one place. New games, live shows.
Here he goes. He's got some blockers.
This is the future of sports media.
There he goes. Picked up into the secondary.
This isn't just a network. This is a movement.
Ooh, oh, he ran over the defender.
Welcome to NETSN.
Keeps Williams. Fights through the yards, breaks some tackles. Williams still on his feet. Williams breaks another tackle. Here he goes. He's got some blockers.
All right, we're back here in Troup, Texas, as the Brook Hill Guard tonight taking on the Troup Tigers and the Alto Yellow Jackets. And I want to thank all of you that have been tuning in tonight. Just over 450 views tonight. And, you know, it means a lot when we get all the people watching, especially in a scrimmage, right, to where there's no scoreboard, there's no anything other than kids out here. It's a glorified practice, but still a chance for you to see what these kids have been working on and what they've been doing. And we're in the JV portion still. We're in the JV, they're calling it the JV2 portion, I guess, of the scrimmage. And still just an exciting night when you're getting close to football. Because not only is high school football around the corner, college football kicks off this weekend. The NFL starts in a couple of weeks. If you're a football fan, this is a great time of the year.
Friday Night Lights coming up soon.
It'll be fun. Next week we'll be in Redwater, and that's a game that I think a lot of people will be excited about.
You know, talking about these 456 views that we've got, I wonder if they're just trying to figure out if they want to watch us this year or not.
Well, yeah.
Please do. We'd love for you to.
Please.
You can turn the volume down.
Yeah, nothing else. It's kind of like when you're watching, the NFL, and a lot of people will turn off the Fox broadcast and listen to Brad Sham, or the Rangers turn off the TV broadcast, listen to Eric Nadell. But unfortunately, there's no radio broadcast. But if you want to listen to it in silence, you may like that better. I don't know. We'll see. But either way, support NETSN. If you're watching it, we're happy.
You know, I was looking here at the screen, and I'm looking at the top here, and, we've got a new feature this year on the screen. I think people can see it. It's not live yet because we're not officially running, but we're going to have a ticker at the top, fellas.
You'll be able to see the scores at the top. That'll be a fun night. And you know where else you can see the scores, Jeremy Diamond? You can see them on the app.
That's right. You can see them there.
You can even update. You can even update the scores for us on the app, and that'll update the ticker.
Yeah, and then what happens is, you're watching your game, and all of a sudden you look up and see a tight ball game, and you want to check it over. You just pull up a second screen. Right?
As long as it's a NETSN broadcast.
That's right. You catch us again, and you can look at multiple views at once, and you can kind of flip back and forth if you're the casual viewer. But I think that's I'm excited about that as well. Just being able to see scores live, and then you don't have to spend so much time on other things trying to find them. And again, like you said, we rely on the crowd to get us there.
Back in the day when we had to listen to the radio, and hey, what's the score of this other game? Give us some scores.
Man,
give us some scores.
Surely you guys all remember listening to. Is it Bob Emmerich? And
oh man, and the sugary voice of Bob Emmerich.
Gosh, but how brutal was waiting 30 minutes to hear one score that was probably wrong. And at least now it'll be updated live in real time.
That's right.
And if you're at the game, you can do that. And no matter what game you're at, listen, not just the games we're broadcasting. Any game in East Texas, if you're at, you can update the scores for it. We'd be glad to have you do that because it helps us out.
For sure.
mentioned the pick'em that'll start this week, and I know Brett does a good job of picking the best. Maybe not. I don't want to say the best 10 games, but the 10 games that are hard to pick. And there were so many times last year where it's just like, how in the world am I supposed to pick this game? Like, I don't even know. But you can do all that, and all the NETSN personalities are involved in that as well. The Pick'em show every week where Brett and the crew, whoever that is each week, will talk about that. The Beast of the East show on Beast from the East, on Tuesday nights. Where you'll also hear kind of maybe a recap of what goes on each week and looking ahead to the week ahead. Just so much stuff going on NETSN that you can take part in.
Yeah, and the best thing is, right, again, on our YouTube channel and our app, you can go back and look at live, past live streams. So it's on there in perpetuity, right? And if you didn't get a chance, man, I suggest you watch our schedule release show. We talk about the almost 100 games we're going to be covering this year, so you can kind of keep tabs on where we're going to be. We're going to be all over the place, and, man, it's going to be exciting.
And unlike a lot of people in this industry, if you see us out at a game, say hello for sure. We would love to hear from you, what you think about everything that's going on. And, man, I will say this. I don't say this because Brett's in the room, but Brett has done a great job of not just doing a great product but using great people. And I think that makes a huge difference when you do it the right way and with the right people. I think that's a lot of the reason why it's been so successful for sure.
Busted play right there, quarterback kept it.
You got you got Brook Hill players and coaches excited about that play. You guys can see Coach Brewer there on the screen. If you look at about the 33-yard line, my man is I don't want to say a bundle of energy because that sounds kind of weird. But he is all energy all the time.
Yeah, he's got juice for days.
He has a lot of it.
Yeah,
nonstop.
You got to have at least one guy on every staff like that, though, right? I mean, it's that guy that can change the momentum for your team and the guy that they kind of look to rally. And we had a guy like that when I was at the middle school. He's over at Chapel Hill now, a great guy. And, man, he would – I'd feel down maybe at a practice, and it wouldn't take 2 minutes being around him, and I'm like, all right, let's go.
You don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter was talking about it this week. He's an assistant in the weight room, and she's saying how calm he can be, but how fired up he can be at the same time.
No, he's a good dude. I've really enjoyed getting to know him over the course of the year so far. I mentioned we talked about this last week. He's one of the new coaches on the staff. Also, Chris Jordan. We talked about Coach Jordan a minute ago, assistant head of school and secondary coach. You mentioned Coach Brewer's the assistant director of strength conditioning with Todd Kofer in our weight room. And, man, just great additions to the school in general, but especially on the football staff as well.
Well, Kyle, you got Coach Copeland.
Yep.
I knew him from back in the day when he was over at Legacy. I was over at Hubbard Middle School, and so he'd come over and work with our quarterbacks back then. And we had, Sam Williams, that was one of your guys.
Yep.
Yeah. He was a kid I had in middle school. And
well, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know if I can claim much from him, but, man, what a good kid. What a solid kid. Great family. Man, just always good to see him. It was good to see him this year, and a couple times I got to see him in baseball. And just one of those kids you love coaching, right? He makes you look like a better coach maybe than you even are, right? And does things the right way and leads well.
I'm enjoying getting to coach Sam's two little brothers in football this year in middle school. It's been a great experience. So Brook Hill back on defense now against this Troup offense, and they were able to keep Troup out of the offense or out of the end zone last time through. And the handoff now up the middle, and got a little room to run. And luckily for Brook Hill, they got a little speed. Are they going to get there? We'll see. I don't think they're going to catch him.
Well, you spoke too soon, Hub.
But I tell you what, though, a nice cutback by that running back.
Yeah,
I mean, he just made a nice move when he got the hole.
He saw that cutback
that
lane
backside
and just
was a little aggressive. Yeah. And, it happens.
What do you tell your D-line?
Oh.
Don't get upfield.
Yeah, you go up there.
And that's what happens.
And you see Coach – well, you can't see on the camera right now. Coach Brewer down there in the middle of them, telling them, like, that is the one thing you cannot do as a defensive front.
In this defense.
Especially in this defense. And I think that's the hardest thing for kids, especially that maybe haven't played a lot, especially in a gap scheme defense. They see it on TV, right? They see Joey Bosa and they see Micah Parsons. These guys are just going up the field and attacking people. And unfortunately, at the high school level, that just is not what works.
Yeah, you're in this I'm a secondary guy, fishing try to talk defensive line play, but in this scheme, you get across the line of scrimmage and then get side to side. You can't get upfield.
Yeah. Yeah, you get deeper in the ball, you get in trouble.
You got to keep all your leverage. I mean, there's so many things about it that the young guys, I mean, Here's the thing about Thursday night guys, and Chad, you and I, Coach JV, we talk about this. Thursday night guys are Thursday night guys because they have something they need to fix, right? Like those are just the skill things you got to work on, and that's just the one for some of these guys. Is
or there's too many people ahead of them in that position that they need to get better. They need to get more reps. Or
absolutely.
You want kids getting reps. You don't want them. Yeah, everybody wants to be on varsity on Friday night. I mean, that's what you want to do. But you'd rather get reps on Thursday than be the third guy on Friday.
Well, for a number of reasons. I don't want to spend all my week working and getting hit in practice and never get to play, right?
Yeah.
And I think you just have to convince JV guys to buy in and understand that Thursday nights is for you to show that you can play on Friday. Like, without Thursday nights, you may not prove you can play on Friday, so you need it.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing, right? Convincing the kid that, being 3-4 deep on a Friday night is not as beneficial as being 1 on Thursday,
and
right?
Job right there.
That's a great job. Yeah, there was no issues there on that play, as you had about 5 guys making the tackle on the ball carrier. I'm trying to see who all those guys are in there. There's a lot of the younger guys in there.
Yeah. 60, 80.
Okay, well, 80, that's Marcelo. His dad's watching, so I know Marcelo's dad is happy to see that. 60, I don't have a 60 yet. There were some guys who didn't play last week, right? And so we didn't have their numbers, but maybe some guys that are getting healthy
Levi
again. That is Levi Bell right there. Yeah, there he
60.
is. So Levi is 60. All right.
It's been 3 years since I've coached him. I knew by the run that was Levi.
Yeah.
But I think it's a blessing for you guys, right? You have the benefit of being around a lot of these guys and so you know them, and that makes it easy in a lot of ways makes it easier for you to talk about them, right? And
for sure.
And then you also get kind of that excitement of seeing a kid grow and get better. There's nothing better than that,
right? And looking down here on the sideline, Levi comes off, and you've got a varsity player coaching him up on what can help him out here in a scrimmage. You don't see that a lot.
And you're talking about a kid over there too, and Ezra that's not playing tonight because he's a little banged up, and he's out there and he's not sitting with the varsity guys hanging out. He's over here talking to a JV kid trying to help him get better. I do love that. That's great.
Yeah, it does. It takes some maturity to do that, right? Because you might be coaching a replacement.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so you got to have the maturity to know that you're helping the next guy up, right? And not be afraid to do something because it might cost you. If it makes the team better, it's the right thing to do.
Man, Pike with a big-time play right there on that trigger on the end. Also, I think it was Jackson Schluter and Steele Oots in there on the stop. So that's a big-time play right there.
Talking about Ezra, may want to listen to him because I've got inside information. That kid's pretty smart because my daughter is his chemistry partner. So she's saying he's smart.
Good for Emma. That's right.
Yeah.
Good for her.
That's right.
So it's 1st and 10 now. They're going to reset the downs. And a couple of big plays there. They give it the big one on the first one. And after that, everything settled back down.
You see that a lot, JV ball. They'll get they'll get a big one and pop, and then you're just like, what do we coached it up right, but we didn't execute, and now we get back and do what we're coached to do, right?
Yeah,
and it seems to always work. Great job right there. Stayed at home.
Yeah, the kid tried to make the cutback, and that time it was Pike again. Pike's had a great couple of weeks. I thought Pike played really well last week in the scrimmage, playing really well so far tonight on both sides.
It was a good squeeze right there, right?
Yeah.
Squeeze the edge, squat, push him inside, and, great job there setting the edge and keeping that running back from bouncing.
If you watch a lot of JV junior high football, first instinct for that kid right there to do is go straight for the football. Well, he didn't. He sat, did what he was coached to do, and the play came right to him.
Yeah.
Worked out well. 2nd and 7 now. Ball's at the 33. We should be getting close to the 8-play mark here. As we said, I'm not sure that it's a hard and fast 8 and we're done.
7 and 5, 8. 7 and
I tell you what, though, the Troup running backs right now, they are hitting the hole with some intensity, and it's doing a great job of making stops here, but they're definitely getting in there.
Well, like you said, this Troup team is going to be a solid team, right? We know that coming in. like you said, they're ranked, by Dave Campbell's group, and they usually have a pretty good idea what they're doing over there, and so they don't usually get many of those wrong, and I think that's that team that could be not a surprise because people will see them coming, but I think they're going to be better than what some people think too. So this is a good test for Brook Hill.
No, I think that talking to I think Coach Rowell today, lunch and things today, we were talking about this is, Troup is a good test for us. I mean, I think, size-wise, the number of kids in the school, I think it's really even. I think it's two schools that have had really competitive matchups really every time we've played. I know it's been, at the varsity level, it hasn't been in a while since we've played in a real game, but I remember watching a lot of Troup Brook Hill games that were actually really, really competitive. I think it's a good matchup for sure. There, Farami with a nice play. Yeah. Good job. And you know what? I know you may not have seen this on camera, but I was watching when you guys were talking before the last play. Coach Nick Harrison, who's now taking over the outside linebackers, had pulled him over to the side to explain to him something he had done wrong a couple plays before, and that time he makes a play. And all you can ask for as a coach is when you talk to a guy about what he can do better, that he fixes it and he corrects it and he makes a play.
You want a kid that's coachable, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you'll take 100 of those,
absolutely,
right? Any day,
every single day. And he's a good athlete. That's the thing. Like, when you get a good athletic kid that listens and pays attention, you're unstoppable. So, we're going to call it 2nd and 10 here.
Yeah, some of those Troup coaches are so close to the backfield. I was trying to figure out how many were in the backfield for a minute there. I was counting, and we were way over 11. The same shirt color as the jersey.
Another cutback.
And he hit it quick.
And you're getting a good up-close view there of that one. That's a good job there.
We got some laundry on the field, gentlemen. We got some laundry.
We're not really sure that it matters a lot.
No.
But I think a couple times tonight it's like, okay, yeah, we're just practicing throwing a flag maybe. Hey, sorry, don't worry about us. We're just practicing our form.
Right. That's right. Just he's trying to get that toss down.
It was a good toss, I guess. And it looks like switching it over now. Let's see. I think we're going to get a little Brook Hill offense.
A little Alto defense.
Alto defense now.
Maybe getting close to the end. Looks like all three varsity squads getting padded up, getting ready to roll, warmed up. So we may be coming close to the end for the JV.
And I've noticed, I think, we haven't said it, but I've noticed the Alto guys, almost every one of them have those Guardian caps on tonight,
So I was watching with Coach Collins today the Redwater Atlanta scrimmage from last week, and every kid on both teams had the Guardian caps on.
Wow.
And so I don't know, we were talking about, is that something that, a lot of schools are investing the money, and I think it's a wise decision if you are.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, the goal of the scrimmage is to get out healthy, right? And man, those concussions, they're crazy because sometimes it's the smallest thing, right, and it lingers. And so I think, anything you can do to protect a kid's not a bad idea, and that's an investment that'll pay off for a kid for a lifetime, and
so body now with the keeper on the option, and I tell you what, good pitch relation there too. About 18, I believe that is Barry Hill. He did a good job of staying in pitch relation. That's a hard thing to master, guys. That's something that takes time to figure out. And Barry Hill, first year at the high school program, did a good job.
Yeah, because you almost fight. Do I go block? Do I stay back? Do I right? And
as soon as you do, he's going to pitch it to you.
Right. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. That takes some feel, right, to kind of know what to do and when to do it.
I think the rule is if you're the running back, you trail the quarterback always.
Yeah.
Do not get ahead of him.
Good job on the outside there by the receiver holding the block and giving some extra time there for that quarterback to move.
Yep, hand it to 4. That's what I would do. And Goolsby on the left side. Breaks one tackle, and it's going to take 2 or 3 of them to get him after the first down. All right, that's right. Now you can give him the first down signal.
There you go.
In his defense, the chains were on the other side last time. He thought he had it. It was close.
He ran 10 yards. He just started 6 yards deep in the backfield.
Hey, look, and I love the swagger too, right?
That's right.
Like, I'm that guy, in baseball that says, okay, if I hit a home run, I might let you know I hit it. And if you want to hit me with the next fastball, look, I probably earned it, but that's okay. Like, as long as you're fine with me doing it, I'm fine with you hitting me, right?
That's right.
I think you got to play this game with a little emotion. I think if you don't, you're in trouble. I've never had emotion on the sideline, Chad, in football
me neither.
games. Never happened.
That doesn't happen with me.
We also never lie. 1st and 10 for the guard here at the 44 4-yard line, and Body's going to pitch it to Farami.
And that's
I tell you what, Alto defensively, those jokers were back there before they even had a chance to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand.
He almost caught it out of his hand.
Yeah, that's that pitch that you, as soon as you as a quarterback let it go, you're like, oh no. You know.
And I think Brett was there last year at Grace with Brook Hill. We had that happen on the first drive of the game. We just go to make the pitch, and they just read it perfectly. And next thing you know, it's 7-0, and you haven't even had a chance to get started yet.
Yeah. Bringing up things like that, bro.
Well, I'm just saying it happens.
Well, especially that dead pitch like that, right, where you're going lateral. That's a tough. The distance and all that, kind of judging that pacing, and that's a tough thing too.
2nd and 12 now, new quarterback in the game, and I believe that may be Francisco. I believe that's right, Francisco, freshman quarterback from Brazil in there.
It looks like Alto's getting a little bit. They're triggering some of those guys too. They're starting to send some guys from the deep end.
And if it's a real game, what you're going to do when they start doing that is I'm going to hit them over the top.
That's right.
Copeland probably has to hold on to that, right? Like you don't want to show that right
that's
now.
That's the hardest thing to do as an OC, though, isn't it? When you see something you could take advantage of in a scrimmage, to not do it and fight that urge.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to that as long as I can, but I sure would love to let you have it right now that way. I'm not sure that was a legal formation. It looked like might have had 8 guys on the line, but I guess you can get away with it. Better have 8 on than 5 in the backfield, Chad.
Yep.
So back to, what we got there? It says 4th and about 6, and we'll see what they can come up with here. Gould's be back there in the backfield, and you got to know where he is. And it's not good. That's actually Andreas. Actually, Andreas is going to have enough for the first down, looks like.
Great job. Knowing where he needed to get to and got there. Got a little bit more.
Once again, if you're tuned in tonight, make sure and get in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. And we appreciate all of you watching. A lot of people watching this game tonight. And we're glad we can, or the scrimmage rather, we're glad we can bring it to you. And all year long, NETSN will be following the Brook Hill Guard next Friday night, week 1, season opener, taking on the Redwater Dragons. And what should be an entertaining game next week. And then in 2 weeks, the American Warrior Bowl. Frisco Legacy comes to town, take on Brook Hill, and that'll be an exciting night as always.
The Redwater Blue Dragons.
The Blue Dragons, huh? Well,
Redwater. I mean, when you think it'd be the Red Dragons.
Well, I got to be honest. Okay, I see what you did there, but if I'm going to be chased by a dragon, I think I'd rather it be blue than red. I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess, it doesn't matter. First off, I'm not outrunning any colored dragon. It really doesn't matter.
If you're running
I guess they went with the color of water.
Okay. Well, it's like a lot of schools though. They get their colors and their uniforms from basically who they got their stuff from in the first place, right?
Right.
Like nobody I think has ever admitted this, but don't you think that at some point Carlisle's uniforms came from Jacksonville? The logos are the same, the colors are the same. Like maybe, I don't know, Chad. I'm just asking. You're looking at me like I'm crazy. But
I don't know.
I think it's fair to think about.
You used to have Alto and Legion Fields, big rivals there for a while, and both of them the Yellow Jackets. But, Alto's black and yellow, Legion Fields is orange and black.
I don't want to start this, but do you know why the Yellow Jackets are orange? You know the history
Yes.
there? Okay, you do. You're smarter than me. Okay, Brett?
Do you?
Let me see, Brett.
What's that?
Do you know why there are orange Yellow Jackets? Do you know where that came from?
You got me. If it's not Bulldogs, I don't.
I'm
really
gonna
know.
I'm gonna let Chad enlighten you in case I'm wrong, because I bet Chad's right. Go ahead, Chad.
What I believe is right is when a Yellow Jacket gets mad, they turn
That's
orange.
right. And even if you're not right, me and you were thinking the same thing, so it's got to be right.
They don't turn red.
No, I have been told.
All cartoons, everybody turns red when they get mad.
Well, also when they eat spinach, they get big muscles on cartoons. But what I've been told is that Yellow Jackets, when they get, come on, you can't believe everything in a commercial, right, or in a cartoon, right? If you did, that'd be
you
crazy.
ruined my childhood, Jeremy. You know that stuff's not true.
We'll have a talk about WWE later. Literally, we might. All right, so the JV portion's wrapped up. The varsity teams are getting ready to stretch and get out there. We're going to take just a quick timeout, and when we come back, we'll have more action here on NETSN.
Williams fights through the yards, breaks some tackles. Williams still on his feet. Williams breaks another tackle. Here he goes. He's got some blockers. Sam Williams, he ain't going to catch him. Touchdown, God. 59-yard touchdown run on 3rd and 2 for Sam Williams.
Yeah, whoa. They get set early, very quickly here. Play clock down to 3. Dixon gets it off, low snap. Pickram up the middle, and there he goes. Pickram into the secondary. Pickram is going to go. He is gone. Touchdown. Macho steps up in the pocket, and he gets away from one tackler, avoids another tackler, tries to run. He's still on his feet. Camacho still on his feet. He's still running. Camacho, goodness gracious, he's still going. Camacho, is he going to score? Wow. Touchdown. Quick pass. Bork adjusts and intercepted, and he caught it.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
He's going all the way.
Oh, my God. No,
It's Taylor.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
And a pick 6.
Kind of stalled him out here. Brisbane got Stewart with a little.
Oh, he ran over the defender. A helmet coming off. Holy man.
Quarterback Smith. And Smith's in the gun. He's going to go back to pass. Goes out to his left. He's got a man open. It's Bork again. Caught. Bork breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh. He's still on his feet. He's inside the 10. Touchdown, Arp. What? Here we go. 1st and 10. They're going to throw it outside. They're going to double pass here. Going deep. That's Man Scott. What a catch by Man Scott. It's a one-handed grab. He's going to go almost all the way. Just tackle at the 1. Highlight reel right there for Man Scott. Oh my goodness, Jason.
I don't think you'll see anything like that.
Woo.
That's not an East Texas highlight reel. That's Sports Center right there. That
Man,
was great.
man, oh man. What a catch.
Struggling with mobility, chronic pain, work, or sports injury? At Azalea Orthopedics, our team of highly trained physicians specialize in complete orthopedic care, pain management, sports medicine, physical medicine, and rehabilitation. If you've sustained a bone or joint injury, have mobility or movement problems, struggle with pain, contact Azalea Orthopedics. We're conveniently located across East Texas, serving 18 counties. When visiting your doctor, urgent care, or hospital, you have a choice. Demand Azalea. At Azalea Orthopedics, your health is our priority.
This is where legends rise and moments are made.
They're still on his feet. Come on, still on his feet.
From the buzzer beaters to the game winners, we bring you the action. Raw, real, relentless. We cover every angle, every story. From the streets to the stadiums,
He's going all the way.
your favorite athletes, your teams,
Bork breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh.
your passion, all in one place. New games, live shows.
Here he goes. He's got some blockers.
This is the future of sports media.
There he goes. Pick up into the secondary.
This isn't just a network. This is a movement.
Ooh, oh, he ran over the defender.
Welcome to NETSN Game On.
All right, back here at Troup High School, and we are getting ready for varsity action tonight as it is a 3-team scrimmage, and this could be exciting as we got Brook Hill and Troup. Looks like they're going to be kicking it off. I actually have the format here. I could look that up.
Got the cheat sheet over there?
I got the cheat sheet. I guess that'd be better than just guessing when you have the answers at your hand.
That'd be like taking a test and it's an open book test and not using your book.
Well, funny story. We all know my kid. Coach David Collins teaches 7th grade science, and I remember when Luke was in 7th grade, he came up to me and said, "Your son just did something I never had happen before." And I thought,
uh-oh.
Okay, what? And he said, "Well, I gave an open book test, and he refused to use it." I said, "Well, did he do okay?" And he said, "No, he actually failed it." So,
oh, my gosh.
That's my kid who's probably watching tonight. He started his first 2 days of practice with the Oklahoma women's basketball team. I think he's so he's probably black and blue and been beat up by
So is he like
bunch of women.
the practice?
He's a practice player for him, and so he's getting to do
got
that.
That's cool.
He's got the gig.
He's got a pretty good gig. He's having a good time, and our two youngest are at Oklahoma, which as a Texas fan is tough. Football season, there's no chance I'm going to pull for him. Women's basketball now, I guess we'll have to pull for him because I want him to get to go to the Final Four because mainly I think I might get 2 tickets out of it. But
so you got some personal gain there.
He did tell me today because today was yesterday they worked out. Today I think was their first full team workout. I know we're really digressing here and we're just talking about stuff off the air, or we're on the air, but should be off the air. Anyway, he talked to my wife, and, Oklahoma signed Aaliyah Chavez, of course, #1 women's player in the country. And Luke told her today, he said, Aaliyah's really good. She made me look stupid a few times. And I was like, well, that's going to happen to you, buddy, when you're playing SEC women's basketball players. It's not like being as good as the Brook Hill women's players might be. It's not the same.
No.
So
I don't know. The team's pretty good this year. I think
they just had a coach.
Yeah.
We'll see. Well, I thought we were getting ready for action. It looks like Troup thought it was time for action, and Alto's still down there.
They're prepping.
Talking a little bit.
They're getting some good preparation. And, hey, it's a good thing that the varsity of Alto is playing when the sun goes down.
Yeah, all black.
Black jerseys are probably not the ones that I would want to wear out there.
Well, and I'm not sure this is the first time I've seen most of the field, honestly, just because of the way the sun's been.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be Alto on offense first against Troup's defense. I was told right now it's set to where both offense and defense for each school will get 4 rotations, 2 with their 1s and 2 with their 2s. Coach Ryle told me he thinks they're moving it down to 8 reps instead of 10. And so we'll see if that's what they do. But it'll be Troup and Alto first. The Brook Hill defense will be up next against that Troup offense, and then we'll see that Brook Hill offense. I'm excited to see both groups. Now, I'm excited to watch this Troup offense. And I think, Troup's defense, they're going to have to get things going too. Yeah. I think that for them to take the next step defensively, obviously, when you get in the playoffs, you got to be able to do 2 things. I say this every year. You got to be able to run the ball. You got to be able to stop the run. And they're going to get their chances tonight to stop the run against 2 teams that are going to run it well.
Right.
Yeah, and we talked about Troup. We're going to see them on NETSN in week 1 going to Shelbyville, and that'll be a good test for them. Shelbyville, they lost DJ Barnes, but they've got 10 guys back on offense. A lot of guys playing this year. They lost the star, but that should be a good test for them early. Shelbyville's going to be a good little team.
We know you and I had that playoff game they lost last year to Joaquin over at Henderson. And even Barnes, they played a lot without him last year, right? I mean, there was a lot of times he was banged up, I guess, and was out. And so they'll be ready. And I'll be that's a team you're kind of interested to see. Here's Alto runs that little tunnel screen off the bat, and Troup had it figured out. That's pretty good defense there. Troup's big, man. I'm looking at the secondary.
I'm looking at them going, man.
They got some size.
They got some
number 5
length
back there playing safety.
Yeah.
He looks like a dude.
Yeah,
that's
7.
That reminds me of when Overshone played safety for ARP, and he was just that guy. He plays on Sundays now, or he's hopefully be back from
for
injury.
the Super Bowl champion, Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't look at me, Chad, like that.
And I'm a die-hard.
We're winning the Super Bowl. If you're not saying that in the preseason, you're not a Cowboy fan. Another screen pass.
The same person who does a poll last year of who his new favorite team's going to be.
Drug us all the way out.
All the way out, and then he goes back to the Cowboys.
But you know what? It's because I'm so loyal. I wanted to leave them. And I couldn't do it.
The loyal ones would never even make that.
That's you know what? Your nephew Tyler Vining argued me that every day, and I said, Tyler, that's not true. Sometimes you got to consider all your options. There weren't any other better options.
Not like
if you're a true fan, there's no options at all. It's the Cowboys, or you just don't watch.
Yeah, the Jets.
I will say this. I don't know if you guys have watched this yet. I'm waiting till this weekend so I can binge watch it. I've heard great things about the Cowboys documentary on Netflix. I've heard it's really good.
I had not watched it yet.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. I'm going to wait. I read on Twitter that they said in the first 10 minutes, if you're not a Cowboy fan, you will be.
Wow.
So I'm excited.
A little hold in there?
Don't worry, flags don't really matter. We've learned that so far tonight.
That secondary had a little hold of the jersey. It looked
like. He had to. 8 is a little bit bigger than him.
Alto, listen, I'm really impressed with the size of both these teams here so far. I mean, that's right. Jeremy brings up a good point. The Guardian Cap probably adds an inch or two to that guy, but he's still tall kid back there.
Yeah, that's interesting that they're using those. I mean, I wonder if that's just the scrimmage thing or if they'll wear those during the season.
I know you were handling some things earlier, but I was watching the Redwater Atlanta scrimmage, and every kid had it on. All of them did.
Okay.
So I think a lot of schools are going to that. I mean, they're not cheap, but they're not. Here's the thing: when you're dealing with head injuries, stuff like that, it's worth it. Whatever it is, a lot of screen action here for this Alto offense early on. There a lot of misdirection.
Hey, there's a flag. That's the farthest throw of all day. I mean, he threw that 40-40 almost.
Ooh, he's just showing off.
I think Coach Grigsby, coming off a 2-4 in district, they went 6-4 overall last year. I think he's looking for big improvement this year.
I don't even know when the last time Alto went 2-4 in district was.
And they had the issue with the enrollment where they had to forfeit.
Years ago, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been tough times. I know Coach Meeks, when he was down in Alto, they were making the playoffs. I don't know if they've done well since then. It's been tough struggles here lately, but I can remember whenever I'd go to the art games with my aunt and them, Alto was one of those, ARP and Alto. You saw a lot of that back in the day.
Some of my memories growing up as a kid, high school football, first thing, man, my uncle was the head coach at Garrison, and Garrison Alto, that's the rivalry was in the 90s at least when Lucky Gamble was there.
And you had Brian Gamble playing linebacker. And
I laugh all the time. One of our assistant coaches, Will Shaw's down there somewhere. His daughters will play basketball for me this year, but Will was my uncle's first quarterback at Garrison High School in the 90s, and I joke with Will. I thought Will was like 6'6" and Division I quarterback, man. Just when you're a kid and you watch people, you think they're like this awesome person. And listen, Will's a great person, but I kind of kid him sometimes, like, you're a little smaller than I thought you were back then. Sometimes that's a compliment, right? You love people to tell you look smaller than you thought they were, but no,
Will's a good
Alto has a long tradition in high school football, especially not just in East Texas, but across the state. I mean, it's been one of the premier programs for a long time.
And you'd love to see them get back to that. I mean, that just makes East Texas football even better when Alto's there.
Yeah, it's like a lot of things. Like Alto being better does make a better product across the board. But I think I think they'll make strides. The year that they couldn't make the playoffs, they actually had a really good record.
Right.
I mean, they had a good year that year, and last year started out great. The district schedule was tough. They were small in numbers last year. I mean, they really faced some issues that I think they will get right, and I think that it'll be you'll see a lot of better things from Alto in the next couple of years for sure. Once again, if you're watching in the chat tonight, I know a lot of you are watching Brook Hill. Maybe Troup and Alto are going. You've gone out to get you a drink or go grab food or something, but feel free to step in the chat. If you have questions or you want to make comments, we'll answer almost all questions. We can't answer all of them because then somebody will try to stump us with something we can't answer on the air. But for sure, feel free to get in the chat.
Oh.
Just couldn't keep his feet right there.
Safe.
I got to tell you, though, it might have been the best thing for him because
five was coming in hot.
He avoided a nice little hit there.
Those guys were headed in there at a full rate of speed, and it wasn't going to be pretty.
Yeah, I mentioned to see we talked about Troup. ARP, I think, is going to be an improved team this year. That district is going to be interesting. I think Troup's probably your favorite, but between Troup, ARP, West Rusk, and New Diana, there's going to be some dogfights there.
Yeah, New Diana with a new coach coming in late off a great year last year. New Diana had a super year last year. Kerry Lane comes in now. One of Chad's good buddies over there at ARP, head coach.
Wes Meeky. I talked to Matt Langley, offensive coordinator, just yesterday. And, they're getting down. I think they've got Shelbyville today. Shelbyville, or is it St. Augustine?
No, it's maybe
they're down south.
St. Augustine.
They took a trip, huh?
Yeah, and looking to see see what they can do this year. Matt says
they've got a lot.
Be fast.
They've got a lot of 3-year starter guys too.
Yeah,
ARP does. They got some experience.
Yeah, we got a kid that used to be here at Brook Hill over there. He's probably going to be quarterback. Zane Bork. He's an
so
athlete.
Is he going to be quarterback? Because he did play some last year and he got injured playing quarterback.
Yeah, so who knows? I mean, you got him. You got Ty Langley, coach's kid. So he's just a sophomore, young, but he can throw it. So
yeah, Bork. He played receiver a couple of years ago, and he's a guy that you don't want to get You don't want to leave him open space.
Yeah.
Because he's got some speed.
Yeah, if you lose him, you're going to be in trouble. It's probably 6 points. But, yeah, no, I think that district's interesting, right? West Rusk, are they going to get back to where they were? I mean, that's a team that, you know, they've had down years for them, so to speak, right? And will they get it right?
I just don't know that there's a solid team that's like there's not another level. I think you pick Troup and you think they're going to win it, but I think any given week, those 4 teams, they can probably beat each other.
Well,
you know,
2 or 3 years ago, it was West Rusk. I mean,
yeah, it was.
They were the team in the district, and you were like, all right, who's going to finish second, third?
Yeah,
You know?
I don't think it's that separated between them, honestly. And you throw in the rivalry between Troup, West Rusk, and ARP, you can just throw all the records and everything out the window anyway. So
well, you saw that last year, right? I mean, it was kind of a dog-eat-dog world. I think that's really kind of – we see a lot of that across East Texas now. There's a lot of parity. There are obviously some really good teams, right? I mean, you get into the Carthages of the world, but I think at small school level especially, there are a ton of really – I think it's really deep in East Texas.
And it showed by our rankings. We had 32 teams in our top 15. 32 different teams were voted on for our top 15 polls. So, I mean –
well, that's because you have people like Jaron Peoples maybe who they don't really watch or read anything, right? I mean – who puts Chapel Hill 15th in the 4A? I don't even know. I mean, just kidding. Sorry, Jaron.
Stirring the pot.
I mean, that was
just like you always
That was
do.
the low-hanging fruit there. I apologize.
He's already heard it from me. You know, I didn't let him slip on that one.
I think I brought it up last week, and this Brook Hill defense now is going to take the field. This is an exciting group because
here we go.
Listen, you're going to see the defense first, and you got Big Sid starting down there on that defensive line. He's the guy, Brett. Now he's a 4-star offensive tackle, and he said, "Look, I want to play defense." And by the way, if you didn't tune in and watch, he needs to be playing a little defense.
So is he going to punt too and maybe kick off return?
I'm not letting him. No. Well, I tell you what though, who wants to tackle that dude if he has a running start? But he is as good as his footwork is on the offensive side. It's that good on the defensive side as well.
I think Sam Williams was that guy last year. Just get him on the field somewhere. Like that guy needs to be on any play.
So you got Sid. You got I think it's Bruno in there. It's Luke Scott actually. I think in there.
Now he got hurt last year as well, right? Didn't Luke get hurt? He was off in and out of the lineup.
There you go. Ball is out, and you see number 72 down the field. By the way,
he was almost there to get the fumble recovery. Yeah.
So a little bit of a different look tonight for the defense. There are some guys, like we mentioned, that are being held out a little bit just because they may be a little bit banged up, and you want to keep everybody healthy. Also, some different jerseys. Starting, I believe that's Luke Scott in there, starting at the nose.
Yeah.
Looks like Grayson Roselle starting at end tonight, getting a little work. That's Greg Lacassi-Grandin at number 15, the outside linebacker, and also over there number 33. That's Isaac Lundqvist, one of the new seniors from Sweden. Sid is one of the ends, and then Grayson Roselle. Hayden Watson, Jonas Arahavi starting at the inside backers. We'll get the secondary here in just a moment on 1st and 10. Look at a pass. And, man, shifty. And I'm telling you, boy.
He almost got leveled.
Well, I'm glad they weren't throwing it because we busted coverage, and they twisted they scissored on us, and they were wide open down the field.
Blake Witten and Gio Orico start at the corners, and the safeties. That's number 12, Nico Mittinen back there, one of the juniors from Finland. And the other safety back there is number 19. That is Kasper Hansen, sophomore from Sweden. So 2 safeties in there from Sweden.
I'll tell you, with the way we run the secondary coverage, with 2 guys that haven't done it together, is tough to have to switch man.
Yep, it sure is. Yona's dad checking in on the chat from Finland.
Pitch and go.
And Witten, luckily, I tell you what, though, that ball hung up in the air for a long time and allowed Witten to at least make up some ground on him. And if the quarterback puts that ball on the line, maybe it's different, but
that ball went out of bounds?
Well,
he got his feet in, it looks like. There's 3 refs over there. Hopefully they can see that.
I won't say nothing.
Well, you know what? Only thing.
What's that song? Was there a song about 3 refs?
Yep, but I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it this week. I am not doing it this week. Eli Hall in there now, defensive line. Also, I believe that's our man Edward back in there, defenseman Edward Park. And I have it on good authority that Edwards been trying to talk himself into playing a little offense.
Okay.
And they're like, no, buddy, you need to help us out at end. Good job there coming downhill. I believe that was Hansen that came in from back there.
That's what you've got to have in this defense is safety play on the run game.
Okay, here we go. My man Larry, number 77, is coming to the game to play nose. Look at this defensive line, by the way.
Golly.
I believe that is Sid. I believe that's Bruno is in there now, Brantley Bruno, and
Brantley
Larry.
Bruno. That name sounds familiar. I think he's a Bullard kid, right?
He's a Bullard kid, yep.
Yep.
That's either Luke Scott or Brantley. I think they both are wearing the same number. I need to check down here on the sideline to make sure. Actually, that's Luke Scott. I can see Brantley over here on the sideline wearing 74. So that is, and of course, the screen, they drop it.
That's a good call, actually, with those guys rushing you. Call the screen right there. Let them.
Now, I'll tell you this. The end there, which is, I believe that's Luke, he's got to read that screen better. Larry's job on the screen at the nose, just go hit him.
Right.
Just go make him pay. And I tell you, I'm telling you, Brett, me and you talked about this after the scrimmage last week, but as good as Sid is, my man Larry in there is, I don't know the right word to use because you don't want to make it sound like he's a dirty player. He's not a dirty player, but he's one of those guys that you don't want to have to go against ever.
Hey, he's one of the big nasties up front.
All right, we'll go with Big Nasty, I guess. I'm glad I'm up here and not down there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
3rd and 6. I think the coaches are glad I'm up here and not down there too. But anyway, 3rd and 6, here we go. And a quick screen pass. And read perfectly, just can't tackle.
Nice spin.
And Yona is going to knock him out of bounds just shy of the goal line. But I tell you what, they read it right, just couldn't make the tackle there.
That was
wrap up.
Impressive by number 4 there of Troup. Now, I don't know. We talked about this, and I don't know numbers and who's who, but there was a transfer from Legacy, Jeremy. You know which one I'm talking about? Brandon said something on our show about Troup having a wide receiver from Legacy.
Yeah, he's got some game.
I don't know which one he is out there, but.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if it's not him and they got somebody better, they're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, 7's not bad either.
Yeah. Now, they look good.
Yeah. You got 7 and 5 out wide for you.
And then you got, the coach's son, Wells, is in the backfield. He may get it here.
You kind of want to see your defense have to work through this right here, right? Down there at the goal line, what are we going to do? And they're going to hand it off, and they're going to hand it in there and punch it in.
Oh,
That's big Sid.
Those two have been going at it.
Uh-oh.
Those two, no, they're pumped up. Those two have been going at it the entire time. I've kind of watched it a little bit. Here's the thing, though. There's this saying, guys, don't poke the bear. Don't poke the bear.
Yeah.
I guess, we talked about this last week, and I talked to me and Coach Copeland were talking about this week. Like, you don't want your guys to get involved in that stuff, but isn't it so much better of a problem to have to tell your guys to calm down than to get up and get going, right? Like, I can live with that a little bit, right? Like, we don't want to be nasty and all that.
But you don't want to get too high either. You got to stay even
I
kill.
know.
You've got to be able to stay even kill. If you do get high enough, you got to be able to.
You gotta know when to stop. Like what's that point where you can't let it go past it? Because you don't want to cost your team. Of course, you get a couple of flags and then you disqualify yourself from the game, and you don't want that. So you gotta.
Then you're looking at going into the next week. If it's in the second half, you're not playing the first half. That's.
Well, we just don't want that to happen.
No.
All right, here we go now. Got some new guys in there. Reese Barton on defensive line now. Danger Troy in at the inside backer. Our man P.A. LaPointe from Canada is in there. Inside backer, number 24.
I like the Troup receivers shoe game, though. They got the neon shoes going.
Well, it's kind of what I say about basketball. If you're going to wear shoes like that, you better be a player, and
they are.
We've seen early on they can play.
Although I'm kind of old school myself. I like the team kicks, this unity thing, but.
Always thought the Brad kicks made you stand out.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different train of thought now.
Yeah. Twitter or X or whatever we call it now, it changed that. Instagram. You gotta stand out, Brett.
I guess so.
And look, if you play well, you can stand out all you want to. I don't care.
Yeah.
Another quick pass, and read just
Great
perfectly.
Job.
Yep. That's our man there, number at 18. That's 18. That's Cody Clark. And Cody doing a great job there on that play. And listen, in this defense, Chad, you know this coaching safeties. If you're a safety and you can read the run or read the quick pass and do that right there, defense works a lot better.
It does. And that's what I was
And
saying.
you're probably going to get a lot of time on the field, too.
Yeah, Cody, man, just a junior that, man, a couple years ago had some injury issues and just couldn't stay healthy and get on the field and play full time. And, man, just off to a great start this year.
Well, what makes it great in this defense, if you can play both free and strong safety and not have to switch sides, and you can roll down and do both jobs, it helps the defense so much.
Well, and because you don't know, you kind of can disguise coverages that way.
The other safety back there right now, Nico Mettinen, he's a kid that they're expecting big things from as well here in this defense this year. 3rd and 12 now for the Tigers. And you got to think this is shot time. You're in secondary, you got to be ready for that here. You either get a screen or a shot, Chad, one of those two. And it's going to be
a shot.
Shot down the middle.
The post.
And
what
Witten.
an adjustment on that catch. Man.
Yeah, I mean, Witten's in position, Chad. I mean, it's not.
I think he just the receiver just made the play.
Right,
He just, it's a good play on offense there.
The quarterback got pressure. He just threw it up.
Honestly, it helped the receiver that the ball was kind of behind him a little bit, and he was able to see it. Defensive player there was trying to adjust to it, but I think if the ball would have been thrown in the spot, Brook Hill maybe gets a deflection on that. But
well, and also not only was it 3rd and long, it was also the last play of the series, and so obviously they're going to take a shot there. Now we're going to see this Brook Hill offense, and this offensive line is going to be missing a piece tonight. Who we think maybe the starting center, Ezra Guba, of course, a little banged up from injury last week at the end of the game. Jack Weaver steps in. Jack got a lot of time last year on this offensive line. I think, if I'm not mistaken, may have started all 10 games for this group just because of the way that the injury bug happened, and Jack played really well. So he'll step in tonight. I think he's going to be the center. And, this is a group that ran the ball very efficiently last week, and we'll see if they can do that again here. PA, the starting tailback back there from Canada. You got a Rico. That's Yates over on the far side. And Ryle's going to pitch over to Rico. Yeah.
That play just didn't look right. Something.
I'll tell you, our man Sid, they better.
They're going all at it.
They are going at it. Listen, I don't blame them. I mean, if take him out of it.
You want to make a name for yourself, go prove yourself against him.
I guess, Nick Saban, or I guess not Nick Saban anymore, but if DeBoer's going to watch, I want to be on it, It looked like there was a lot of confusion there on that play either way. Ryle, the sophomore in the backfield. On 2nd and 10. Handoff goes to PA, and PA can move too. And I can't, I can't. I don't even know what all to watch. My man, I'm watching the running back here. I'm watching Larry pancake somebody back behind him.
Gracious.
It's going to be fun.
Man.
With school starting, Larry had to get rid of his mustache. But I'm going to tell you, that dude has the most beautiful mullet. And he had a great mustache working too, Brett. Like, if Canada is like Larry, I may want to go to Canada.
You could ask Steph about that, right?
Yeah, first. And, I'm going to get a freeze action, throw it deep looking for,
because Step lives in Canada a lot of the time of the year.
Yeah, we need to talk to Step. But also in the chat, we had our man Connor from Vancouver. Connor, I don't know who you know. I don't know if you know Larry, if you know Sid, I don't know who you watch. But if you know Larry, I need to know, is all of Canada like Larry? If it is.
And it's colder up there.
You're going to have to drive because you ain't flying.
I'm not flying. That's true. And I'm not going when it's super cold. So there's probably like a window here, right?
You better bring your snowsuit.
I don't own a snowsuit, man. Okay, in all seriousness, I have actually been to Montreal for one day. I was on a mission trip up in Niagara Falls and Lake Placid area. We drove one day into Montreal, ate. It was great. I didn't know how the money worked, but I was there. It was a great place. I wish the Expos were still around. I'd for sure go. Here we go. 1st and 10. Ryle hands off to PA, and PA loses his footing there, and he's going to be brought down the backfield.
Oh, the turf monster got him there.
Oh,
here we go. We
gotta stop this. We can't do this tonight. And Coach Sluter steps in. By the way, Coach Sluter, former NFL lineman, he's a big guy, and he's looking up at our man Sid. No, Coach Sluter's been great, I know, for this offensive line just in general, but to now have a couple of guys who are trying to manage that recruiting seen and handling the pressure of all those things, Blake has been through that, right? And so there's a double benefit of him being on that staff as well.
Well, and it helps you to get these guys, right? I mean, they want to come play for a guy that went to the league. I mean, what kind of more experience do you need?
And just Blake, Coach Sluter, just a great guy, and I know those linemen love him. He takes care of those guys for sure. Second and about 13 now. Arico on the orbit motion. Ryle looking to pass. Has it over the middle. Caught.
Oh,
and that's Cole
catch.
Sluter. And Sluter down inside the 10 to the 5-yard line. And we got – is that Larry again?
Larry. You got
That's
Larry
it.
and Sid.
I'm going to Canada, boys. Actually, Canada came to me. I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, we got a piece of Canada here.
A big piece, by the way. We got a couple of big pieces.
I need a big piece of that cold air to kind of blow this way.
Well, the sun did go down. The air conditioner here finally seems like it's working. It's amazing how when the sun beaming all 10,000 degrees can counteract the air conditioner, but we're good now.
Well, and this would be a normal Friday night game. We're just getting started. So
that's true. Here we go now. First and goal. Just outside the 5-yard line. Sluter goes in motion. Going to reset him on the far side. Now, Ryle going to hand off to PA. PA hitting the – credit to Alto's defense. Against a very good offensive line, they're making plays here in the run game.
Well, they're stringing it out. And their linemen stringing it out, letting their linebackers fit exactly where they're supposed to fit at.
That left side, of course, is Sid and Larry. But also on the other side, you got Luke Scott at right guard. You got Emily Turkin in there at right tackle right now. And then I mentioned Jack Weaver in at center. So it's a little bit different look than maybe we had last week, and maybe what you see next week, we'll just kind of see how it all plays out. No, they're still trying to figure out the right pieces there.
I think I'm running left if I'm Brook Hill here.
Yeah, split backs here. Witten in the backfield along with that is Michael Reeves.
Oh.
And the ball's on the ground.
Yeah.
That's
where you got to make the decision there. You got to.
And Coach Copeland talking with Ryle about that because I think, in this offense, like we talked about, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, right? It takes timing and work and all those things, and that obviously not the play they were looking for there.
Well, you guys were pointing it out earlier, but Alto's no slouch up front. They've got some definite size.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see how they fare this year.
I tell you, the intensity picked up when this drive started. I mean, it was physical before when Troup was on offense and Brook Hill on defense. It was physical, but the intensity here got pretty big, pretty high, pretty quick.
That might have stemmed a little bit from last year.
Last year it was a little chirpy for sure, and it, maybe for good reason, maybe not. But I think a lot of people still remember that. So they'll reset it 1st and 10 at the 30. My man Drew Wisner over here, number 2 it's on the far side on your screen at receiver. Blake Witten in the slot, and he's out there on the outside. And that's number 9 up at the top. That is Brig Hargett getting a little look here with the varsity at receiver. Ryle looking deep, trying to get it to Hargett. Ooh. Just overthrew it.
Man, that was a good throw by Ryle. Just overshot him.
We haven't seen on offense so far is Daniel Yates,
That's
Chad.
Exactly.
And now,
there he is.
No,
stop.
Did you speak it into existence?
No.
He started to. He thought it was him.
We got 2 number 11s
Now,
tonight.
I think I remember this correctly from watching you guys last week, but Yates is the one that came for baseball. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He's like, I'll try to play football, and now he's.
I think maybe he had played before. I just don't think it was something they expected, right? Like, I don't – he literally decided to come to Brook Hill like the last minute. And so I think he's going to be a center fielder, I think, for the baseball team. And the way he runs, that'll be good for them. But he's going to be a great addition to the football program as well. And good keeper for Ryle, and he makes the right decision there. That's the hardest thing. We talk about you got to make 2 reads there if you're Ryle. You got to decide, am I going to give on the dive or am I going to keep it on the option? And then I got to decide if I'm going to pitch it or not. He played it perfectly there.
Right.
Yeah, in any hesitation, just keep it, right? You don't want to make that mistake. I mean, it's one of those offenses that you can wait till the last minute and make a perfect pitch and be great, or you can just a second hesitation and that pitch is either picked off or you pitched it backwards and it's fumbled, or lots of things can go wrong.
Make that defensive end commit.
maybe I'm the only child in the room, but I still play college football on the Xbox, right? And I never make the right decision. I always pitch it too late.
He said he's with you over here.
Hey, people named Jeremy are just intelligent people. We can't really help it. But, yeah, I'm always pitching that, and I'm always fumbling in there running back for 6. But the reason why I don't win many games. Here we go now, Witten in at quarterback, and another ball on the ground. And, you know, we talked about this early on. You want to make sure that offensively you come here and it's fine-tuning, right? And I think this has not been a stellar first drive for them offensively. However, like we talked about last week, you don't want to have a sloppy drive, but it also kind of refocuses you a little bit too.
It gives you something on film to be able to coach.
Yep.
Right. You don't want it to be perfect. I mean, of course you want perfect.
Well, we want it to be perfect, yeah.
Perfect week 1. You want to be able to coach things off film on Fridays.
Here goes Reeves on the carry, and Reeves with a nice hard run picks up about 8. And
you're seeing right now. You're seeing some more guys getting a little bit of more looks. Different guys out there on the offensive line. You know, different guys at receiver. You know, they're trying to, you know, get their opportunity to get on film, be seen, and get coached up.
So it looks like that's going to do it for the Brook Hill offense here. And we're going to get Troup and Alto. So we'll take just a quick timeout here on that. Oh, let me see. Are we going back on defense? You guys help me out here. I
I'm
haven't
not
really
sure what's
seen
going
nothing
on
yet.
Yeah, we could just take a quick break and then we'll see. I'm not sure that anybody knows what's going on.
Yeah,
yet.
I know Troup knows they're up. I would think it's out. You're not going to go 3 series in a row. We're going to take time out. We'll be back here on NETSN.
Williams fights through the yards, breaks some tackles. Williams still on his feet. Williams breaks another tackle. Here he goes. He's got some blockers. Sam Williams, he ain't going to catch him. Touchdown, God. 59-yard touchdown run on 3rd and 2 for Sam Williams.
Yeah, whoa. They get set early, very quickly here. Play clock down to 3. Dixon gets it off, low snap. Pickram up the middle, and there he goes. Pickram into the secondary. Pickram is going to go. He is gone. Touchdown. Macho steps up in the pocket, and he gets away from one tackler, avoids another tackler, tries to run. He's still on his feet. Camacho's still on his feet. He's still running. Camacho, goodness gracious, he's still going. Camacho, is he going to score? Wow. Touchdown. Quick pass. Bork adjusts and intercepted, and he caught it.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
He's going all the way.
Oh, my God. No,
It's Taylor.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
And a pick 6.
Kind of stalled him out here. Brisbane got Stewart with a little.
Oh, he ran over the defender. A helmet coming off. Holy man.
Quarterback Smith. And Smith's in the gun. He's going to go back to pass. Goes out to his left. He's got a man open. It's Bork again. Caught. Bork breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh. He's still on his feet. He's inside the 10. Touchdown, Arp. What? Here we go. 1st and 10. They're going to throw it outside. They're going to double pass here. Going deep. That's Man Scott. What a catch by Man Scott. It's a one-handed grab. He's going to go almost all the way. Just tackled at the 1. Highlight reel right there for Man Scott. Oh, my goodness, Jason.
I don't think you'll see anything like that.
Woo.
That's not an East Texas highlight reel. That's Sports Center right there.
Man, oh, man. What a catch.
All right, back here on NETSN as Jeremy Hubbard, Chad Grubbs, joined again by Jeremy Diamond now on the air. And Troup and Alto are going at it now for their portion of the scrimmage. And we were kind of talking, man, you know, the intensity in that last series with Alto and Brook Hill was pretty high. Troup and Alto, I don't know that you have a lot of the chirping that maybe we saw early on, but both these two teams getting after it.
Well, and I think it's a little different too, right? Because Alto's on the same sideline as Brook Hill, so it kind of when you walk off the field, you don't have that separation either, right? So it kind of makes it a little different. But yeah, both these teams are going at it again. I think Troup has looked really efficient offensively so far. Man, they just got some guys that can go.
We mentioned the weather changed so much now that the sun has gone down. Beautiful night, by the way. We didn't even know we were in a lightning delay earlier. We didn't know there was no clouds in the sky really, but we were, and we had a little late start here. But just turned out to be a beautiful night as we get ready to start the regular season next week. Now we got a late flag. We got throwing flags everywhere. Let's see if they actually care about them this time. Maybe, I mean, I guess in a scrimmage you're really not worried about it. Right. When we're getting into the live possessions here in a minute, I think that'll make a bigger difference in the way they call it. I have the format, and I think they talked about in this control portion, we're just going to blow it dead, like you said earlier, Jeremy, and go with it. But, you know, it's like I said, you see a lot of officials on the field. We don't always have that many. If you're just watching Texas high school football for the first time, they don't always have 13 officials out there. There's not 3 line judges, although there have been times, Chad, maybe we thought maybe there should be a few more, but you know, they're training new guys. This is what this is for, right? And so these guys are learning now. There's no better place to learn than in a scrimmage, of course. And then when Thursday night games kick off next week, they'll be getting, you know, a full slate of those as well. And Troup, man, they are really running the football well. Alto, and here's the thing. Alto, I thought, did a really good job against the Brook Hill run game, and Troup has had a lot of success.
Yeah. Well, you know, and you were talking about, you know, referees. You know, I did middle school for a long time, and we were lucky to get 3. You know, and you got a guy. You got to get a guy at midfield trying to tell you that's a touchdown or not a touchdown, 50 yards away sometimes. And so, yeah, I think, you know, again, these guys, it's their preseason, coaching them up, getting them ready, and you know, good opportunity for them to get experience, and that way when the lights are on, it's not quite as chaotic.
You would think.
Yeah.
Listen. We talk about officials a lot, and not always in a negative way, and we don't want to be that way because, look, without those guys,
we wouldn't be playing.
We're not playing, right? That's right. And Texas has a shortage of officials already, you know, but just like players and coaches and even broadcasters, you can criticize us if you feel like it, but when you're involved in the game, that's part of it, right? I mean, it's just when you cross the line that you really –
sure.
You got to prevent yourself from doing that.
Well, and again, you know, I think what changed for me as a coach too was actually reffing, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Especially as a basketball coach, right? You see so many things, and then you get on the court, and it's, you know, 20 hands and 20 feet and bodies everywhere, and trying to figure out what you call and what you don't. And right, I mean, it's managing some of that too. And
it's a lot of guessing.
It is.
It really is.
Yeah, you could call holding on every play.
Yeah,
that was a good point.
I'm telling you, this Troup team, guys, they're going to have a good year.
Yeah.
Just from what I've seen tonight. This is a team that's going to do well, and the expectations are high for them already. But you know, expectations are dangerous, right? Because then you got to live up to them. And just from what we've seen so far tonight,
they don't seem scared of them.
They don't seem scared of them. I think they've kind of been building. I think last year they thought they were going to have a little more of a run than they thought, or than they actually had. I think this year. I think, what are they chatting? You may have looked at their top 15 or 16 in Dave Campbell. They're way up there.
Yeah.
And I know they're going to get a lot of love in East Texas, but I think by the time it's all said and done, they'll be getting a lot of love across the state as well. Just if they can continue this. Of course, the caveats out there for everybody, right? You got to stay healthy. You got to have things go your way, obviously. And if they can have that happen, they're going to be in great shape.
Well, and I think we talked about it, you know, with those preseason polls. I mean, there's a lot of really good teams in East Texas, and trying to narrow that down, even with 15 spots, there was still some discrepancy, right?
For sure.
And there were good teams that maybe didn't make our poll, and you know, that's why we play the games, and you know, we're trying to speculate from what we know and what we've heard, and sometimes things change, right? You got injuries that happen early or late in the year, and that changes things. And
preseason polls are tough, right? Anywhere, whether it's ours on NETSN or if it's, you know, college football polls or statewide polls, it's hard because you are basing so much off of, you know, what happened last year, who's coming back, who's not coming back, transfers and all this kind of stuff. So it's hard to do. I actually heard a conversation this morning listening to College Sports Radio on the way to work and I believe it was Roy Philpott was filling in on, and he was talking about this because we've gone to the point now in the society where now we have like EA simulations, like Fox Sports, a reputable group puts out this 50 simulations we did on the college football game and who's going to win the most national championships. And so we're basing it off that. Like, we're so far gone that preseason predictions are so crazy. That's what we're doing. You know, it's just.
And I think you hear from a lot of pundits that they don't even want to put out a poll, right? They're forced to because everybody does it. But honestly, I think they'd probably like to wait till week 4 really to do that so that you have a chance to kind of see what's out there. And it's tough.
Oh, picked off.
Pick.
Yeah. Great job defensively there by Alto. And I was going to say this a minute ago, too, before we got sidetracked. This Troup team, not only can they run the football well, with those 2 outside receivers and the quarterback, really defensively, I don't know how you game plan for them at this point, especially early.
Quarterback's got a big arm. I mean, he doesn't look very big, but he's got a big arm.
All right, here we go. Business time. This Brook Hill offense coming back out. And looks like it's going to be a lot of the same as the first group. Yep, PA will be in there at running back. You'll have
Yates is out there this time.
Yep, Yates at receiver, also number 18 in there. Cody Clark's going to get a little run here at receiver. Bruno is not in there on the offensive line. He's standing back behind it, so that's why Emily Turkinen's in there at right tackle. And really, I'm sure if you're Coach Copeland, Coach Rao right now, you're just wanting to see a little more of a crisp look from your offense than you saw on that first control portion.
Yeah, and I think if you see what you want here, you probably start shuffling, right?
Yeah,
again,
because you're going to get the live possessions in a little bit.
Right.
You're going to want to get them there, but yeah, for the control part, we're getting some other guys some looks here. So Rao with split backs in the backfield. That's Schluter in motion. They reset him, and now on the option, Rao's going to pitch it, and it's not the best pitch. And Enrico tries to gather it up, and I think the ball might have went out of bounds. I don't think anybody jumped on it before it went out of bounds.
Yeah. That was that accidental, intentional batting there at the end, right? I'm trying to scoop it, I promise. If you can't get a hold of it, you might want to knock it out just in case.
And the penalty's better there than them picking it up and running for 6 points.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, the inside linebacker was dreading seeing Sid come out on him. He just drove about 15 yards back.
Yeah.
Those of you –
yeah.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was going to say sometimes discretion, right? Like, all right, you win. You know, sometimes you just got to – it's tough.
For those of you tuning in, maybe haven't watched or heard a lot, it's Schluter on the push now. We got Turkinen's helmet off. Schluter on the catch. If you're just tuning in, haven't watched a lot of Brook Hill football, haven't heard a lot. The left tackle there, number 72, Sidney Rouleau. We call him Sid, obviously. Just a ton of Division I offers, and we're not talking about small Division I offers. We're talking about the I don't know, Chad, you've seen the list. It's the Michigans of the world, the Penn States of the world. Those schools, Alabama in on Sid, and Texas is in on Sid. Yeah. But, man, just when you watch him there, the left tackle, just the footwork is phenomenal. And he's got room to grow. I think it'll be a great year for him to be here. And great job defensively there as they're able to get to PA back there in the backfield.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing, again, you're seeing a little chippiness on the O-line, D-line, right? Guys are fighting for each possession, each play, and it might be a scrimmage, but they're not treating it that way, right? They're not going through the motions like you might see on a third preseason game on the NFL, right? You're not gonna. They're wanting to play and wanting to go, and
they're excited about being able to go full force all next week.
Well, and especially because this week, too, with the heat and things like that, they've backed off probably the physicality in practice. So there's a little aggression you're trying to get out tonight, too. I think that's probably got to be involved here in what's going on. Witten in motion, and Ryle's going to give on the dive that time. And I think that's Reeves that they handed off to. It is. I tell you, if the scrimmages are any indication of the physicality that we're going to get from Brook Hill all year long, it's going to be a fun year.
Yeah, and, you think about –
they're going quick here. I love it. Yep.
You think about games like Regents, that could be Grace, there's going to be some fun games to watch this year.
Well, number 50 for Troup has been in the backfield probably the last 2 or 3 plays. He's got a quick first step. He's kind of shot that gap there, and he's been a menace.
Well, we talked about this last week. these guys are still, they're still trying to, gel together because the 5 of them this is the second time they played live action with each other.
Jeremy Diamond, this is something we talked about a lot last week, and I think you've seen a little bit with basketball, but in football, I think it's so important that these guys don't have known each other just a couple of weeks as Riles' pass is intercepted there at midfield. But these guys have not known each other even for very long, right? So you're a lot of times you spend all summer trying to get a team together, and Brook Hill and Coach Ryle and his staff have to get them together like in a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, it's not the same as having those spring days, right, where a lot of teams have, or you have your two, it's a quick turn, and you're not having that background of we've been together since 7th grade, 8th grade, right? And so you got to change your culture.
And that's where you see Brook Hill's teams start gelling about week
I think it's
4.
I think it's 4 to 5 is when you kind of start to see it click. I think they're ahead of where they usually are. I thought last week they played really well, and I don't think it's a bad thing here. I think you're just seeing some normal trying to figure it all out together things.
Right.
And again, this is a very good Troup team.
No, for sure. No, that's this is not a team that you're concerned about that's playing you this well, right? I mean, this is the top 15 team in Class 3A in Texas. With, by the way, a staff that has been together for a while and players that have been together for a while. They've been building this moment. So you're kind of seeing two different things here. I think 2 very talented teams. One's been together for a while and one's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, Coach Wells has done a great job here at Troup.
Round out and
50 again. There he
telling
is.
you. Yeah.
And I will say, as good as this offensive line is, this Troup defensive line is showing up tonight too. And we're talking about putting things on film. Troup's first few opponents are going to get this film tonight, and they're going to see the way that Brook Hill is able to run the ball in a normal situation. They're going to see what Troup has done to them, and it's going to be, uh-oh.
Yeah, you're gonna have to scheme a way to keep. That you're gonna have to get some more GCs, some more GTs there, and get 50 out of the way. Because if he's going to do that all night, he's going to be a problem. Oh, there you go.
That's one way to slow him down, is to just freeze them there.
Count.
Yeah, and they bought. And that's the thing, right? Like, as a high school kid, or even, we see it all the way through, right? But you make a couple of plays and you get antsier.
Yeah.
And then that's a move a veteran coach makes there to slow it down a little bit, give your guys a chance. Right? I wouldn't be shocked if this were a regular season game, I would see a screen coming, right? If they're getting that much pressure in the backfield, go ahead and invite it in, throw it right behind them, and then that slows that rush down too, right? Those trap blocks, some of those things that you can do that you would do in the regular season that would adjust on a defense that's overly aggressive.
Ryle with that big arm over the middle overthrows Yates. And knowing Copeland and Ryle too, it wouldn't surprise me to see another freeze.
Yeah.
Back-to-back freezes. We've been down that road before, right?
Yes,
we had a middle school game. We froze a team 40 yards down the field. Those coaches they were purple, red. They were so mad. We just boom, and we just walked down the field. It was almost hard not to laugh because it was just so silly, right? But we gained a ton of yards on it, and then you kind of felt cheap doing it, but you're going to take advantage of it.
The things you can get away with in junior high football.
Well, if it's a junior high or JV road game, you can get away with whatever you want to.
Even more.
Yeah. If it's a home game, I got to be by the book. If I'm on the road coaching JV, Chad will vouch for me on this. Things are a little bit different.
White Oak.
Okay, we'll talk about it. When we get a chance here in a minute, Jeremy. We got a story for you about the last time Grubbs and I were together, and we got some late hits going on, and
that was bad. That was 50 taking a cheap shot there on Sid, or it looked like Sid maybe came in. I don't know. It didn't look good. It wasn't smart. Referee, we had an official throw a flag on it, rightfully so.
And kudos to both coaches, right? Because you see all the coaching staffs from both teams jumping in and saying, "Hey, look, that's unacceptable." It's one thing to chirp and be loud and talk, but it's a different to.
Yeah, you don't want to get anybody hurt by a cheap shot, man. It's just, especially, getting ready to go into week 1.
Yeah.
If you can avoid it, that's, I know it's the game of football, and I know you want to get after somebody, but you don't want to hurt somebody.
Right.
And now, if you're the Brook Hill coaching staff, you kind of got to look at, okay, these couple of guys were involved in it a minute ago. We got to keep them out for a second, let them calm down.
Yeah.
You saw some guys that got pulled out a little bit there, and now we're going to let some other guys go. This is a defense, by the way. We don't talk a lot, or we haven't had a lot of chance to talk about this, but, man, Coach Collins, the consistency of being there for so long and being in that system now. And Chad, you can vouch for this. The man is not just he is a master teacher, right? Like just whatever it is he's involved in, he's going to learn it and teach it, and does such a great job as defense. He knows every piece of it inside out, and it shows. And
great job right there.
Yep, that is great play there from Grayson Roselle, an outside linebacker.
Yep.
I believe that's great. No, that's Hayden Watson. Sorry, we got 221. That's Hayden Watson in that inside linebacker spot. And good to see Hayden healthy right now.
Absolutely, and that's what you want. You know, that's key part for your defensive line, right? Is engage on them offensive linemen and let your linebackers go to work, right?
Yep.
And it's always a successful play when the offensive linemen of the other team are looking around going,
yeah, where'd that come from?
Yeah, where'd everybody go? Yeah, when there's 8 guys on the wrong side of you, you know, that line looked confused why there was no one left to block because they were all in the backfield.
Hitches came up and played it perfect.
Great job.
Great job how we do it.
That's Cody Clark again.
That's exactly how you do it.
I believe that's 18. That's Cody.
Yeah, he's keyed well tonight.
Yeah, good for Cody, man. And that's it. You mentioned this earlier, you know, Jeremy, for Chad and I to be able to watch some of these kids that we've seen come through it the last few years, right? Like, and how they've grown as players and as young men or whatever. And Cody's a great example of that.
I mean, last time I was there, he was in middle school, and it's like, you know, he can do it.
Yeah, just
if he wants to do it.
Got to decide he wants to, and he's done that. I see some changes here position-wise. I see Danger Troy playing outside linebacker here, number 28, on the far side of your screen, near side for us, and trying to get a little versatility because they need some depth there as we go through. And a great job there, too. Yeah. Not just him, but also Eli Hall from that defensive end spot. That's number I believe that's Brantley Bruno making that play. Or is that Larry? That's
Larry.
Yeah, that's Larry. Those guys tonight, I have a hard time figuring out. That's Luke Scott over at the end and Larry at the nose, and, man, just a great play.
It's always nice when you get a little meeting at the quarterback, right, and he's still got the ball.
I tell you what's nice is that we can look at all of our big guys, and we don't know which one the one big guy is. We got a bunch of them in there.
That's
we can't figure it out right now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like you said, the front seven so far has done a good job of keeping Alto's offensive line off balance, which has not allowed them to get anything really going here, right, which is a testament to them. And that helps your coverage if it's not perfect. If you can be disruptive, you know, it cures some of those mistakes that might be made early in the season.
Well, and it makes that quarterback start thinking about things a little more, right, when he sees that there's Danger Troy in his face on a screen pass. And a great job there. That's number 12 again. That's Nico Mettinen coming in and making a great play in that safety spot. Safeties, I thought, have played really well, Chad. You know the secondary a lot more than I do, but I think the secondary's played really well in the run game especially.
And that's what, that's what I was talking about earlier. If you can have a safety play in the run game, it solidifies this defense because you basically have an extra hat in the box.
I've heard – I told Coach Collins this week, like, I know a lot about our defense. Couldn't tell you one thing our secondary does just because I never had to worry about it. But I've heard enough conversations, right, like if your safeties can't stop the run – we're hosed. Just not going to work for us, right?
And you want one, and we had one a couple years ago that could come downhill and,
We've had a run of them.
Yeah,
and I think what we've seen tonight from Nico and Cody, I think we may have another set of those guys.
I agree.
So Alto now the 2nd and 10. Of course, I keep looking at the scoreboard like there's a clock, guys. Like I keep reminding myself it's a scrimmage, and we're in the control portion, by the way. We'll have a couple of live possessions here at the end. Danger Troy again, screen pass. And
hey, look, now you got to stay contained.
Yeah, you got to
wrap him up. Hey, great job.
Yep, Hayden Watson. That's a great job. Hey, I love the fact that defensive linemen are out there stringing it out. You just got to hold on to him. But Hayden, as everything shifted, Hayden able to get back and make a nice stop.
Well, you see plays like that with an athletic team like Alto. A busted play like that could go for 90.
Yeah.
You just got to stay under control as a defensive unit. And be where you're supposed to be, because if you over pursue that right there, he could have been out the back door and been gone.
Yeah, it wouldn't go well. So 3rd and 20.
Big Sid in.
Oh, boy. And Edward Park here on defense. My man Edward also, I believe that's Edward. He wore 8 last week. He got some regular colored shoes tonight. He had those neon yellow ones on last week.
That's what he got on again.
Oh, yeah, they are. Just
They got a little harder
trying to
tell 'cause
match
the
in that
sun went
green.
down,
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun messed with my eyes, I guess. It's still not working. But Edward, man, at the top of your screen, number 8, is going to make some great plays. He's super quick. There he goes.
He's getting
and
held.
Don't worry.
Golly.
The referee's not going to call a hold. They never do. And quarterback runs out of bounds.
Yeah, it was.
I love Coach Brewer.
Coaching him up
Yeah.
right there.
You know, that's one of those things as a coach you always like to say, like, well, don't get held. Okay, well.
Yeah, coach.
I'm getting held, Coach. I'm getting held. Well, don't get held.
Yeah, Coach.
I've yelled that.
I know you have.
Double club, right? He's saying, club those arms off. He's like, Coach, they were 4.
Yeah, you ain't got enough clubs for that.
That's right.
You know, I feel bad because I probably yelled that at Edward a time or two last year. Coach, they're holding. I know. Don't get held. Easier said than done.
Absolutely.
In that situation.
If you were a step quicker, they wouldn't have got a hold of you, right? And he's like, Coach, I was in the backfield really early.
Honestly, he had a good first step.
He
I
did.
thought.
He did.
I thought it was a great move, and I think it was such a good move they had to hold him.
Yeah, it was the guard tackle sandwich there, right?
Oh, Edward, that's another kid I want to see do really well this year for sure for this group.
Great job staying flat down the line.
Eli Hall.
Yeah,
You know,
he didn't get deeper in the ball. We talked about that earlier, right? You get yourself in trouble in a gap defense if you get deeper than the ball, you leave space, and he did a good job collapsing flat. And
I don't want to brag on myself because it has nothing to do with me, but I remember at the beginning of last season, we had a sit-down conversation, me and Coach Rowell did with Eli, and said, going into his junior year last year, we said, hey, look, we could really use you on the defensive front. We just need to know that you're going to buy in and do those things. And guess what? He has done those things. And last year had a really good year. He's off to a good start. I know Coach Rowell told me, he said, you'd be proud of Eli because Big Sid, as good as he is, has had fits trying to block Eli in practice. Because Eli and Edward, when they're at those end positions, they are so stinking quick.
Yeah.
You know, what do you do?
And again, you love that, right, for Sid,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you love it for both ways because it's going to make both guys better. And, that's all you can ask for in those situations.
There's
Bubble
Eli
action.
again in the backfield.
Run that halo. They ran that stack out there and just ran the bubble with the back.
Yeah, I think if you're Alto, you got to be jumping on 11 going, buddy, listen, you got to get one of those two guys, right? I think he missed the block a couple times on that and then it's tough when you don't make a clean catch, right? You kind of double whammy yourself there. Good pursuit by Brook Hill again. And
a little more physical there at the end. And here's what's happening. Now the younger guys, the other guys, they're all feeding off each other, right? Like, okay, if we're going to chirp, we're going to chirp. And so I think a lot like last week, Chad, both coaches or all three coaches think, okay, let's just get out of here. Let's finish this thing up. Everybody healthy and none of the other stuff. I might have to ask Coach Jordan about that tomorrow. It looked like Coach Jordan got pushed in that little shove there. So 3rd and about 13 here for Alto. A little play action, and the pass is a little short. And even if he catches it there, he's covered up as Isaac Lundqvist over there in coverage from that outside linebacker spot for Brook Hill.
If I'm looking at it from an offensive perspective, I'm wondering why we're going away from 11, who's about 6'10", and he's got a corner on him that might be to his elbow, right? And you need 13. Like, that's Fade City right there, right? And I mean, and maybe that's a credit to Brook Hill's defense again, but you got to try something, I think, there versus a rollout and throwing it 3 yards. I don't know. And again, you're probably not trying to show everything, but no one's going to look at that kid that's that tall and go, "Oh, they probably won't ever throw him a fade."
Yeah.
Well,
he's going to get it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just from looking at. I mean, Alto. This is not a knock on Alto. I just think that it has been. I think the level of physical play by the defensive front of Brook Hill has made them feel like they don't have the time to do that. Right.
True.
I think it's just. I think it's a situational thing because they've thrown it down the field some against Troup.
Hey,
well,
there's
thanks,
post.
Jeremy, for bringing that up. But, there you go. They had the time and they made the pass.
Yeah. Somebody snuck in and is listening to our broadcast.
Well, we're thankful for the Alto coaches listening to the broadcast tonight. We appreciate that.
Yeah. That's that announcer's jinx, right? Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at a guy that tall going, why wouldn't you try to get something there? And they did. But again, a good finish on that. You gave up some yardage, but didn't give up the big play when you needed to. And
again, just like in the last section of plays, they took a shot last play and hit it big.
Sure.
You know, but we talk about it all the time. It's something you get on film, and those guys you can coach them up on how to play that deep ball.
So Troup and Alto are about to head back in action here, so we'll use that as a chance to take a break. We'll be right back here on NETSN. We're watching Brook Hill football.
Struggling with mobility, chronic pain, work, or sports injury? At Azalea Orthopedics, our team of highly trained physicians specialize in complete orthopedic care, pain management, sports medicine, physical medicine, and rehabilitation. If you've sustained a bone or joint injury, have mobility or movement problems, struggle with pain, contact Azalea Orthopedics. We're conveniently located across East Texas, serving 18 counties. When visiting your doctor, urgent care, or hospital, you have a choice. Demand Azalea. At Azalea Orthopedics, your health is our priority.
Williams fights through the yards, breaks some tackles. Williams still on his feet. Williams breaks another tackle. Here he goes. He's got some blockers. Sam Williams, he ain't going to catch him. Touchdown, God. 59-yard touchdown run on 3rd and 2 for Sam Williams.
Yeah, whoa. They get set early, very quickly here. Play clock down to 3. Dixon gets it off, low snap. Pickram up the middle, and there he goes. Pickram into the secondary. Pickram is going to go. He is gone. Touchdown. Macho steps up in the pocket, and he gets away from one tackler, avoids another tackler, tries to run. He's still on his feet. Camacho's still on his feet. He's still running. Camacho, goodness gracious, he's still going. Camacho, is he going to score? Wow. Touchdown. Quick pass. Bork adjusts and intercepted, and he caught it.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
He's going all the way.
Oh, my God. No,
It's Taylor.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
And a pick six.
Kind of stalled him out here. Brisbane got Stewart with a little.
Oh, he ran over the defender. A helmet coming off. Holy man.
Quarterback Smith. And Smith's in the gun. He's going to go back to pass. Goes out to his left. He's got a man open. It's Bork again. Caught. Bork breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh. He's still on his feet. He's inside the 10. Touchdown, Arp. What? Here we go. 1st and 10. They're going to throw it outside. They're going to double pass here. Going deep. That's Man Scott. What a catch by Man Scott. It's a one-handed grab. He's going to go almost all the way. Just tackled at the 1. Highlight reel right there for Man Scott. Oh, my goodness, Jason.
I don't think you'll see anything like that.
Woo.
That's not an East Texas highlight reel. That's Sports Center right there.
Man, man, oh, man. What a catch.
All right, back here at Troup High School as Troup and Alto are out there, and we're getting close to the end of the controlled portion of the scrimmage, and they were going to play it was going to be 3 total live quarters, and they kind of backed off of that for timing's sake. I mean, it's already close to 9 o'clock on Thursday night, and so they'll go, I think, a couple possessions each is what I've been told, which will speed things up a little bit. But it's been a great night here, and of course, Chad with me tonight again. Jeremy Diamond here with us also. Brett's been with us, and he's monitoring everything going on across East Texas. He was here to help us get all set up and off the ground and make sure everything's going. Jeremy, your dad over there on the camera as well.
Yeah.
I wasn't here. I don't know who the second camera guy is. I know we're working with multiple
got Calvin up there as well.
Okay, Calvin's up there. And so, man, kind of like we're talking about, it's the officials are required to be at scrimmages. The NETSN crew has been out and about, and the last 2 weeks, a bunch of scrimmage action and a bunch of guys have been involved, and raring to go for a great season that kicks off with NETSN next Thursday with 4 games, I believe, is what we have on tap for next Thursday. And so that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, Brett and I will be out Thursday and Friday. And then I think, we got Larry down in the
Jaren's going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah,
Jaren's pulling off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, huh?
Yeah, Jaren's pulling the holy triple. Yeah,
It's fitting for that guy, I guess.
Yeah, he's got the Trinity as a youth pastor. He needs to get those in, and yeah, so it's it's an exciting time of the year, and again, we get to see in the next couple weeks how right or wrong our polls work, and our pick'ems and those things, right, and we get to have those discussions, and again, it's just I love the fact that we get to showcase high school athletes for the amount of time they put in. A lot of people don't see that, right? We know because we've seen it on the other side as coaches. But man, these guys put in a ton of work, and not only that, they're student athletes. They're going to class. They're having to keep their grades up. There's so much that goes into these games that gets missed. You've got band, you've got cheer, right? They've got all these kids making Friday nights happen, and then the coaches and the staff that make it possible as well.
And it is a credit to. We talk a lot about how many people are watching our games and those things. I think the majority of our views, I think at this scrimmage right now, we're at about 760 for the night. It'll double tomorrow because all these kids are going to go home and watch themselves, right? Yeah. That's the coolest thing about NETSN, in my opinion. I said this earlier before the varsity group started. To be able to do this for free for these kids, Chad has just met Brett recently, but Jeremy, you know Brett, and I know Brett long enough to know that his heart in this was for every kid. It wasn't for any other reason. It's free. It's not to make money. Now, there are costs involved. So, once again, I will say, if you're a supporter of what we're doing here at NETSN, please reach out to NETSN and help those guys with what they're doing there. Your business can be sponsor different things or be a part of that. But, for the kids to get to go home and watch this, I told this story last week to Chad and to Jaron and Jeremy. But, I know last year on Friday nights, we get done with the Brook Hill game, we'd get home no matter what time it was, and my son, obviously being a senior last year, we sat down and watched it again right away, and it's that important to them to get to do that. I don't know how many, they have Huddle, and they make highlight clips out of Huddle, but I don't know how many times I see the NETSN clip on social media, right, of not just the play, but getting their name called. Huddle's one thing, right, but now I can go on NETSN and hear my name called, and you can hear that on Instagram, right, because you're a guy, right, the girls love to hear your name called, right? That's what they're trying to do.
That's right. It's all about the clicks.
It is about the clicks. So support NETSN. The app is free. The YouTube channel is free. 100 games right about broadcast live during the regular season this year, and then that's not even counting the playoffs, where I bet it's, if not 25, it's more in the playoffs, especially adding crews. You mentioned earlier, Jeremy, 4 full-time crews covering schools this year. White House, Brook Hill, of course, Big Sandy, Carlisle. Every week you'll get those 4 schools. And Center. Yeah. I can't forget about my Southeast Texas, or my southern portion, guys.
They're deep Piney Woods.
Down there in the Piney Woods. NETSN South. Is it really NETSN if it's in the South? I don't know. It's like.
Well, they're at the southern end of it.
It's Southern Northeast Texas Sports Network. We'll throw an S in there.
Is that like your west southwest, right, where people get confused which way they turn? Yeah.
Like those Oklahoma schools.
Yeah.
Always a directional.
And that doesn't help me any. But check all that out. It's going to be a blast this year on NETSN. Just in addition to great quality of production, honestly, just a great group of guys you'll have a fun time hanging out with, and kind of get. And that's other than Brook Hill guys, we'll figure it out. But no, seriously, just a great time throughout the year to get to experience what these kids are doing and be a part of it. Not just in football. Football's what we're talking about now, but of course, I think last year, Brett may know off the top of his head how many basketball broadcasts there were last year, but there were a ton. I mean, it's probably, I would agree, probably close to 100, if not more. And as a coach, I tell Brett this all the time, I'm fortunate as a coach, right, to have Brett come in and follow our team during basketball season and be a part of that for our kids, and for me to be able to go home and watch it. And, it's really special what goes on here. And so make sure and support that and tune in all year long.
I got to jump in like we talked about with the Brook Hill. Before Brett and I have kind of talked for a couple of years and it just never quite worked. And so I try to make a point of penciling off my Tuesday nights. And man, I was like, okay, Lord, like if I get to do this, like I want to love it, right? Like I don't want to do it and love it, and not get to do it, and then I don't want to not like it. Man, I've had a blast. I mean, again, you get even as a broadcaster, you get to develop a relationship with players. You get to know them. You get to hear their stories. And that's what we get to do. We kind of take a moment of time to tell a story about these kids and where they're coming from and where their families are from. And we get to highlight what they do. And like you said, businesses, right? It's a partnership. those local businesses, we're gonna have you as a commercial. We're gonna get a chance, and again, those families that are tuned in can see who sponsors, right? I mean, it's kind of that reciprocal thing, and so you as a business get to allow us to do what we do so that these kids and their families can watch them play.
Well, and I've always said this about high school athletics in general. People notice who supports high school athletics. It's important that you do that. Okay, the Brook Hill defense back out there, and I think this is probably the last possession of the control portion just based on how many times we've been out there. I think the offense will go one more time as well. Some new faces out there. Our man number 80, Marcelo, is in there at the nose for Brook Hill on defense here. And Troup going to run the football, and a great job there. Yeah, that's a great play right off the bat.
16.
That's Reese Barter making the stop. I'd say that, the defensive line in this defense doesn't get a lot of the credit a lot of times. Like, they're not going to make the plays. They just do and if they do their job, then the linebackers make their plays, right? But every once in a while, like what Reese just did, we catch the slant the right way, the right offense against us, and you get a chance to make a play, and he did that right there.
Well, and you talked about the nose tackle. He took on a double team, kept his linebackers clean, right? So he held up and wouldn't let that guard slip off and make that block on that second level either. So even if that play hadn't been made, there would have been help, right?
For sure.
And so I think that's important too, and they don't get the credit for that sometimes. Coaches notice.
Another run play there. Trying to this window situation, by the way. It's nice and cool in here now, but it's
getting a little hazy.
It's made it where we're having a hard time seeing here. Yeah,
that hot air.
Well, okay, fair enough. All right, so
my side's perfect.
Yeah, just the spot in front of me that seems to be okay, whatever. You guys are teaming up now. It's not funny. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 now for Troup. Ball at the 42. This defense trying to continue what I feel like has been a very good night for them overall. As you mentioned earlier, Chad, not perfect, but still good enough that you're happy to see what you've seen and stuff to work on.
Yeah. Gives them that film work for tomorrow.
You almost don't want it to be perfect tonight,
that's
right?
What we're talking about, yeah.
Because if it is, then it's like you kind of get this air about yourself and work, and you don't maybe get the work you would.
But, also going into next week, now coaches are fixing to put some work in.
Yeah.
And they're going to know what those guys are fixing to run next week.
Ooh.
And they're going to be dialed in. They're going to know their top plays. They're going to know their top formations. It's work week now. It's almost here.
Man. Jeremy, Chad, and I were part of this staff a few years back during COVID. We were getting ready to play Brownsboro in week 1, and we spent one of those classic week 1 work weeks getting ready. Hours on Saturday. Remember this, Chad? Mm-hmm. We spent hours on Saturday. Another few hours on Sunday. We were as ready for Brownsboro as we could ever have been, and they got COVID, and we didn't play the game.
Ugh.
That was brutal. We were not happy on Monday when Rao came in on Monday afternoon and said, hey, by the way, Brownsboro's out. And we were like, well, we might quit
Throw that
too.
game plan away.
Yeah, that was the best one we've had in a long time. Yeah, it was a work of art.
Man, I did it so long ago, back when Coach Owens was at Tyler Legacy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we had to travel one night all the way to Abilene to scout. And we get to Abilene. It was a Legacy dead week. And we sit down, and Coach Owens walked in. And I was like, oh, I think we just came out here for nothing. And so we spent the night scouting and drove back. And we had a rental car. I mean, it was so far. They gave us a rental car to use. But, man, that was a long night. I think we got back about 2:30, 3 in the morning. And
did you at least get Mary's when you went through Strong?
We didn't. We didn't.
Oh,
we blew it. Yeah. There was some good press box food. I'll give them the credit for there. They fed us well there, Some of those places you get to, they got, we used to spend a lot of time at the Rockwall area. They've got a good spread up there.
Corsicana.
Yeah, Mesquite has a pretty good, the Mesquite schools, both stadiums they use are great as well.
It kind of gets funny how you start judging where you want to take games at, right? Brett and I were in some places, I won't mention it last year, but we had a doubleheader there, and we expected the food to be a little bit better than it was, but it worked out. Brett and I a couple years ago pulled off a a rare feat. Remember this, Brett? We did the day-night doubleheader in different locations. So the first one was at Rose.
And then y'all went to Longview?
And then we went to Hallsville.
Yeah.
Okay. So, no, we were at Rose for Garrison and Cooper, and then we went over to Hallsville for West Rusk Dangerfield. Yeah. And we gave ourselves about a 2-hour window to get there and be set up. And fortunately, we went to Hallsville a couple times in that little stretch, and the Hallsville people took care of us food-wise.
Did you take the elevator?
Yeah, you have to there, man. Yeah.
I'll tell you the one that you want to take the elevator is Texas High. If you've never been there, it feels like a vertical cliff when you're walking that thing. It is.
Well, I'm gonna put my name on the Do Not Send Me to Texas High list then.
It's a beautiful stadium. It's been a few years since I was there, but they had grass still on the field, and it was gorgeous. Yeah. But it is a steep, long climb to the top of that.
You might as well go to Texas High. You're Redwater. You're almost there.
Yeah, we go to Redwater next week. Yeah, we're close.
It's not
far. At least I won't have to drive a 40-passenger bus there like I did last year, because I'm going to tell you something. Nope.
Yeah,
don't want to do that again. Going there wasn't bad. Daytime, right? Nighttime, everybody's asleep. It stinks, right? You ever driven a JV bus on the way home for 2 hours, buddy? Yeah. Those are the greatest smelling things in the world.
And then you're exhausted because you've given all that energy in the game, right? So it's like, I mean, you've taught probably all day or at least part of the day, and then right? I mean, it's a long day. We used to do the Lufkin trip with middle schoolers, man, and it was the same thing. We finally just said we can't drive this trip. It's just not a good idea. Coaching, B team, A team, B team. We coached 4 games in a row, and then try to drive a bus back home was just too much.
Well, I laugh when you start talking about Metroplex schools, and they're like, we don't want to leave the Metroplex. We don't want to drive too far. Like, they think driving from Fort Worth to Dallas is too much. And I'm like, okay, come to East Texas. You're talking about Tyler to Lufkin with middle school kids. No thanks.
Yeah. And I think one year we did it 3 times. It was one of those years where we drew the short straw. And I don't think they came to us once at Hubbard, but we went there repeatedly.
Oh.
It got to be where we had the route memorized. You didn't have to look it up or anything. You just knew.
The bus just knew where to turn.
Yeah, exactly. And they were tough teams, too. That middle school, it's one middle school,
right?
About 1,600 kids in it. And so you were in for a haul.
So Witten in at quarterback now for the Guard on offense. And he's going to give the ball off there. I believe that is Michael Reeves again.
Yeah. Jeez, they are going at it, boy. .74.
That's Brantley Bruno over there. It's been physical all night. I love it.
Yeah. That's one thing you can't coach, right? You can coach enthusiasm and stuff like that, but to be able to go and be able to just turn it on and play hard, it's hard to coach that.
Yeah, I think you'd rather dial them back a little bit than try to amp them up, right? It's hard to do the other way.
It's a good problem to have at this point. Witten on the handoff again, gives it to Reeves. In motion, there's number 30, Liam Zandomini, one of our Austrian students, sophomore. Getting a little work here with the offense.
I thought Reeves did a better job that time getting north-south. I think the play before he got a little bit too east-west and kind of hurt himself a little bit. That time he had a good momentum coming downhill and got a little bit more yardage.
I agree.
That's a hard thing for a running back. They see those guys on Saturdays and Sundays making moves and getting outside. Yeah. Just plant your foot, get north and south, and gain yards.
So 3rd and about 4 here, and Witten takes snap, quick pitch over, and got a flag on a play. Reeves, once again, it's another good hard run for Michael. And he gets the first down, and my man Bruno has planted a linebacker about 20 yards downfield.
I'm not sure he knows where he's at. That poor kid just got blocked so far. He almost got to the next county.
And, here's the dangerous part. So one of you guys mentioned, I don't remember which one it was, mentioned it earlier, but these guys are sharing a sideline, too.
Yeah.
That could be a deadly mix.
I think it was a guy that played earlier on the JV. He was getting a little varsity time there, and I think he said, well, on second thought.
So now Reeves did get the first down on the carry. Not sure what the flag was. They're not really even signaling it at this point. First and 10. Witten. Hands off again. That's Reeves again. Another good hard carry for Michael.
Well, we talked about it, right? You get 4 yards of play, you're going to be on the ball a lot, and then your defense doesn't have to work as hard, right? I mean, sometimes your best defense is just controlling the ball on offense and keeping it out of the other team's hand. And so if you can be effective in doing that, that shortens the game, right? Take possessions away.
And I don't want to tell Alto this, but that's freshman center in there, Jackson Schluter, who was giving those guys the business that time. We got Cade Reed in there now on the offensive line for Brook Hill. Larson Morris in there at left guard.
Danger in there at tight end.
Danger at tight end. So we're getting some guys some varsity snaps here at the end of the control portion of the scrimmage.
Nice.
Oh, what a run.
Yep. Well, and the pitch, we talked about pitch relationship early. That was not the best. I think that was an illegal forward pass, but we'll let it go.
Yeah. Well, and it's a little foggy in here like we talked about. I almost thought that the back on the dive had the ball, and I was like, man, he shot through clean. And then I was like, that was too easy. That was a little too easy. They got me for a second there. Again, I'm looking through a little bit of a haze, but.
So 3rd and 4 now for Brook Hill. I would open your window, Jeremy. I couldn't get that one open.
Yeah, I don't know that it'll. Not sure we'll have any luck.
Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Don't let our camera. Yeah, hey, look at us. Now we're dangerous.
Got a little something here.
We know just enough to make us dangerous up here.
That's
Witten now. 3rd and 4. Quick screen pass over the far side. That's Body. And Body's got enough for the first down.
There you go. Like that fight there. Yeah. Don't go down easy. Make them work. I like that.
Well, and the good thing about it, he got north and south, right?
Yeah.
He did not try to juke the guy and move all over the place. He caught the ball and got upfield.
And like you said, I mean, it's so hard to fight that because these kids watch SportsCenter. They watch you watch X, right? You look at Instagram, you look at whatever, and you're only seeing that one highlight play, not the other 15 carries, right? You see the one bounce, and so in their mind, it's always bounce, right? And so I think that's a hard thing to fight. And so when you can get a kid to realize that the occasional bounce is much more effective than the always bounce, right?
Yep. You try to teach them to stay as tight as you can until you need to move. That one move is effective. Another
good run.
Good hard run there. That's Andreas, I believe, on the run for Brook Hill, number 6.
Good run and a good pop on by the safety there at the end of that run.
Andreas, sophomore from Guatemala. I'm really impressed now with this young group here on offense. And
the ball.
Alto's playing some young guys too, but hey, it's still if you're a freshman and you're in the varsity portion, you know it's a varsity portion no matter who's over there, right? Your brain's working at a whole different level.
And again, your job is to win against the guy they put in front of you, no matter who it is.
So now it looks like Isaac Lundqvist is in at quarterback now for Brook Hill. And Isaac looking to throw. Good ball.
Oh, P.I.
Yeah, there we go. That was Zach Kemple he was trying to get it to there. And
yeah, there was a mugging. I think he took his keys in his wallet, left him on the field just down and dirty.
And the thing is, honestly, Hempel kind of lost his footing there too right before that. He did it because he was getting beat, but he didn't. He ultimately he's going to watch that tomorrow and be like, I probably didn't have to do that because he fell right then.
It's that panic moment, right? Oh, he's beat me. I'm gonna pull him down.
Okay, so looks like we're let's see what we're getting ready to do here. I think we're probably going. So normally, right in a scrimmage, you would get two. You get live quarters here, and I think what we're doing instead of live quarters is we're going to get, from talking to Coach Rowell, it's going to be just live possessions, and we'll see if that's what we're at now. Look at the format and see who's last. Let's see what we got.
Looks like Troup and Alto are going to start, looks like, Jeremy, because
coaches are out there. It looks like This is Troup and Alto. It could be that they're going to be first in the live quarter, or the live possession. So it could be the live possession, but you wouldn't think the coaches would be out there for that.
Well, maybe they're just talking them up a little bit. I don't know.
Alto coaches are leaving. So
they're leaving the side. They're going back to the sideline. So Troup they're just kind of getting in some last-minute instructions, maybe.
Yeah, why not? So, well, I don't know, Brett. I'm a little confused here too. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll regroup, and we'll figure out what's going on here. We'll be back here. You're watching Brook Hill football on NETSN.
Struggling with mobility, chronic pain, work, or sports injury? At Azalea Orthopedics, our team of highly trained physicians specialize in complete orthopedic care, pain management, sports medicine, physical medicine, and rehabilitation. If you've sustained a bone or joint injury, have mobility or movement problems, struggle with pain, contact Azalea Orthopedics. We're conveniently located across East Texas, serving 18 counties. When visiting your doctor, urgent care, or hospital, you have a choice. Demand Azalea. At Azalea Orthopedics, your health is our priority.
This is where legends rise and moments are made.
They're still on his feet. Come on, still on his feet.
From the buzzer beaters to the game winners, we bring you the action. Raw, real, relentless. We cover every angle, every story. From the streets to the stadiums,
We're going all the way.
your favorite athletes, your teams,
Ford breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh.
your passion, all in one place. New games, live shows.
Here he goes. He's got some blockers.
This is the future of sports media.
There he goes. Quick grip into the secondary.
This isn't just a network. This is a movement.
Ooh, oh, he ran over the filter.
Welcome to NETSN. Game on.
Back here on NETSN, Jeremy Hubbard joined alongside with Chad Grubbs. Jeremy Diamond's been with us as well, and now joined again by Mr. NETSN, Brett Swinney. Brett, what you thought about tonight so far?
Man, it's been real physical. Y'all have talked about it a lot, but these three teams are ready to go next week. I don't think they're going to – if they can keep this physicality and toughness and they roll it over the next week, I think they're going to be in good shape. I've seen a lot of good plays, but, obviously a few not so good, but it's the second scrimmage, I think and we've talked about it a lot, Troup and Alto, they've got a lot of their guys that they've worked all summer with. Brook Hill, I think these are even more important moments for them just because of the boarding students not getting here and not being able to work out with the rest of the guys. I mean, they got some leaders on the team back, but, a big senior class departing. I mean, it was 16 seniors.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot for one group, and it wasn't just guys that didn't play. There was a lot of key pieces
for sure
that graduated. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they do. And you get those first 2 or 3 games in, and then you guys take the week off, right? Or is it 2 weeks and then a week off?
2 weeks and then a week off, and then wrap up with the non-district schedule with Carlisle, and then Austin Regions.
You jump right in. I mean, that's the part of the schedule. I mean, you're going to start heavy. Those first 3 games in district are going to be key because it worked out the way last year, as those 3 games were the 3 other opponents that actually won or made it to the playoffs. So you don't want to be 4th. We found that out last year.
Yeah.
You do not want to be 4th in you guys' district. I mean, it's Fort Worth All Saints. They're tough. And so you want to avoid them if possible in that first round, especially you have to go to their place. That's just a tough place to go play.
Well, you mentioned it. The first 3 games really set the standard and set the tone for you, right, for how the rest of the year goes, Chad. I mean, one of those games on the road, fortunately, Grace and Hyde Park both at home, and we both know that Harrington can be a tough place for opponents to play sometimes, right? But you know, I think that the non-district schedule prepares you for that. Frisco Legacy is a very good football team that we'll see in the Warrior Bowl in week 2. Carlisle will be, you know, a quality football team. They're going to be better than they have been, and you just have to find a way. You want to make sure that you're clicking on all cylinders when we go down to regions.
Right. Yeah.
That first week.
You know, one, it's, you know, you got to travel all the way down there for your first district ball game.
And it's not in Austin, by the way.
No.
It's west of Austin. It's out there.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to make that trip last year, so
Did not. Yeah, thanks.
You're in this year.
Yeah, appreciate that. You're
Hey,
up.
I'll tell you what, though, the Hyde Park one, you probably would rather go to Regions. The Hyde Park, their field is, you know, in that baseball field.
Yeah.
But you had to take everything up one by one on the top of the press box. That's where we had to set up. I don't know if you noticed that where we set up last year.
I did not notice that.
So we had to climb the back of the press box up, and you had to bring things individually. Now, there's no bringing the kit up all at once. So,
we might have done it field level.
Yeah, we might. Yeah. I think I'm just going to carry a table with me in case of that I have to do a lot of climbing. In those situations, I'll let the camera guy climb, but the play-by-play guy is going to sit in the stands.
We were all up there, and a great view once you got up there. But it was a tough week. In that game, you know, almost gave that one away. You know, we had 3 touchdowns up there, I think, in one part of the game, and then comes down to a attempt at a 2-point conversion. Didn't go. That was an interesting way to win that one. And of course, you know, it became an important one later. So
yeah.
But
and then week 2 of district. I mean, you can throw that. You can throw rankings. You can throw records. You can throw everything out the window when Grace and Brook Hill.
And it really was.
Other.
I mean, honestly, calling that game, you know, I had who I had in the booth with me. It was probably Jaron's fault. You know, he had the Grace guy in the booth with me. You know, I'll blame him. But I mean, Grace took advantage of opportune plays in the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
They did. But Brook Hill controlled most of that game, and just didn't go Brook Hill's way. So you open up 0-2. It's a tough way.
It puts you in a tough spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I expect the district to be tough again. I think there's a good touchdown pass there for the Tigers. But it is it's a tough district to play in, right? It is just the travel makes it difficult on teams, right? The level of play at the top makes it tough. Brentwood's going to be better this year than they were last year. You know, Grace Prep always has athletes. Bishop Dunn, you know, they 10 years ago, you wouldn't want any of Bishop Dunn, right? I mean, they were Division I factory, it felt like at the time. And, of course, things changed there. But I don't think there's just any gimme week in there. I think just so many factors make it to where you have to be, no pun intended, you have to be on guard every week. Yeah, you have to be ready to go.
Yeah, it definitely is. Getting to see that district last year, you know, we went from a district that was travel, but not Austin travel, and so I think that's huge. And this year, making that trek twice is going to be big. They're going to have to go down there, and they're both, you know, games they need to compete in now. Regents is kind of the number 1 horse in the district, so you go down there week 1 and at least compete, give them a game, and see what happens. Right, keep it close, see what happens. I mean, we were kind of had an advantage.
Yeah, we were
in
the game,
and you know, halfway through that. Was that Emily's when he get injured that game?
Emily's game. He got injured.
And that kind of just took the air out of the stadium. I mean, it was a gruesome injury, and glad he's back playing this year. But I think it was kind of the testament the way it went. I mean, you had lots of injuries last year that kind of hurt, I guess, the depth that you guys had.
So Brook Hill's offense back on the field. And we are, by the way, we're not in the controlled portion, or we're still in the controlled portion. This is the last set of the 2s on offense and defense for Brook Hill. So we'll have this series, one more series, and we'll get what we're calling, it's the live portion of the scrimmage, but it's really just going to be 2 live possessions for each team is what I've been told is going to happen tonight, because we have been at this now for 3.5 hours almost.
Hey, we're trying to top last week, I guess. How long were y'all in it last week?
Well, at least it was Friday night last week.
Yeah, it's a kind of a bummer. Have to go to work tomorrow.
Well, you talk about district. you got realignment next year too. So the big question is, does the district stay the same?
Man, we're way down a rabbit hole here, but I think that just from when you look at numbers, Brook Hill almost wants the district to stay the same, because I think based on what could happen if you were to shift, now you're going to Lubbock and Midland.
Oh gosh.
I think that unfortunately for Brook Hill, and even for Grace, we'll say unfortunate for them, whatever. You're in a no-win situation in TAPS 5A in East Texas, because
it's just
you're
us.
going to have to travel. And, I think in football the travel is not as much of an issue, right? Like
It's one
time. I think the other sports is where it's really a problem.
Well, but you did the one time for basketball, did the tournament.
Yeah, but I'll say this as a basketball coach. Look, the best option for us because of the travel is to play one time and have the district tournament. But as a coach, I don't really like it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would rather play the double round robin. 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we were other district, we did the tournament idea. We played one round, played a district tournament. The coaches got together next year and said, hey, I don't care what we got to do, let's play it. And we double round robin. We're not doing that because of travel, because here's the truth. Like, all these schools went to TAPS and said, look, we don't like the travel. Can we change the district? And TAPS said no. Well, ultimately, if you're asking TAPS to change the district based on travel, you very well can't go in and double up and travel twice, right? So we're kind of a no-win situation. I think ultimately for realignment in the spring when it comes out in February or March, I think ultimately what to look out for in TAPS for Brook Hill is who moves up to 6A and who moves back down to 4A. We're obviously going to be in 5A. We're in that range, and we'll be there unless we were to really grow. But what teams does Fort Worth All Saints go back to 6A? Does Midland Christian go back to 6A? And if those schools go back up to 6A, then I think you get Brook Hill pushed back north again, right? Because the number of schools in the north is going to be a lot less. So that's an interesting thing that's going to happen in the spring, and we'll all be looking out for that. UIL realignment is obviously a big deal, but for the most part in UIL, you kind of know where you're going to be, right? You can kind of in TAPS. I'm telling you, if you would have ever told me we were going to be in a district with Austin Regents and Hyde Park and Brentwood, ever. Oh, and also, by the way, you're also in it with Grace Prep and Bishop Dunn.
It's like a triangle. You got 2 in Dallas, Fort Worth. You got the 3 in Austin, and the 2 here in the the Tyler area.
So that's kind of the bad thing. Like I said, it is what it is, right? Like you don't really have a lot of places to go, and the alternatives are probably not better, honestly.
Did you guys see that? Is this true that they're going to the 2-minute timeout now? Did y'all see that?
I heard that conversation. I don't even know if it's confirmed or not, but I have heard that conversation go on with different people.
Yeah.
I think it's probably. I don't know that it really matters one way or the other. I don't know.
It could make the difference in a game at the end of the game, I guess. You get that extra timeout.
Right.
Well, here's the thing about timeouts. You don't really need them.
Oh, here we go.
You're talking to a guy that never calls them. But, here's the thing. Yes, it does change how you call the game at the end, right? If you're the coach, it changes clock management in football. It changes all those things for sure. And so I don't think it's a bad thing. Coaching JV 2 years ago with a young coach that actually Fisher Bass, who used to play at Brook Hill. He was my assistant on the JV, and we were playing. Actually, I think it was honestly, I'll be honest, last year it was at Redwater. We get ready to get the 2-minute warning in the first half, and the guy calls the 2-minute warning, and I thought, well, that's not real. That's not a thing. And so we get to the second half. It's a close game, and we have the ball, and Fisher's like, hey, I'm going to call a timeout, and I was like, no, just wait, because the guy's going to call the 2-minute warning again. And he did.
Oh,
so
my God.
We got that fourth timeout in the second half. So it does change how you obviously call the game at the end, right? But, I don't think it hurts to do it for sure.
I mean, I think you should probably petition for the rule where timeouts carry over. And you could have like 250 timeouts in your pocket.
Hey, I think kind of like sick days at work. If you don't use them, you ought to get paid for them. I could double my salary on one basketball season. I don't know, Brett. Like, I don't know if I forget that I have them. I don't know. I don't know. I'm of the mindset.
Did you even notice it until we started saying something on the broadcast?
Honestly, no. Here's the thing. I'm just of the mindset. I want my girls to work through it, right? Like, now obviously, if we're getting boat raced and it's 14-0, I'm gonna call a timeout. But just a couple of bad possessions in a row, I don't really have to call a timeout.
I almost don't even need the timeout button on my clock for Brook Hill. We can just take that button off. And
my favorite part, Chad, though, is if you're watching our games on NETSN and I call a timeout, they're like, "Oh, something's wrong." Like, yeah, Yeah, usually.
We got lots of things to say. You go back and listen to our coaching strategies and stuff we have over there.
I
in the
usually
booth.
listen. And
Corey was famous for those.
And I love some of Corey's, and my man Corey, I haven't seen him in a while. Hope he's doing well. But there were a couple times that I'll never forget. 2 years ago, and I know we're just not even talking about the football game anymore because we're trying to just get through it and get to the live portion. But we're in that home playoff game against Lubbock Trinity, and there's 11 seconds left, and we're up by 1. And they have the ball underneath their own or underneath our basket, and they got to go full court. And Brett says, "Corey, what would you do here?" And Corey says, "I'd go zone." And I thought, what in the world? Why would we go zone with 11 seconds left? But it's fun.
He's like, let's just change it up. Just throw something out there and make some,
Yeah, he also thinks the baseline is the worst thing in sports.
It's the CM line now. We've renamed it.
Anyway, so the Brook Hill defense now, we got a lot of young guys in here as we're getting ready to start the last, we think and maybe hope, is the last part of the control.
Ooh,
hey,
pick.
nice pick, Brig Hargett. Attaboy.
Right, Brig.
Picked off. Nice. It's kind of a early birthday present for him there. He's like, hey, what's this coming at me?
And here's the thing. We're at the end of the scrimmage, and everybody's tired, and the young guys are getting their chance, and Brig was fired up right there to get it, and so was the rest of the defense. That says a lot about that says a lot about a team, right? When you're at the end of a 3.5-hour controlled portion of a scrimmage and a young guy, sophomore, gets a pick, and everybody on the sideline and all the coaches fired up for him, that says a lot about what you got in your culture.
Yeah.
They're pumped.
Coach Jordan's over there getting push-ups in.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So since they is that kind of a deal? They intercepted the pass. He has to do
Coach
push-ups?
A, maybe.
I think he does push-ups when they get a pick, and I think they have to do push-ups if they drop one. Is what I've been clued in on a little bit. I don't know that's true. My sources are always not the best. Good hard run there by the running back, especially because all 5 offensive linemen were 6 yards behind him. I mean, I think he did all that on his own.
He's going back to the huddle, and guys like, hey, can you hook me out a little bit, guys?
I got 6 without you, or 9 actually. It'd be nice if you'd help. Those conversations are never fun when a running back or quarterback comes back and talks to the offensive line. That usually doesn't go well.
No.
They're usually a little bit bigger than the quarterback or the running back,
Well,
too.
I may or may not have been a part of a group one time that told the guy, if you want to talk, we'll let them get you again. That's the difference in early 2000s football and 2025, right?
Yeah.
You get sued for something like that now.
Yeah, you can't do that.
We did. All right, 2nd and 1 for Alto here, and quarterback keeper, and not bad defensively.
I will say, Jeremy, something that Larry does, I think that Brook Hill should have implemented is this pancake breakfast for your offensive linemen this year.
Nope. Who's paying for that? These guys will eat some pancakes. I don't know.
I don't know. We got a sponsor out there. a place that wants to sponsor a pancake breakfast.
We might need 2 sponsors if we're going to feed pancakes to Larry and Sid and Brantley and Luke Scott.
But they have to get pancaked during the game to get them the next day. See, so it fires them up. So however many pancakes they get that night, then they get a stack.
Well,
it's motivation.
You really don't want pancakes to be motivating your players. I mean, everybody loves pancakes, right? But slow you down a little bit, you think?
These guys, 16, 17-year-old kids, oh, man, it's unfair that they can just eat what they want. I remember those days. Doesn't work that way anymore.
No, I can't even look at it. Look at a stack of pancakes and you don't feel good already. 3rd and 2 here. Young guys out here on defense, getting a lot of reps. We'll see what, and that's, we know the young guys are out there because we know them. But honestly, the fact that the young guys, there's not really a drop-off on the field says a lot about, the depth that maybe Brook Hill has been looking for and hoping they could find.
Nice penetration there.
Pike.
84.
Braxton Pike's played really well tonight. I thought he played really well last week, Chad, too. But That's a great play there by Braxton.
I feel like he's going to find himself in the rotation a little
He
bit
could.
on Friday nights.
Yeah, I think there's a spot available. I think that, they know the first couple of guys, but I think after that it's kind of like, okay, who's it going to be?
Yeah, we talked about it last week. If you've got somebody who can be a person you can or a player you can put in there and give your starter, 3 or 4 series, and not drop off tremendously, that's huge for your depth for the year.
Especially you want to keep if you got some guys that are playing both ways.
Yeah.
Just to kind of keep them fresh, be able to rotate bodies in, and still put pressure on the other team's backfield.
So 1st and 10 again, back at the 30. Quarterback going to keep it, go the far side, and he's got a little room to run. He brought down Dax Reed, stepped in there at outside the linebacker and helped make the stop.
Yeah, good pull there. He made the right decision. Everyone was crashing up the middle. Just an easy little 7-yard run.
So 2nd and 3 now, and we're going to get a lot of young guys in there now. We'll get the starters back here in a second. You see some of those guys trying to stay loose over there. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, they've been over there sitting for a little bit now.
Yeah.
So Alto's going to come back, and that big back there, 24, man. He is a good-looking kid back there. Looking to pass it deep and just overthrew it.
Yeah. He had a touchdown there if the ball's on the mark.
And you notice he's the kid wearing the white pants too, so looks like a younger kid in there at quarterback for them.
Yeah.
Getting some reps. Probably, who knows how many reps he gets with the varsity guys on a normal work week.
But we talked about it. Practice is different than a game.
Yeah, for sure.
Speed's completely different. I mean, you want people to go hard in practice, and you try to coach it to, hey, you got to go hard, you got to go hard. But there's nothing that emulates the speed of Friday night.
Yep. You see the Troup guys getting ready to warm up down there in the other end zone. Troup and Alto are going to kick off the live portion. False start penalty here against the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, we might get home before midnight tonight, Jeremy.
Well, thanks for jinxing that, Brett. Appreciate that. I think you're not too far from the house, though, Brett. I mean, you got a short little drive for you.
It's not. Probably not. Well, you're in Jacksonville, so it's probably.
Chad, no, you're closer than me, probably. Chad's probably over in Bullard. He's not far.
20
Jeremy
minutes.
In Flint. Oh, yeah, well, he wins. He's.
Yeah.
I'm 20.
It's about 20 minutes probably. There's no straight way to get to Chapel Hill. You either got to go to White House or go back to ARP. There's not really a straight.
Yeah,
not really
it's kind of
It's both back ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of way Jacksonville is from here, right? Like, there's no easy way to get there from here.
Just jump on 110, bro.
Yeah, then you got to go to Summerfield, and that's a speed trap waiting to happen. And another pick
Nice
there.
pick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's Brig Hargett again.
So we got some push-ups.
Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Let's see him. Let's see him. Hit him. Get on down there, Coach.
Is he coming down to show him he's going to do them? Or is he getting some dap first? Let's see.
Oh, don't be a quitter now, Coach Jordan.
We will call you out.
I thought he finna drop and get him right there,
but
but
too.
He's got to get off
kind
the
of
field.
sideline and do him.
Yeah.
We're going to have to ask him about this. We got to find this out before next Friday.
There he goes.
Oh, there he goes. All right.
Here we go. How much doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Man.
We're going to have to ask Coach Collins why he's not doing the push-ups.
Oh, man.
No, we're going to have this
I
conversation.
don't know if I'd ask him that.
Yeah.
Well, I can. I can get away with it. But, okay, so that wraps up the control portion. We finally got to that point. And I think we can all say, much like NFL preseason football, we're glad. We're going to get to the live, play a little live football now. And we're going to take a quick timeout. And we'll be back here in a moment. Brook Hill football on NETSN.
Struggling with mobility, chronic pain, work, or sports injury? At Azalea Orthopedics, our team of highly trained physicians specialize in complete orthopedic care, pain management, sports medicine, physical medicine, and rehabilitation. If you've sustained a bone or joint injury, have mobility or movement problems, struggle with pain, contact Azalea Orthopedics. We're conveniently located across East Texas, serving 18 counties. When visiting your doctor, urgent care, or hospital, you have a choice. Demand Azalea. At Azalea Orthopedics, your health is our priority.
This is where legends rise and moments are made.
They're still on his feet. Come on, still on his feet.
From the buzzer beaters to the game winners, we bring you the action. Raw, real, relentless. We cover every angle, every story. From the streets to the stadiums,
He's going all the way.
your favorite athletes, your teams,
Ford breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh.
your passion, all in one place. New games, live shows.
Here he goes. He's got some blockers.
This is the future of sports media.
There he goes. Picked up into the secondary.
This isn't just a network. This is a movement.
Ooh, oh, he ran over the defender.
Welcome to NETSN. Game on.
All right, back here on NETSN, and we are in the home stretch here in scrimmage number 2, the final scrimmage of the season, and week 1 starts here in about 40 minutes. I guess we'll be done, and it'll be week 1 officially. And Troup and Alto are going to kick things off, and actually it looks like they're going to have a little special teams here. I don't know how live it'll be. It's maybe you go full live in special teams.
I don't think they will. I think they'll probably just, give the returners an opportunity to see it under the lights. I would think it'd be dead.
Get to where contact would maybe be right. The first guy gets to him, blow it dead, kind of thing.
Bad thing about that, you get close, you let them run down and get a little bit of momentum going, and it could turn dirty quick.
50's a kicker. You got a double-digit kicker, gentlemen.
And toe punched it a long way, actually. Yeah, they're not going to go live. I like it. But it gives them a chance to kick off. And honestly, for Brook Hill, we haven't seen Javier Gavito yet in the first scrimmage, and hopefully tonight we get a chance to see him kick it a little bit because he hadn't kicked in a game since last November, right? So that's something you want to see. So while Troup and Alto are going, it'll be on the screen for you. Let's talk about this, guys. What are some things, not just with Brook Hill, but maybe across East Texas or across the state we're looking at, what we're excited about? Because I know there's a lot of programs that are in East Texas. We have the Carthages of the world. We have the Longviews and those places. But what are maybe some things we're looking at for the year?
Man, I think just change, right? I mean, you got coaching changes at places, right? It's always interesting to see what that does. And, I think we talked about Carlisle a little bit. That's going to be an interesting one with the year 2. And, I think these teams that similar to Brook Hill, you graduated a lot of seniors. What does that? I mean, does that next crop step up? Right? What does that look like? What does it take to mesh there? And I'm over at Legacy at the high school as a teacher, and Legacy starting quarterback's gone down with an injury, and so they're going to bring in a young kid for a bit, and so that'll be an interesting shift for them. He's a little bit more of probably a little faster, but. You lose some leadership there. And so I think those things are interesting, those last-minute changes. And so I'm excited just to see the full slate this year. And, again, I think there's going to be 2 to 3, 4 great games every week on our network. And, yeah.
Yeah, I think along those lines, I think East Texas is just as deep as it's been in a long time. And I guess the question is it deep because everybody's so good, or is it deep because we're all back a little bit behind the pack, right? Like, I think that'll be something to look out for because, obviously we know we're strong at the top. In 6A you got you got Longview, and then you got, T-High is going to be really good. I think there are some teams that
Tyler High's just got a tough district, man. You got to travel and
that's tough. And on the flip side of that, there's some teams, are they going to take the next step? I haven't been on the previous shows with you guys. Jeremy, I think you've been on a couple of them, but there's teams like Mount Pleasant, for example, right? They appear – long pass for Alto there, by the way. But Mount Pleasant, for example, appears to be ready to take the next step. Can they do it? That's the question for them, right? can Tyler High and can Legacy now take the next step? Because now it's in second year of the new coach with Legacy. Can they take that next step?
Yeah.
Can Tyler High continue to go? Texas High, that's a team that you expect to be deep. Can they go deep now? Right.
They've had the horses, and they haven't had the success that you would expect. Right. And and I think the same thing with Legacy. They're just in a tough district. I mean, anytime you got to go Rockwall, Heath,
Forney.
and then you got Forney, North Forney, right? I mean, there, and then you got Roy City with a new coach, Coach Colvin. It's his second year. He was a guy that was at Legacy for a bit as an OC, and he's got a great mind. He was a Rockwall guy that came over and kind of went back the direction, and I expect them to take a step forward from where they were. And so I think, again, what you look at on paper, is it going to be what you see in reality, right? That's the question.
I'll get a hard time, but I just from growing up in Northeast Texas, I always keep an eye on those guys up there. The Pleasant Groves. What's Jefferson going to do this year? I mean, they have the opportunity to be really, really good.
We haven't talked about them, but Jefferson's the one, right? Like they are honestly, are they going to? That's a big hit there. Are they going to take the step that we think they need to? Right? Mm-hmm. Like on paper, Jefferson's the team in 3A and below in East Texas. In my opinion, they should be number one right now, right? So are they going to go in there? They're going to finish the job, because it's easy in the preseason to be talked about as number one. It's easy to act like number one, but is it easy to go out and play like you're number one? And that's what they've got to do.
Well, and then you got White House, right? They finished. They didn't start well, but they finished well. I think they won 3 of their last 4. Are they going to be able to carry that momentum into this season, right? Is that something you can use to kind of jumpstart this season? And, if they had a scrimmage tonight against Gilmer, who's always I think they've been so good, sometimes they get overlooked, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
A down season for them is a really successful season for
a lot of
schools.
teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, and so the pedigree there, and, same thing, I mean, you got Kilgore, you got Carthage. I mean, it just, like I said, I was doing the preseason poll going, I'm going to have to leave somebody out, and I'm going to look stupid. And I was thankful that Jaron
bailed you out.
Yeah, he did. He bailed me out, and again, Chapel Hill. I mean, they lost some good players. Are they going to be able to, are they going to reload, right? Or are they going to, is it a little bit of a rebuild? Is it a combination, right? I mean, there's a question there. You lose 2 guys like that, what are you going to do?
And listen, Jaron's point on Chapel Hill is not a bad one.
No.
They lose Stewart, they lose Brisbane, all those guys, right?
Yeah.
They have to answer those questions. I think there are guys who played a lot last year that maybe they answer those questions, right? But they still have to go prove it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing for a lot of these schools, I think. But I think we're talking about the bigger schools. I think smaller schools, I think that's where you may really see some teams, like Malakoff, for example. Regardless of what Matt Dick says, Malakoff is East Texas.
Yeah.
But they lose a lot. What is Coach Driscoll going to do to get that thing rolling back again? Teams, I watched Atlanta on film today. Atlanta's a team that the last couple of years, preseason, we're like, okay, Atlanta's ready. Atlanta's ready. Is Atlanta going to be ready?
Right.
We talked about the district with Troup and Arp and West Rusk and New Diana. Last year we had teams like Grand Saline and Edgewood who were really good during the year. What are they going to do now going forward? I think that all those things are fair questions. And then there are some teams that maybe are not on the radar. I know that Kyle Owens, our buddy here at NETSN and works at KLTV in the Red Zone, he and I had a conversation in a group chat with a couple of the people that he's like, I really like what Coach Stevenson at Jacksonville is doing, right? So that's a program, right, like that has had its glory days. It's been really bad lately,
right?
And it's been really bad. And I think that's no secret. But in their mind, they're thinking, okay, we got a new coach. He's come in. He's done some things different. I live in Jacksonville, and there's at least talk now about what can this team be going forward. So it's interesting to see what teams like that can do, who can turn it around and who can take that next level.
Well, and they were a team that we got to play several times in the middle school level, and they just had some dudes. Like, I remember one day, our guys are warming up. The first 5 guys on the bus look like grown men, and our kids were like,
Yeah.
And then they got a kid in the backfield that looks like a D lineman, and we're like, well, hopefully he's slow. And he takes the first pitch and he goes 65 untouched.
Yeah.
No. And then the second time he gets the ball, I think he went out of his way to run over a couple of guys to prove he could. And they had some guys. They've got guys that can go. I just think there was maybe I don't know if culture is maybe not the right word, but there was just something that was missing there. And I think Coach Stevenson's got a good chance to change that around. And I think again, it's all about buy-in, right? You can have the guys, you can have all that, but if there's not buy-in, it's really hard to get where you could be.
We talk about, in East Texas is Carthage.
Yeah.
You know, and I know they've won 10, but I think one of the biggest one he would want to win 11 this year because it's Jet's senior year.
Yep.
You know, I think that'd be an icing on the cake going out for Jet's senior year for Surratt and them to win that one, chasing number 11.
He's going to have to get next year's cover is going to have to be him with a foot in the air, you know,
Yeah.
to get that 11th one on there. Yeah, I mean, and man, what a legacy, right, for Coach Surratt. I mean, that's just they just keep and again, you look at them and they're great kids, but they all are just bought in, right? It's a culture there.
It's a buy-in.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
mean, it's. You know, you go to Carthage expecting to win a state title. Like, that's just the expectation. That's it's almost the floor. For a lot of teams, it's a ceiling. And for them, it really feels like state semifinal at worst is a floor.
And here's the thing about that. Like, 20 years ago, that wasn't what you thought of Carthage, right? Like, they just got the right – and it's kind of that saying, like, to get buy-in, you got to win, and to win, you got to get buy-in. It's just a perfect example of somebody who went in and found the magic recipe to do it right. Now – I don't know how it ends, right? Like, because now it's just part of the culture. Like you said, like, we're just going to win. And so, we're fortunate. You know, I think maybe we don't recognize it as much maybe, and I think now we're starting to because it's been such a big deal that he's got 10. But when you start talking about legends of the coaching world in Texas high school football, and you talk about the Gordon Woods of the game, you talk about the Randy Allens of the game and guys like that.
He's in there.
He's in there maybe at the top of the list at this point, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, and I get to say, hey, I got to watch him play high school football.
That's crazy.
As a little kid, and then I got to get coached by him, you know, when I was in high school, and then to, have an opportunity to coach for him, didn't do it, and people go, you're crazy.
I was going to say, was that a Carthage, Chad? Because you'd have a little more jewelry now.
But I wouldn't have been at Brook Hill.
No, okay. Well, I'm glad you were here then.
You know.
Well, maybe. But you should have went and got a ring and then couldn't bring it. I don't know what to tell you there.
But
well, and I think, too, like, I got to go to one of the coaching clinics they did over in Longview.
Yeah.
And there were several coaches that spoke, and they were all highly qualified. But I'm telling you, the room shifted when that man walked on the stage, right?
Yep.
And again, that's his peers, right? And there's 6A coaches there. You had all the way down. And, I mean, you could have heard a pin drop in there when he was speaking because the respect level is so high for what he's done. Yeah.
And I don't, as always, there's always going to be people who talk bad about people, but you don't hear many bad things about Surratt. You just don't. You mentioned I think it's a respect thing, right? Like, people are always going to take shots because he's a good coach.
Sure.
People are going to take shots because they're a good program, right? But I think ultimately when people have that respect for him, not only has he built it, but he's built it in a way that people do have a respect for, right? And I think there's some other programs that kind of like you're talking about, Gilmer gets overlooked, but think about Pleasant Grove over the last 5 to 10 years. They've been really stinking good and just haven't been able to get past them, right?
Yeah.
And you can't even blame them. Like, nobody has, right?
Right.
And so that's kind of unfortunate for a lot of schools that have been in that spot.
Well, and I know when, at one point when there was an opening at the Legacy, I know that they took a shot to try to get, I mean, he was kind of getting it on a roll there, and he wasn't ready to leave, but I know they would have.
He's king in town. Why would he leave?
No,
why?
But but that shows again, right? I mean, when you've done things that anybody would kill to have those guys, right? And they've put in the time and the effort, and again, their staffs get poached, right? A lot of those guys because you've got guys that move up.
You got a guy that was his offensive coordinator there for a long time, Chris Smith, ended up going and being a graduate assistant at Texas A&M under someone, comes back to Carthage, wins another state championship, then ends up at South Lake Carroll, and now he's head coach at Birdville. I mean, that's just one,
Right.
So the coaching tree from him has got a lot of branches.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, obviously we expect great things from them. I'm excited about Longview this year, right? What can they do?
Boy, can they bounce back from that heartbreaking loss? By field. You think you win it, and then you got a guy off sides, and then the guy kicks it and makes it. So
head down south and look at Lufkin with a new coach coming in, right?
Yeah.
They have not had a lot of turnover over the last how many years, right?
Yeah, but now new offensive coordinator.
Everything's new down there. and what will that look like? I'm excited to see them. I think a lot of people expect them to be good, right?
Yeah.
But what does it look like? And Lufkin still has those same expectations that we're talking about at other places, right? Like they're not happy going. I mean, Coach Quick at Lufkin won game. I mean, it wasn't like it was a bad thing down there, right? And so, I think it's going to be. I'm anxious to see what they can do, and so a lot of new coaches. Jeremy, I'm glad you mentioned that because we had one last week with. Coach Welch over at Rusk is there. We mentioned Kerry Lane.
He was at White House for a long time. Coach Welch was, and he was at Bullard, I think, before that, if I remember right. And so I mean, I think it's a great thing, right? You see these guys make those. That's what you want, right? If you're a head coach, you really do. It's hard to lose staff, but that's a kudos to them that they're able to make those moves, right?
And you talk about Baker coming back to Carlisle. I mean, that's going to be huge.
That's big.
I know the community is very excited to have him back on that sideline and in that head coaching position.
Yeah, oh man, that makes them so much better right away, right? And we mentioned small schools, but like you have Mount Enterprise next week. Mount Enterprise has a running back that people want, right?
Yeah.
Like the dude can play.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of those, right, over the last few years. They've had some guys. Keandre Miller, that's with the Saints now, was over there, and so I think that there's a lot of things to look out for as the season kicks off next week on Thursday night. And
I mean, athletes in East Texas. I mean, they're all over the place.
Yeah,
and it's just
you got Palestine, Westwood.
I mean,
they might have a couple of dogs.
They may have the best quarterback. I've talked to Coach Agnew. They may have the best quarterback and basketball player in the state of Texas.
And he's the same guy. Yeah,
one cat.
Yeah, one guy.
And his younger brother's coming up to join.
Yeah. And there's
another one coming that might be the best of the three.
Yeah, they say the younger one may be the best one of the bunch, right?
That's scary.
Yeah, Westwood, very glad they were able to hold on to that family.
Yeah,
I know that was golly, we could talk all day about that saga and what happened over there in the last few months. But and then, of course, they end up in the news again this week with some more things that happened over there. So, the Bryant kid I got to watch him we were playing the Great East Texas Shootout this year in Brownsboro, and they played right before us. And I remember watching him thinking, he's a stud. He's the real deal. So, a lot of things going on there. But it's going to be a fun year. We're excited about it. This Brook Hill team, we talked a lot about them tonight, and we'll continue to as they will be up next in the live portions, hopefully. We're getting there. Thanks to those of you still. I think there's 40 of you watching right now, which is great. As you've been here with us for 4 hours almost.
Text your friends, tell them it's about to get real.
Yeah, it's almost time.
Tell them to jump back on.
And listen, as much as the physicality was in the control portion, you're about to pull the coaches off the field, and we all know that's gonna that's gonna increase a little bit probably.
Intensity increases some.
You got your kind of dead space punt here.
I said this last week. We let Rusk attempt a field goal with no rush, like nobody even on the field.
Right.
And I said, what if they would have faked it?
That would have been amazing.
I actually would have laughed. I mean, what are you doing that spot if they would have done it just for fun?
That would have been awesome.
It's the run play on 7-on-7.
Golly, we did see that for sure. A couple years ago, I won't mention it was, but yeah, they handed the ball off in 7-on-7, and I thought, what? I mean, I guess that's one way to run the football. There's nobody out there to defend you. I guess you can do that.
Yeah. The worst part would have been had they gotten no yards out of it, right? If that would have been, you make a pitch and drop it or something, right? That would have been worse. But
yeah, that would, that probably would have gone on X or Instagram or whatever other social media would be out there.
And I think you bring up 7-on-7. That's. You have to be careful with that, right? Because sometimes things look really good and sometimes things don't. And sometimes it does translate, right? Success in the 7-on-7 can really help young skill guys get to that point. But it also can, it's just different, right? And so there's some mixed thoughts about it. But, you're going to see, that's a good – you're going to take a deep shot right here. Oh, thought he had that one.
Maybe if he doesn't jump, he maybe catches that.
Yeah, he might. Good ball there from the quarterback, and
7-on-7 has changed the game for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's changed the way that it's almost year-round football now. Which the thing I appreciate about athletes in East Texas is that they are, our great football players are also great at other things for the most part, right? And so they're doing other things, but they're also playing football, year-round too.
Yeah. Well, I think too, at smaller schools, you get a lot more of those multi-sport athletes.
Gotta have
right?
them.
You have to.
I mean, that's the thing about Brook Hill. We talk, and it's not just Brook Hill. It's 3A down.
Even 4As a lot of times now.
If you don't have multiple sport athletes playing, you're thin.
Well,
you're very thin.
And I'm not convinced you can be great at anything without multiple sport athletes. I think that when you start splitting kids up and they start, specializing in things, if you're content being average and everything, then go ahead. But I think that's all you can do.
Yeah, I mean, well, you look at it. Every year they run the NFL Super Bowl, right? And they talk about, I think there was a year they really focused on it, but it was like, I don't know how. Oh, pick.
Oh, picked it. There
Picked
you
on
go.
the screen.
Oh, he got loose. Good play there. But I think I think it was the year the Patriots were in, and I think they gave out the 53-man roster, and I think at least 35 to 40 of those guys were multi-sport athletes, right? And we tend to forget that because we see them at the top level and think they must have only done football, but those guys played 3 sports, 2 sports in high school.
And kids hate it, but the number one sport that you can play to complement your sport is track.
Yeah. I mean, I remember being there in spring football, and a lot of the times the first question for skill guys was, does he run track?
Do you run track?
And if the answer is no, it's a quick. A lot of times it's a check out, right? Like they're going to go look at somebody else. They're going to, and we would always tell kids that, and they, thankfully a lot of them listened, but some of them didn't, and it cost them in the long run, right? And but you've got to do those things. You got to stay sharp, and again, I think multi-sport also allows rest in certain parts of your body, right, you need. And so you don't burn out, right? You don't see these young pitchers at 15, 16 going Tommy John because all they've done is throw a baseball year round for 8 years straight.
But it also allows kids to be coached by different coaches. Say, take for instance, football player. He may be a wide receiver, but when he gets on the track field, he may not have the same coach that he had as a wide receiver. Makes him coachable, having different coaches.
Yeah. I mean, some of the best athlete, and again, I think another great one is soccer, right? Yeah. Soccer translates so well. It's movement, it's space, right? And you see those guys. I mean, I had a friend that played basketball, and he was a soccer player, and he could get through spots that it didn't look like were possible because he had that, so I think a lot of those sports translate, not everything clearly, but a lot of those things, athleticism is athleticism, and if you can keep that sharp, it makes a big difference.
I have a point guard right on my basketball team that I think sees the floor so well because she played soccer growing up. I think those are the type of things that you get from different aspects of different sports that help you in so many ways. And you mentioned track, and I think if nothing else, track is the ultimate competition, right? It is me in some areas of track, it's me against myself. In other areas, it's me against everybody else out there, and it's not scheme, it's not strategy, it is just who's the man right now. Yep. It's you and the time. And I've even never going to do it, never would have done it. Cross country to me, I have grown such an appreciation for cross country, right? Because you don't go out there and, there's 150 guys running a race, only one of them's going to win it, but the other 149 are out there working against the clock. They're working against themselves. It's a personal thing. How can I be better today?
And then you got that weird team part of it, right, where you get to pull your top so many runners and you compete as a team. And I think it is. It's such an important thing. And again, track was I love coaching track the most because it was the most definitive. You can't argue. These were the 4 fastest guys. We timed them. This is what it right. These 3 guys jumped the farthest. There was no this is my favorite. Nobody could say, hey, this it's not fair. No, look, I've got it all written down right. And so I think it's a great equalizer in that. And again, you develop speed, you develop quickness out of those things, right? And again, skill guys need it, right? Big guys need it. Shot, disc. You're going to learn power. You're going to learn, body control and all those things.
So here we go. We are ready to start the live portion. It's going to be Alto and Brook Hill here, and Alto is going to kick off here. Once again, this not a live kickoff, but it is work for the kicker to get the kick. It's the return men to get to see the ball coming at them off of a tee, and a lot of things here that you want to see. And so That's Daniel Yates, back number 11, and also Gio Arico back there, number 3. So Brook Hill will be on offense.
And they are ready to play.
Yeah.
They've been standing around for about 45 minutes, it seems like.
They almost forgot to huddle. They forgot the side huddle. They were ready to go. They were running out on the field.
I don't think they forgot. I think they were just having an out-of-body experience at this point.
Yeah, that's and we talked about it a little bit. A 3-team scrimmage is just different, right? The mechanics of it are different. The rhythm is different. It's hard to get in a good rhythm when you kind of get something going and then you got to sit for 30 minutes, right? And then the next group, and so.
So Schluter at tight end. You got Yates on your near side at receiver. Arico, and I believe that is going to be our guy number 12 there, Nico Mettinen. Ryle, the quarterback. PA at running back.
Got your orbit motion there.
Yep, and Ryle's going to keep it on the option. Good
Great
keep there.
Job. I think, hey, that's something I think Copeland wanted to see right there. He wants to see how Zach's going to react to keeping the football and getting around the end.
And I love the tempo here as
Yes.
we're on 1st and 10. Ryle takes snap again and gives it this time to PA. And PA gains a couple. I'm calling him PA, but that's what he goes by. It's Paul Antoine Lapointe, Jeremy. I don't want you to.
I was thinking public announcement. No.
Yeah, no, Paul Antoine. PA is a lot easier for me to say also.
Sure.
Fortunately,
the kids like it. That's what they call him in practice, so we're going to go with it also.
Coach Collins gave me all the short names, so that's good. Because long ones, words are hard sometimes.
Lots of vowels and stuff sometimes.
Especially after 4 hours of scrimmage number 2, boys and girls.
We just start giving them names up here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great. Ryle now on 2nd and 8. Gives again.
Nice.
PA up the middle.
There it is. Good cut.
Hey, PA has a little burst to him. PA has a little burst when he gets to the hole, and
He took his time, saw the crease, and then when he hit it, he was gone.
Yeah, it's that one cut, right?
Yeah.
Foot in the ground, get north-south, and get there and get your yardage and go, and that was it.
Tempo, they
Got him.
little freeze action, throw it up.
Get out there.
and Yates makes the catch.
Great
What a
catch by
play.
We got 2 11s there.
Yeah,
we got
that's-
Schluter and Yates.
Yeah,
but
Yates
that
on
was
the outside
yeah.
out there, and that is that's a great job there. And that's what you got to do, right? When you're running the freeze play, just toss it up, let him go get it. You don't have to put it on him. You have no danger there getting picked off, so let him go get it. And good job there. 1st and 10 now from the 18. Split backs in the backfield. I love that look. Chad, we'll talk about this in a minute, but defensive, that's hard to game plan for. That's hard to figure out.
It's hard to know who you're going to keep.
On the option, pitches to Arico, and Arico puts his shoulders down.
That's one play right there. It's running option to the short, running to the boundary. I mean, a short boundary, and that's tough, but it works more times than not.
So we used to call that green, right? Because it was money, right? Having 2 guys in the backfield like that, it was money because you could do so much out of it, right? You saw a little dive and a little orbit behind, right? And then you have the option look. You can zone read off of it. You can do so much with it.
Well,
you can lead, right? You can lead with the front guy and come through with the backside. I mean, there's so much you can do.
Well, and the first thing here is it's 2nd and a yard now as PA takes the handoff, and he's up the middle.
Touchdown.
And PA's into the end zone, and that's a pretty good drive. Looks like we're going to get to kick it now.
And there comes Javier.
Yeah, not
gonna
much
see
more you can
Gavita.
ask for from a drive right there, right? It was efficient.
job.
It was good tempo, right?
And
you got him on the.
We're a little
on the
behind here,
jump.
but watch that blocking up the top. Arico at the top has put his guys back there behind the goalpost. And when you get receivers who buy into blocking like that, it helps. All right, so here's the operation. Wisner's the holder. I think that's Schluter snapping, if I'm not mistaken, and Gavito in to kick the extra point. First time we've seen him since last year, and guess what? He can still kick it. And
that was a great recovery by Wisner because he was early.
Yeah.
And Wisner snatched that baby back and brought it back from the brink of what could have been bad. And
so this is 7-0 now. Brook Hill on top. They're going to get 2 possessions, is what I was told. And so you start out 7-0. That's all you can do.
Love
looks like
the
they're
love
looking for
seeing
a
the
tee, maybe.
Yeah.
They're sending Javi down the long way for the tee.
Maybe going to the bus. Or you like to see the tempo right there.
Yeah.
You know, they got in a rhythm. You know, I think that's what Copeland wanted to see. You know, I think that's what we're going to see. Kyle he'll speed it up and he'll slow it down. You know, just trying to throw that defense off, and you know, that's something that we're going to see all year long.
So Gavito ready to kick it off, and if he's in close to midseason form, they're going to need to back up. Yeah, the 15's not going to do it for Gavito's leg. See what he's got here.
Maybe he'll take it as a challenge.
Oh, well, he didn't get all of that one. They're going to catch it at the 10. Hey, it's his first action, right?
It's not bad when you don't get all of it and you still get it to the 10. You know, that's not
and
too
it's hard
shabby.
to get juiced up, too,
When
right?
nobody-
Like, there's no just you standing out there.
Yeah. All alone. Everybody's, yeah.
We talked about him last week.
Osagi, man. So here we go now. Looks like the first unit out there on defense. Defensive front, you got Eli Hall and Edward Park at the ends. You got Brantley Bruno in there at nose. You got Greg and number 33 there. That's Isaac Lundqvist at the outside backer. You got Yona and Hayden Watson in there at the middle backer. Clark and Casper at safety, and Whitten and Arico at the corners.
Stay flat.
And, well, we got lucky because he didn't hold on to it, but Yona was there. He was going to make the tackle pretty quick. And it'll be 2nd and 10 now.
Back out. Backer's got to be on him, right? Yona did a great job.
And Yona this year was one of those guys that had to play a lot of offensive line for us because of depth issues. And now this year going to get to focus on playing that linebacker spot. And he is a smart kid. He can play linebacker with the best of them, and he'll get to focus more on that. Hopefully his dad is still with us tonight over in Finland. I think it's morning over there now. And Alto looking deep down the field, and that dude can fly.
Yeah,
and just past his outstretched arms is he had a Rico there.
Yeah, Rico had him, and then they collided a little bit, and then receiver was able to get behind Rico. Collins is talking to him, just, hey, as a secondary guy, the last thing you gotta have a short memory. You gotta let it out of your mind. Forget about it. Go play the next play.
So it'll be 3rd and 10 now. And, you know, once again, it's something at least you have on film and you can see what you did wrong and you fix it for next week.
Well, and really, I think that's probably the first deep ball. I think Alto's that's the first one I think I've seen over 15 yards, right?
Yeah.
So they snuck that one in there maybe a little bit. Again, you got to be ready for it, but I'm sure Gio was, you know.
And they go again, a little shorter pass and caught. And Arico got to him pretty quick, but it's going to be, let's see.
Be short.
He's going to be just shy of the first down. Yeah, I agree. Brett makes a good point. Having both teams playing each other on the same sideline, it is a little awkward.
Yeah, you'd almost think Troup's not going to give up their sideline, but maybe some kind of rotational service or something to keep them separated when they're on the field at the same time. But
be like, I guess it's Vanderbilt basketball that has the sidelines on the end of the floor. Yeah. Like each of you take an end zone maybe. So 4th and a yard here. Big stop here for the defense. Be coming and run play, and it's going to be strung out, and they're going to stop it. Yeah, great job defensively.
Great job defense. Coach Collins fired up on that.
Well, and that looks like that's Sid was over there, and also those outside backers. Yona's in there, and they're fired up. That's a big stop.
Yeah, it's huge.
And now your offense gets to take their second possession here, already with a score. And that was a nice drive the last time out. They just pieced it together, did just enough. Run game was great. The reads were right. And we'll see what they can do here. Short field, 1st and 10 at the 34. And it's that first group again. Still Paul Antoine LaPointe back there at running back. PA. Yates and Arico on the near side for you. And it's Cody Clark on our side, I believe. And this time, Ryle's going to keep it again. Going to pitch at the last minute just at the right time.
Great read.
And Arico with a nice run.
Zach made that guy commit, and Arico just right there. We talked about it earlier. If he's got to keep that distance so that he can't get too far.
And look, you don't have to be the fastest group to run this offense. You just have to be smart. You have to do things the right way, and that's what they've done so far in these 2 drives is made the right reads, made the pitch we needed to, kept it. And if you can keep it that long and keep that relationship and get that pitch at the right moment, you're going to have a lot of big plays as we go along. They're going to freeze him again. Looks like they might have jumped again. They didn't give it to him, but the pass in the end zone, a little low, trying to get it for Schluter. And it's going to be 2nd and 10 now. But he had him. I mean, it was open. The route worked. And we'll see what they can come up with here. You know, it's a team like this with the option offense, especially when you get inside the red zone, it comes a little bit harder to do everything you want to do. So now you got to kind of find what can work for you when the field gets shorter. Rico in motion. Ryle going to give it to PA, and PA gets to the corner, makes a nice move, then a spin move, and inside the 5-yard line. And we're going to have a lot of late action here as we got Sid's helmet off.
Yeah, I think that started last play. Post play, the defensive end there wasn't happy and took a shot at Sid, kind of late after the play was over, and the ref kind of said something, and so I think that was one of those, like the second play in a row kind of thing. It boiled over. And
back to the play on that, the wide receivers doing their job out there blocking. That's key in this run game offense. If you can get your wide receivers to buy in to block, you can have a really good run scheme.
I mean, I'm not a Texas guy by nature, right? I came here after I graduated from college, but I'm a 49ers fan, and
Sorry.
Hey, listen, I mean, I'm pretty. We've had some rough runs at the end, but we've gotten there, unlike some other teams, right? But anyway, we won't mention
the '90s
names.
were great. Go ahead.
No, watching their guys block, like a Jawan Jennings, right? The relentlessness of it, right? Kyle Shanahan won't play guys that won't block.
It's a culture thing.
Yeah, and again, I think it makes all the difference as a running back, as a player. If you see those guys doing that, it's all buy-in. And when you have that, it makes a big difference.
Yep, PA with another one.
Yeah, easy breezy.
That was textbook.
Yeah, he could. Oh, we got another one. Alto guys are not liking it. They're getting rolled up.
Oh, boy. Either way, it's 13-0 now.
Yep.
And Gavito is going to attempt an extra point here to make it 14.
Are they going to call him back and say no touchdown? Are they? Oh, they're waiting for the snap. Surely it's got to be, I got you.
Well, the good news for Gavito is he's got the legs. You give it to us now, we're still going to make it. But oh, they're saying it's against Alto?
Yeah, and then they're trying to decide when they could get it on the.
They're getting them out of off the sideline into the back of the end zone.
Well, no, now they're walking the other way. So maybe it was.
Yeah, it's the same sideline thing is not good, right? But last year this thing got this way, right? And I will say with great certainty that has not been forgotten, obviously. And now Coach Ryle going in there to talk to Coach Grigsby. They're, neither one of these guys want this to be the case. They don't want it to be marred by some of this at the end, obviously. So here's Gavito with a 35-yard extra point attempt, and no big thing for Javi. He drills it, and it's 14-0.
Yeah, it's almost like getting a field goal attempt, right? It lets you, it gives you that rhythm. Again, no rush, no line, but still, more than just a chip shot. So you kind of see that he's in form and ready to go.
So Alto will get one more. Alto going offense one more time here. No, we're going to switch it over.
We got Troup Brook Hill now.
I was going to say, Alto looks like they're walking to the corner.
Yeah. It's like they maybe.
Which probably, again, it probably should have been when they went to this live portion for sure. It probably should have been a flip of a sideline, send somebody to that other side just to keep that from happening.
It looks like their portion of the scrimmage is over.
Yeah.
So we what? 2 more possessions.
And again,
for each.
Alto picked a tough. It's a tough script. Both. They had a tough opponent tonight on both ends. Troup was no slouch. Brook Hill's done really well. I don't think that takes anything away from what Alto is going to be able to do. It's probably going to make them better, right? It probably doesn't feel great at the moment, maybe, but.
Yeah. Well, and once again, I'll say, as much as you don't like that, for kind of in the way it was, it's that fine line of, aren't you glad you have to figure out a way to calm them down as opposed to get them going, and that's, that doesn't excuse it all. And here's the other thing, guys, we're not sitting down there to hear what's said and what's
exactly.
We don't see all that, right? And so I'm not placing blame on anybody. I think that it's just not ideal.
And again, you've got Coach down there talking to both of his linemen, right, and probably reminding them of what's at stake, right? What are we here for, right? And again, that's hard. You've got high school guys, and you're in a sport that carries emotion with it, and it can get – it's really a fine line between that edge of playing with an edge and going too far. And so I think, again, this is what sports does, right? It teaches you to confront emotion and then find a way to move through it in a positive way, right? And that's the hope anyway. Right, in a good way, right? And then when those things come up in life, then you're able to adjust a different way because of the experience that you've gained on the court, on the field,
and this is what Ryle's so good at is it's not just football, right? And I think there are a ton of great coaches out there that are like that. But just working with him and my kid being coached by him, I think that I can say that, it's great to win football games. It's great to be a great football player. It's better to be a great man when it's all said and done. And this is, like you said, it's one of those moments you learn from. Like, you can't just respond when somebody says something or does something, and that goes both ways. Like I said, I'm not blaming anybody. It's been this way since we got started, and ultimately, if you want to blame somebody, blame the officials a little bit, right? Like, they could have probably nipped it in the bud a little earlier, maybe. And we're fortunate that it's been a lot of extracurricular stuff, but nobody's gotten injured. It hasn't been anything crazy. But at the same time,
chipperness.
It's not what you want necessarily, but it's, it's high school boys, teenage boys, playing a game where you are legally allowed to hit people.
Right, and again, right, you've got 14 to 18-year-old young men, right, and these coaches are trying to help them navigate all this stuff that happens, right? And like you said, we can't hear what happens in the who knows what's happening when you're blocking them, and right, and all those other things that are being done. And so, again, it's those coachable, teachable moments. You go back on film and talk about what can we do differently here, right? What could we do better? And so I think that's the beauty of it, right, is that you get a chance to kind of correct those here in the scrimmage.
Well, and you don't want anybody to be judged by maybe, I think our man Ted Lasso, the great philosopher, said it best, right? I hope either all of us or none of us are judged by our worst moments. And teenage boys, if I was judged by everything I did as a 15-year-old, yikes.
Yeah, we were just blessed to not have the advent of so much internet where everything that can happen gets shown, right?
Yeah, social media wasn't around.
Yeah.
Maybe MySpace, but all you could do on MySpace was had your 8 top friends or whatever it was. I don't even know. All right, so here we go. And it'll be the Brook Hill offense again against Troup. And this has kind of been I think this is the challenge here. These two teams are, I think, competitively are very close to each other.
I agree.
So Ryle still in there, quarterback. PA in there, tailback. They've scored on both drives in the live portion so far, and Ryle now is going to keep it again.
Oh, what
and
a
up
great
the
keep.
middle. And look.
Great job.
Yep, and Clark trying to make a block, and It's one of those things where he's like, hey, Zach, I can make blocks for you if you stop making so many moves.
Yeah, just pick one. There was a flag. I think it was a defensive line jump. And it looked like Troup was trying to guess the snap count. They did a lot of that in that controlled portion, and so I think that's what our flag is going to be, but I'm not certain.
And once again, you don't have to be the fastest guys in this offense, but Ryle showed a little speed there. I mean, we always joke a little bit about Big Ten speed with Zach. But the Big Ten's different now. They got Oregon, by the way. They can run a little bit. But back in the days when it was Wisconsin and 280-pound tailbacks.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Coach is pointing backwards. I don't know if he's.
Oh, let's see.
What?
Ooh.
False start. Then my question would be,
why do we run the play?
why did you not stop the play? That's a great question to ask and a fair question to ask. Coach Copeland today asked me not to point out when he and Coach Schluter are yelling at the officials, but I feel like I need to point out they were not happy with the call and letting the officials know about it.
And justifiably, because it wasn't stopped. If that's the call and it's not I thought it was defensive offside just by the way that it kept running.
Right.
And
which was.
In all fairness, these officials sold insurance or worked a car dealership job all day, and now they've been officiating for almost 5 hours.
That's
so
true.
I don't, get them a little bit of a break. Our replay official, our own Mike Pereira's in the box. Brett Swinney over here telling us our tackle did jump. Okay, Brett says good call. That's why we don't talk to Brett. Screen pass there to PA, and PA with it and makes a nice little move and gets the yardage back, and it's going to be 2nd and 4 now.
That's we were talking earlier about, doing a little college football on the Xbox. Man, my son gets eaten alive on that slip screen. I kill him with that halfback. He just comes rushing up the field so excited to get a sack. And
okay, Brett, we're done talking about the left guard moving.
I love how the official on the opposite side threw the flag for the left guard
Yeah,
moving.
if you're saying it's the left guard, then we need to have a talk with that guy over there.
Yeah, he saw something nobody else did.
2nd and 5 now. Ryle gets him to jump again. They do not throw the flag, but he throws it deep for Yates, and it's going to be incomplete.
Did they not jump in the neutral zone?
Well, he was watching the left guard. He was watching the left guard instead of the defensive end on his side jump, but it's going to be 3rd and 5 now.
I'm going to give Brett his props. The left guard went pull.
Okay, we're not talking about this. It doesn't matter. Listen, once you go in on an official, you can't back off. That's the rule. Okay?
Can we have replay?
Once you get in the first time, you can't stop.
I wouldn't tell him he was right later.
No, never.
But we wouldn't, it was a twitch.
On the handoff
Great
now,
job.
got the first down. Great blocking there. That's Bruno out there on the edge.
He was wrong because he didn't stop the play.
That's okay. That's fair, Brett. He was wrong for not stopping the play. We can live with that. We'll go with that one. So 1st and 10 now for the guard at the 39-yard line.
Yeah, Zach's probably glad they didn't call the QB draw again after that big run and bringing it back. Right? It's like, please don't do that, Coach.
We saw a little tempo from them against Alto, and they've kind of slowed it down here a little bit.
That's the thing Kyle will do. He'll speed them up and he'll slow them down.
Ryle looking to pass, has some time. Great blocking. Now he's going to lower his shoulder and lowers the boom and picks up about 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 5.
That Copeland guy, he's a pretty decent quarterback in his own right,
Don't tell him that.
Yeah.
Coach Copeland, that was Jeremy Diamond. I just wanted to make sure you heard. Shout out.
Now you see that tempo there, and PA takes the handoff. Great job again.
Hey, good job staying on it, getting as much as he could.
And again, this tempo is going to counter that defensive line aggressiveness, right? Because they're having to reset so quick that you have a harder time getting off and getting those cuts in there and jumping those things because you're trying to catch your breath.
Well, and it helps you too, because Troup probably hasn't seen that tempo in practice. It's hard to simulate that tempo from another team. Even on scout team, because you got to tell them to play and all those things, right? So now you're getting a chance to maybe rush the defense a little bit and you get the freeze play again. First and 10 at midfield. That's a Rico in motion. They give to PA that time. That's a great job defensively.
Yeah, I mean.
They took away every option you had there.
That's where you just give it, get tackled, and live to play another down.
Yeah.
Hold on to it.
Get down.
You know, I'm sitting here thinking, guys, I'm not sure that the shortening it to go 2 possessions each is actually shortening. I think it might be longer than 2 live quarters.
I think you might be right.
2nd and 11 now for Brook Hill. And Ryle takes a snap, gives it to Rico on the jet. He's got a little gap, and there he
Good
goes.
job.
Down the sideline, knocked out of bounds. Big hit there.
Yeah, that came from the side, and it was high.
And it is a first down, and there's a timeout on the field. We're going to go ahead and let's see if they keep it going or we wait.
He's so close to the sideline, I almost think he'd have to be another couple yards back to keep going. But, yeah, I mean.
That's a big hit.
Yeah, it was shoulder to the side of Gio. Gio kind of lowered his shoulder, the guy lowered, and then Gio kind of got the shot to it was shoulder to helmet there.
Maybe it just knocked the breath out of him.
Yeah, the way they're rolling him, you'd think so maybe.
Okay, looks like they're going to take time. We're going to take it with them. We'll be back here on NETSN.
This is where legends rise and moments are made.
They're still on his feet. Come on, let's go, still on his feet.
From the buzzer beaters to the game winners, we bring you the action. Raw, real, relentless. We cover every angle, every story. From the streets to the stadiums,
He's going all the way.
your favorite athletes, your teams,
Ford breaks some tackle. Oh, my gosh.
your passion,
Okay, back here to action in Troup. As Brook Hill moving now on their first offensive possession against Troup here to wrap things up. And they have a 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line here. They're 2 for 2 on their drives, that both in the touchdowns, and PA takes another one, and he's got a chance to get touchdown number 3. Great blocking by Yates, and PA into the end zone, and we're 3 for 3 with PA touchdowns.
Great job by Yates out there, staying on his guy, staying engaged, not getting his hands extended, because that's where a receiver can get in trouble, right? He gets his hand extended, and that's where that flag will come in, but Yates just basically shielded him. PA read his block and got in the end zone.
So now Gavito out for the PAT attempt after the PATD.
There you go.
Yeah, you see what I did there.
I do.
Hey, it's 10:30, baby. I got all kind of stuff going.
Hey, and good news, too. Gio was able to get up under his own power.
Yeah.
He was limping a little bit, but good news that he was able to get up on his own power and get to the bench. And so they're going to check on him. And so hopefully good news on that front as well. But good to see that he wasn't down long.
When you look down there on the sideline, Coach Copeland talking with Schluter and Coach Shaw, big smile on his face. I think he's very pleased at what he's seen in the live action from the guard offense.
Hey, and Wisner with a great job there on the hold again.
Yeah.
The snap wasn't the best, and Wisner able to pull it down and get the extra point up. And so 3 for 3 on touchdowns for Brook Hill on these 3 offensive drives. You can't ask for much more than that. And you're right, Yates with the block out there springs him for 6. That's a 6-point block.
And it was the perfect, right? Like, he holds that block half a second, and even if it's not a hold, it's going to look like it as the back goes by. He let go at the right time. The back did a great job going off his backside, right? Like you teach him, cut off his butt, right? And he did the right thing and hit it home. And
so the first time of the year, boys, I've been criticized by my wife. She just texted me and said, remember, you may have officials who are listening right now. Fair enough. That'll be the first. I'm going to put my phone up. But she brings up a good point as Gavito now with that big leg. There you go. In the end zone. There you go.
And again, we talked about it, right? I mean, it's their preseason too.
Yeah.
And they're watching 22 guys, right? And so they're going to make mistakes just like players do. They're going to do their best. They're not intending to get anybody over, but it is frustrating when we say they're not. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, look, they've been out. These dudes have been out here for 4.5 hours.
Gosh. Yeah, they're toast too, and they've been out in the heat just like the players have. And
Yeah, that's usually my first thing I look at is, do any of these guys do football? If they do basketball, I got to be on my best behavior. I actually think the guy on this sideline does do basketball games, but I think he's too good for that sounded bad. He's actually a very good official, so he's usually in the bigger school games.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say he's too good for I didn't want that to sound rude. Okay. As the first down run there for Troup gains a couple of yards.
Got a flag on the play, and I don't know.
Some little extra. It was a block. I didn't think it was much.
I don't think it deserved a flag. I mean, whistle.
My opinion is it's probably in reference to what has gone on before, and they waited too long to do it, and now they're having to throw it over something silly, right? Like that thing where if you control it early, you don't have to throw it late.
Right.
And they've kind of walked themselves into a corner here, and so.
My guess is that's what Coach Ryle and Coach Wells were talking to the officials about before these two got on the field was, hey, don't take anything from anybody. If it happens, we got to pop them right now. And
a tough 15. Post play.
And it's a great teaching moment because now whoever got the 15-yarder is going to pay for it tomorrow.
Yep.
I mean, there'll be something, right? I mean,
yeah.
You got to get the point across because here's the thing: regardless of all the chippiness, you can't have that happen in a key moment. 1st and 10 for the Tigers. Man in motion. They're going to fake the jet, looking for the screen pass.
Knocked
and
it down.
Away.
Great job.
That is our man, number 33, Isaac Lundqvist. And they are not.
They might be calling it. I don't know.
Well, I guess that's one way to end a 4.5-hour scrimmage. Is we're just going to say no.
I think the Troup coaches are pulling them. I'm not sure, but.
And either way, it looks like we are done here.
Yeah, we had one. I went to a high school scrimmage, and there was a dust up, and then another one, and the referees left. And so the scrimmage ended because there were no referees to run a scrimmage. So this one, I think Troup has decided tonight's the end. And
Is there a 10:30 curfew?
No, it's okay. Well, in what should be a celebration of going into the season, it ends on a not so great note, right? Where the game just ends and we're done. And I don't think that I think it's safe to say there will not be a Brook Hill Troup Alto scrimmage next year. Either way, a great night of football. I think there's a lot of positives for all three teams, right? I think all three of them we can look at in a positive manner. I think that if you're Brook Hill going to Redwater next week, there's things we can be happy about, things we can fix, things we can correct. I think it's a lot of mental stuff, honestly, right, that we can fix. Okay, here's the deal. We have been here for a long time, and we're glad you've tuned in tonight. Nearly 1,000 views live. I know it'll even be more tomorrow. Thanks to Richard over there and Calvin on the camera across the way from us. Brett here being with us has been nice. Also having Jeremy Diamond in the booth with us, and then Chad as well. So we will see you guys next Friday, 7 o'clock kick in Redwater, and we are looking forward to a great year of Brook Hill football here on NETSN. So for all these guys from NETSN, thanks, and we will see you next week here on NETSN.
Keeps Williams. Fights through the yards, breaks some tackles. Williams still on his feet. Williams breaks another tackle. Here he goes. He's got some blockers. Sam Williams, he ain't going to catch him. Touchdown, God. 59-yard touchdown run on 3rd and 2 for Sam Williams.
Yeah, whoa. They get set early, very quickly here. Play clock down to 3. Dixon gets it off, low snap. Pickram up the middle, and there he goes. Pickram into the secondary. Pickram is going to go. He is gone. Touchdown. Macho.
Steps up in the pocket, and he gets away from one tackler, avoids another tackler, tries to run. He's still on his feet. Camacho's still on his feet. He's still running. Camacho, goodness gracious, he's still going. Camacho, is he going to score?
Wow!
Touchdown. Quick pass. Bork adjusts and intercepted, and he caught it.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
He's going all the way.
Oh, my God. No,
It's Taylor.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
And a pick six. Kind of stalled him out here. Brisbane got Stewart with a little. Oh, he ran over the defender. A helmet coming off. Holy man. Quarterback Smith. And Smith's in the gun. He's going to go back to pass. Throws out to his left. He's got a man open. It's Bork again. Caught. Bork breaks some tackle. Oh my gosh. He's still on his feet. He's inside the 10. Touchdown, Arp. What? Here we go. 1st and 10. They're going to throw it outside. They're going to double pass here. Going deep. That's Man Scott. What a catch by Man Scott. It's a one-handed grab. He's going to go almost all the way. Just tackled at the one. Highlight reel right there for Man Scott. Oh, my goodness, Jason.
I don't think you'll see anything like that.
Woo.
That's not an East Texas highlight reel. That's Sports Center right there.
Man, oh man. What a catch.